everyone and welcome to the Generative AI and Machine Learning full course. Artificial intelligence is transforming how we work, create and make decisions. And at the core of this transformation are machine learning and generative AI. This course is designed to help you understand how intelligent systems learn from the data and generate meaningful outputs. You will begin by building a strong foundation in machine learning, learning how models analyze data, recognize patterns and make predictions. From there, you will explore generative AI, which enables machine to create content such as text, code and images and power modern AI applications. The course focuses on practical understanding, real-world use cases and industry-relevant skills. Whether you're new to AI or looking to upskill, this program will help you gain the confidence to work with modern AI technologies and apply them across different domains. And by the end of this course, you will have a clear understanding of how machine learning and generative AI work together to shape the future of technology. So before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's postgraduate program in generative AI and machine learning in collaboration with Illinois Tech. It offers a unique opportunity to explore the cutting-edge world of generative AI and develop advanced AI-powered solutions. This program covers in-demand topics including machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, prompt engineering, generative AI, LLMs, RAG, Agentic AI, and much more. Learn from industry experts through a curriculum built around real-world hands-on use cases designed to equip you with the practical and job-ready skills. So check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let us get started by understanding what machine learning is.
As you know, we are living in a world of humans and machines. The humans have been evolving and learning from the past experience since millions of years. On the other hand, the era of machines and robots have just begun. In today's world, these machines or the robots are like they need to be programmed before they actually follow your instructions. But what if the machines started to learn on their own? And this is where machine learning comes into picture. Machine learning is the core of many futuristic technological advancement in our world. Today you can see various examples or implementation of machine learning around us, such as Tesla's self-driving car, Apple Siri, Sophia AI robot, and many more are there. So what exactly is machine learning? Well, machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence that focuses on the design of systems that can learn from and make decisions and predictions based on the experience, which is data in the case of machines. Machine learning enables computer to act and make data-driven decisions rather than being explicitly programmed to carry out a certain task. These programs are designed to learn and improve over time when exposed to new data. Let's move on and discuss one of the biggest confusion of the people in the world. They think that all the three of them, the AI, the machine learning and the deep learning, all are same. You know what? They are wrong. Let me clarify things for you. Artificial intelligence is a broader concept of machines being able to carry out tasks in a smarter way. It covers anything which enables the computer to behave like humans. Think of a famous Turing test to determine whether a computer is capable of thinking like a human being or not. If you're talking to Siri on your phone and you get an answer, you're already very close to it. So this was about the artificial intelligence. Now coming to the machine learning part. So as I already said, machine learning is a subset or a current application of AI. It is based on the idea that we should be able to give machine the access to data and let them learn from themselves. It's a subset of artificial intelligence that deals with the extraction of pattern from dataset. This means that the machine can not only find the rules for optimal behavior, but also can adapt to the changes in the world. Many of the algorithms involved have been known for decades, centuries even. Thanks to the advances in the computer science and parallel computing, they can now scale up to massive data volumes. So this was about the machine learning part. Now coming over to deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning where similar machine learning algorithms are used to train deep neural networks so as to achieve better accuracy in those cases where former was not performing up to the mark. Right. I hope now you understood that machine learning, AI and deep learning, all three are different. Okay, moving on ahead. Let's see in general how a machine learning works. One of the approaches is where the machine learning algorithm is trained using a labeled or unlabeled training dataset to produce a model. New input data is introduced to the machine learning algorithm and it makes prediction based on the model. the prediction is evaluated for accuracy, and if the accuracy is acceptable, the machine learning algorithm is deployed. Now, if the accuracy is not acceptable, the machine learning algorithm is trained again and again with an augmented training dataset. This was just a high-level example, as there are many more factors and other steps involved in it. Now let's move on and subcategorize the machine learning into three different types: the supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. And let's see what each of them are, how they work, and how each of them is used in the field of banking, healthcare, retail, and other domains. Don't worry, I'll make sure that I use enough examples and implementation of all three of them to give you a proper understanding of it. So starting with supervised learning, what is it? So let's see a mathematical definition of supervised learning. Supervised learning is where you have input variables x and an output variable y, and you use an algorithm to learn the mapping function from the input to the output, that is y equal fx. The goal is to approximate the mapping function so well that whenever you have a new input data x, you could predict the output variable, that is y, for that data. Right. I think this was confusing for you. Let me simplify the definition of supervised learning. So we can rephrase the understanding of the mathematical definition as a machine learning method where each instances of a training dataset is composed of different input attribute and an expected output. The input attributes of a training dataset can be of any kind of data. It can be a pixel of image, it can be a value of a database row, or it can even be an audio frequency histogram, right? For each input instance, an expected output value is associated. The value can be discrete, representing a category, or can be a real or continuous value. In either case, the algorithm learns the input pattern that generates the expected output. Now, once the algorithm is trained, it can be used to predict the correct output of a never seen input. You can see an image on your screen, right? In this image, you can see that we are feeding raw inputs as image of apple to the algorithm. As a part of the algorithm, we have a supervisor who keeps on correcting the machine, or who keeps on training the machine. It keeps on telling him that yes, it is an apple, and no, it is not an apple. Things like that. So this process keeps on repeating until we get a final trained model. Once the model is ready, it can easily predict the correct output of a never seen input. In this slide, you can see that we are giving an image of a green apple to the machine, and the machine can easily identify it as yes, it is an apple, and it is giving the correct result, right? Let me make things more clearer to you. Let's discuss another example of it. So in this slide, the image shows an example of a supervised learning process used to produce a model which is capable of recognizing the ducks in the image. The training dataset is composed of labeled picture of ducks and non-ducks. The result of supervised learning process is a predictive model which is capable of associating a label duck or not duck to the new image presented to the model. Now, once trained, the resulting predictive model can be deployed to the production environment. You can say a mobile app, for example. Once deployed, it is ready to recognize the new pictures. Right. Now you might be wondering why this category of machine learning is named as supervised learning. Well, it is called as supervised learning because the process of an algorithm learning from the training dataset can be thought of as a teacher supervising the learning process. We know the correct answers. The algorithm iteratively makes while predicting on the training data and is corrected by the teacher. The learning stops when the algorithm achieves an acceptable level of performance. Now let's move on and see some of the popular supervised learning algorithms. So we have linear regression, random forest, and support vector machines. These are just for your information. We'll discuss about these algorithms in our next video. Now let's see some of the popular use cases of supervised learning. So we have Cortana. Cortana or any other speech automation in your mobile phone trains using your voice. And once trained, it starts working based on that training. This is an application of supervised learning. Suppose you are telling, okay, Google, call Sam, or you say, hey Siri, call Sam. You get an answer to it and the action is performed and automatically a call goes to Sam. So these are just an example of supervised learning. Next comes the weather app. Based on some of the prior knowledge, like when it is sunny, the temperature is higher. When it is cloudy, humidity is higher. Any kind of that, they predict the parameters for a given time. So this is also an example of supervised learning, as we are feeding the data to the machine and telling that whenever it is sunny, the temperature should be higher. Whenever it is cloudy, the humidity should be higher. So it's an example of supervised learning. Another example is biometric attendance, where you train the machine and after a couple of inputs of your biometric identity, be it your thumb, your iris, or your earlobe or anything, once trained, The machine can validate your future input and can identify you. Next comes in the field of banking sector. In banking sector, supervised learning is used to predict the credit worthiness of a credit card holder by building a machine learning model to look for faulty attributes by providing it with a data on delinquent and non-delinquent customers. Next comes the healthcare sector. In the healthcare sector, it is used to predict the patient's readmission rates by building a regression model by providing data on the patient's treatment administration and readmissions to show variables that best correlate with readmission. Next comes the retail sector. In retail sector, it is used to analyze a product that a customer buy together. It does this by building a supervised model to identify frequent item sets and association rule from the transactional data. Now let's learn about the next category of machine learning, the unsupervised part. Mathematically, unsupervised learning is where you only have input data X and no corresponding output variable. The goal for unsupervised learning is to model the underlying structure or distribution in the data in order to learn more about the data. So let me rephrase you this in simple terms. In unsupervised learning approach, the data instances of a training dataset do not have an expected output associated to them. Instead, unsupervised learning algorithm detects pattern based on innate characteristics of the input data. An example of machine learning task that applies unsupervised learning is clustering. In this task, similar data instances are grouped together in order to identify clusters of data. In this slide, you can see that initially we have different varieties of fruits as input. Now these set of fruits as input X are given to the model. Now once the model is trained using unsupervised learning algorithm, the model will create clusters on the basis of its training. It will group the similar fruits and make their cluster. Let me make things more clearer to you. Let's take another example of it. So in this slide, the image below shows an example of unsupervised learning process. This algorithm processes an unlabeled training dataset, and based on the characteristics, it groups the picture into 3 different clusters of data. Despite the ability of grouping similar data into clusters, the algorithm is not capable to add labels to the group. The algorithm only knows which data instances are similar, but it cannot identify the meaning of this group. So now you might be wondering why this category of machine learning is named as unsupervised learning. So these are called as unsupervised learning because unlike supervised learning, above there are no correct answers and there is no teacher. Algorithms are left on their own to discover and present the interesting structure in the data. Let's move on and see some of the popular unsupervised learning algorithm. So we have here k-means, a priori algorithm, and hierarchical clustering. Again, these are just for your information's sake. We'll discuss about these algorithms in our next video. Now let's move on and see some of the examples of unsupervised learning. Suppose a friend invites you to his party and where you meet totally strangers. Now you'll classify them using unsupervised learning as you don't have any prior knowledge about them. And this classification can be done on the basis of gender, age group, dressing, educational qualification, or whatever way you might like. Now, why this learning is different from supervised learning? Since you didn't use any past or prior knowledge about the people, you kept on classifying them on the go. As they kept on coming, you kept on classifying them. Yeah, this category of people belong to this group, this category of people belong to that group, and so on. Okay, let's see one more example. Let's suppose you have never seen a football match before, and by chance you watch a video on the internet. Now you can easily classify the players on the basis of different criterion. Like player wearing the same kind of jersey are in one class, player wearing a different kind of jersey are in different class. Or you can classify them on the basis of their playing style, like the guy is an attacker, so he's in one class. He's a defender, he's in another class. Or you can classify them whatever way you observe the things. So this was also an example of unsupervised learning. Let's move on and see how unsupervised learning is used in the sectors of banking, healthcare, and retail. So starting with banking sector. So in banking sector, it is used to segment customers by behavioral characteristic by surveying prospects and customers to develop multiple segments using clustering. In healthcare sector, it is used to categorize the MRI data by normal or abnormal images. It uses deep learning techniques to build a model that learns from different features of images to recognize a different pattern. Next is the retail sector. In retail sector, it is used to recommend the products to customer based on their past purchases. It does this by building a collaborative filtering model based on the past purchases by them. I assume you guys now have a proper idea of what unsupervised learning means. If you have any slightest doubt, don't hesitate and add your doubt to the comment section. So let's discuss the third and the last type of machine learning, that is reinforcement learning. So what is reinforcement learning? Well, reinforcement learning is a type of machine learning algorithm which allows software agents and machine to automatically determine the ideal behavior within a specific context to maximize its performance. The reinforcement learning is about interaction between two elements, the environment and the learning agent. The learning agent leverages two mechanisms, namely exploration and exploitation. When learning agent acts on trial and error basis, it is termed as exploration. And when it acts based on the knowledge gained from the environment, it is referred to as exploitation. Now, this environment rewards the agent for correct actions, which is reinforcement signal. Leveraging the rewards obtained, the agent improves its environment knowledge to select the next action. In this image, you can see that the machine is confused whether it is an apple or it's not an apple. Then the machine is trained using reinforcement learning. If it makes correct decision, it gets rewards point for it. And in case of wrong, it gets a penalty for that. Once the training is done, now the machine can easily identify which one of them is an apple. Let's see an example. Here we can see that we have an agent who has to judge from the environment to find out which of the two is a duck. The first task he did is to observe the environment. Next, he selects some action using some policy. It seems that the machine has made a wrong decision by choosing a bunny as a duck. So the machine will get penalty for it. For example, minus 50 point for a wrong answer. Right. Now the machine will update its policy and this will continue till the machine gets an optimal policy. From the next time, machine will know that bunny is not a duck. Let's see some of the use cases of reinforcement learning. But before that, let's see how Pavlov trained his dog using reinforcement learning, or how he applied the reinforcement method to train his dog. Pavlov integrated learning in 4 stages. Initially, Pavlov gave meat to his dog, and in response to the meat, the dog started salivating. Next, what he did, he created a sound with the bell. For this, the dog did not respond anything. In the third part, he tried to condition the dog by using the bell and then giving him the food. Seeing the food, the dog started salivating. Eventually, a situation came when the dog started salivating just after hearing the bell, even if the food was not given to him, as the dog was reinforced that whenever the master will ring the bell, he will get the food. Now let's move on and see how reinforcement learning is applied in the field of banking, healthcare, and retail sector. So starting with the banking sector. In banking sector, reinforcement learning is used to create a next best offer model for a call center. By building a predictive model that learns over time as user accept or reject offer made by the sales staff. Fine. Now in healthcare sector, it is used to allocate the scarce medical resources to handle different type of ER cases by building a Markov decision process that learns treatment strategies for each type of ER case. Next and the last comes the retail sector. So let's see how reinforcement learning is applied to retail sector. In retail sector, it can be used to reduce excess stock with dynamic pricing. By building a dynamic pricing model that adjusts the price based on customer response to the offers.
Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables computers to learn patterns from data and make predictions or decisions without being explicitly programmed. So instead of following the rigid rules, ML models adapt and improve over time by analyzing vast amounts of data. From personalized recommendations on Netflix to fraud detection in banking, ML powers countless real-world applications. So now that we have a basic understanding of machine learning, right? Now let's explore different types of ML models. So not all data is structured the same way, and different problems require different approaches. So for example, predicting stock prices requires the models that learn from historical trends. And then identifying objects in images needs models that recognize patterns in visual data. Next, the chatbots and voice assistants rely on the models trained to understand and generate human language. So to tackle these challenges, as I discussed previously, that ML is divided into different learning models, such as supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. And each has its own strengths and it is used depending on the problem at hand. Since we know why different ML models are needed, let's see how they play a crucial role in generative AI. Well, Generative AI is one of the most exciting applications of machine learning. And unlike traditional ML models that make predictions or classifications, generative models create entirely new content. And here's how ML enables AI to generate. So first here we have text. Language models like GPT generate human-like text for chatbots, content writing, and coding. Next is the image. So AI-powered tools like DALL-E can create realistic images from textual descriptions. Next is videos. So advanced ML models synthesize lifelike video content, transforming media, marketing, and even filmmaking. So these advancements in generative AI are reshaping creativity and automation, proving that machine learning is not just about making decisions, it's about creating new possibilities. So now that we have seen how ML models enable AI to create new content, so now let us briefly understand the different types of machine learning models. So here, the first type of machine learning model is supervised learning. Supervised learning trains a model using labeled data, where each input has a corresponding correct output. And this makes it ideal for tasks where historical data can be used to predict future outcomes. For example, let's say spam detection. Email services like Gmail uses supervised learning to classify emails as spam or not spam by learning from past labeled examples. The next example is the price predictions. So real estate platforms use regression models to predict house prices based on the features like location, size, and amenities. Now, let us see some of the popular algorithms. So first, let's discuss on decision trees. These models break down the data into a tree-like structure, where each node represents a decision based on a feature. So they are easy to interpret and work well for both classification. For example, deciding if an email is a spam or not, and regression example predicting house price. However, they can become overly complex. Next is the support vector machines. So SVMs are powerful for classification tasks as they find the optimal boundary, also called a hyperplane, and that best separates different classes in the data. They work well for high dimensional spaces and cases where the distinction between categories is clear, such as handwriting, facial recognition, or medical diagnosis. So now that we have seen how labeled data is used, so now let's explore how unsupervised learning finds patterns without labels. Well, unsupervised learning works with unlabeled data, identifying hidden patterns and relationships without predefined categories. So here we have some of the popular algorithms. So first is the k-means clustering. This algorithm partitions data into a predefined number of clusters by grouping similar data points based on their attributes. It works well for tasks like customer segmentation, where businesses can group customers based on purchasing behavior. However, it assumes clusters are spherical and may struggle with irregular shaped data. Next, we have autoencoders. So these are specialized neural networks designed to learn efficient data representations by encoding and reconstructing input data. Let us see some of the examples. So first example here we have is customer segmentation, where e-commerce platforms group customers based on their shopping behavior to offer personalized recommendations. The next example is market analysis. Businesses analyze purchasing trends to find association, such as which products are frequently brought together. Now we have covered both labeled and unlabeled learning. So let's see how semi-supervised learning combines the best of both worlds. So, semi-supervised learning bridges the gap between the supervised and unsupervised learning by using a small amount of labeled data along with large amount of unlabeled data. So for example, let's say AI assistant medical diagnosis. Labeled medical images such as X-rays with diagnosis are scarce, but large amounts of unlabeled images exist. Semi-supervised learning helps AI learn patterns from both labeled and unlabeled data, improving accuracy in disease detection. Alright, now let's explore the reinforcement learning, where AI learns through trial and error. Well, reinforcement learning is inspired by the concept of learning through trial and error. So models interact with an environment, receive rewards or penalties for actions, and refine their strengths over time. For example, let's say gaming. Mario AI, developed using reinforcement learning, learns to navigate levels by optimizing actions through trial and error. The next example is robotics, where robots learn to walk, balance, or perform tasks through reinforcement learning by maximizing positive outcomes. Also, reinforcement learning uses agents, actions, and rewards to improve decision making, making it ideal for tasks requiring continuous learning and adaptation. So now that we have covered all the types of machine learning models, so let's go over some of the key tips to help you choose the right one for your needs. So here are the tips. When it comes to supervised learning, classifying emails as spam or not, and diagnosing diseases from patient data. Next is the unsupervised learning. So unsupervised learning is best when you're grouping shoppers by behavior and detecting fraud in banking. Next we have semi-supervised learning. And this is best when you're improving speech recognition with limited label data and identifying fake news. And finally, the reinforcement learning. This will be best when you're training self-driving cars to navigate, optimizing AI in video games like Mario.
Why mathematics in machine learning? Aspiring machine learning engineers often tend to ask me, what is the use of mathematics in machine learning when we have computers to do it all? Well, that is true. Our computers have become capable enough to do the math in split seconds where we would take minutes or even hours to perform the calculations. But in reality, it is not the ability to solve the math. Rather, it is the eye of how the math needs to be applied. You need to analyze the data and infer information from it so that you can create a model that learns from the data. Math can help you in so many ways that it becomes mind-boggling that someone could hate this subject. Of course, doing math by hand is something I hate too, but knowing how I use math is enough to explain my love for math. So allow me to extend this love to you guys too, because I won't be teaching you just the mathematics for machine learning, but the various applications you can use it for in real life. So what math do we need to learn for machine learning? Here is a pie chart which comprises of all the needed math. Linear algebra covers a major part, followed by the multivariate calculus. Statistics and probability also play a big role, and you need to know the knowledge of algorithms and much more. This is the requirement that is needed to master machine learning. So now that we have developed this understanding, let's do some math. We shall kick off with linear algebra. Linear algebra is used most widely when it comes to machine learning. It covers so many aspects, making it unavoidable if you want to learn mathematics for machine learning. Linear algebra helps you in optimizing data, operations that can be performed on pixels such as sharing, rotation, and much more. You can understand why linear algebra is such an important aspect when it comes to mathematics for machine learning. So let's move over to the first topic in linear algebra, scalars. So what is a scalar? A scalar is basically a value. It represents something, right? So scalars are just values that represent something. Suppose we had a laptop on sale and it is priced at 50,000 rupees, right? So this 50,000 rupees is the scalar value of that laptop. What are the operations that can be performed on scalars? It is just basic arithmetic. So for example, we have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. All of those operations can be applied on scalars. Okay. For example, over here, we are buying a laptop and the accessories. What is the total price? It will be the addition of both the prices. So 50,000 for the laptop and 5,000 for the accessories brings it up to 55,000 rupees. What happens if you're buying a laptop at a 50% discount? So it is half the price, right? It is 50,000 divided by 2, that becomes 25,000 rupees for the laptop. So this is just a brief introduction and all that is required from scalars. So once we are clear with this, let's move over to vectors. So vectors can get a bit complicated as they are different for different backgrounds. Let me tell you how. Computer science people can interpret vectors as a list of numbers that represent something. Physicists consider vectors to be a scalar with a direction and it is independent of the plane. Mathematicians take vectors to be a combination of both and try to generalize it for everybody. All of these standpoints are absolutely correct, and that's what makes it so confusing for anyone learning about linear algebra for mathematics for machine learning. In machine learning, we usually consider vectors in the standpoint of a computer scientist, where the data is in the tabular form consisting of rows and columns, right? And when our data is in the form of pixels or pictures, We consider them as vectors that are bound to the origin and transform them to matrices and perform operations that we shall discuss later. So now that you have a brief idea about vectors, let's jump over to the operations that you need to know when working with vectors. Operations on vectors can be applied only when you know what kind of data you're working with. Suppose you have pixel data and you want to apply rotations but end up doing something wholly different. Your model will not work because it is doing all the wrong operations here. It's important that you make sure that you know what you're working with. Only then you will be able to apply the required operations. So the first operation that we have here is vector addition. So let's understand what vector addition does. So for example, vector addition is also called as dot product. Vector addition is something that is completely different from operations that we've been learning now for scalars. Okay, it's not simple arithmetic. It is actually the total work that is done by both the vectors in a quantified form. So for example, let me say that I want to walk forward by 50 meters and that is one vector. Okay. So me walking forward for 50 meters is one vector. And from there, I go right for 25 meters, right? So that is the second vector. So what is the work that is completely done by both these vectors is me moving forward and then moving right. So let me say, for example, V1 is what I walked forward, okay? And then V2 is something that I moved right. So what is the addition of this? The addition is basically putting both the vectors point to point and then finding the displacement or the work that has been done. If you look at it over here, it is V1 plus V2's work that is in the quantified form of V1 plus V2. It is the displacement. So for example, V1 is a distance and V2 is a distance. V1 plus V2 is the displacement. So that is basically what is a dot product. I hope you've understood this. So let's move over to the next operation, that is scalar multiplication. So what is scalar multiplication? So whenever a vector is multiplied with a scalar value, it either grows or shrinks. What this means is that you have a particular value, a scalar value, which is either positive or it is negative. And it may be greater than 1 or lesser than 1. Whichever is lesser than 1 and it is negative, it will always make it shrink. Or else it will do the opposite. It will make it grow. So let me just show you an example over here. So let's say I have a vector called V1. Now if I'm trying to multiply this with a positive scalar value, say k, positive scalar value into V1 will make the vector grow. Whereas if I am trying to multiply this particular vector with a negative scalar value, say minus k, it will be shrinking down. So it is minus k into V1 gives me a shrink vector. So as you can see, this was my normal vector. And if I multiplied it with a constant k, which was positive, it grew. And if it was negative, it shrank down. So that is basically what is scalar multiplication. So the next vector operation is a projection. So what does projection help us with? So for example, let's say I have two vectors, okay, V1 and V2. Now I do not know much about V1 and I just know more about V2. So if I can try to find a way in which I can project the vector V1 onto V2, I'll be able to obtain information about V1. So let me just show you. So for example, I have a vector V1 and I had another vector V2. So I know all about V2, but I do not know about V1 vector. So what happens over here is if I'm able to project the projection of vector V1 onto V2, I will be able to analyze and know the unknown features that vector V1 has. Okay. Actually, if you go with this into deep learning, right, you can be able to find unknown features of the vector, which can help you modify your one image into so many images that you can basically simplify and modify that image into something that it is not. Okay, that comes under deep learning, but we're not going to cover that. But this is a very important concept that you need to understand. It is basically like it's said over here. Projection is the shadow of a vector that it places on the other vector. So whatever information that V1 vector has, I'll be able to somehow extract it from the vector V2 because the projection falls onto V2. That basically brings us to the end of all the vector operations that you need to remember for machine learning. Let's move over to matrices. So what is a matrix? A matrix is the composition, or it is the mixture of numbers, symbols, expressions which are in a rectangular array. It can be rectangular, it can be square, it depends on the order. So what do we use matrices for? We use matrices to convert our equations into the form of arrays. For example, if you've got an equation, you cannot simply put that into your computer saying that, okay, solve this and give it to me. You need to convert it into a list or an array so that you will be able to perform your operations on it, right? That is the reason matrices are so much important to us. And that is the reason it is much more easier for us so that we can convert our equations into lists and arrays and then perform our operations on them. So suppose, for example, you have two equations over here. So how do you convert these two equations into matrices? So what does a equation tell you? If you have 2x plus 2y is equal to 10, what this basically is trying to convey the information to you is that you have two constants x and y. In these constants, if you keep giving different numbers, you will be able to find a different value for it. Let's say, for example, the scalar value is 10 and you have 2x plus 2y, which is basically a vector. I need to find the points of x and y. Find the points of x and y meaning that I'm trying to find the direction of the vector. And then if I'm able to substitute values and then find out how 2x plus 2y is equal to 10, I'm finding all the information I need from that vector so that I can basically find out what all the other information I need from it. That is how functions are very important. You need to understand what a function is trying to convey to you. Let's say, for example, you have the equation of a straight line. So what does a straight line be? It is y is equal to mx plus c. What does this mean? It means that the y coordinate is equal to some value m into x plus a constant. So I'm able to plot this. I'll be getting the y coordinate, the x coordinate, and I'll be able to get a straight line. So whatever numbers I put into these, I will always be getting a straight line. So that is the reason it is called the equation of a straight line. It is always going to be constant. So you have to understand what a function is trying to convey to you. Once we are done with that, let me just tell you how you convert equations into matrices. It's really simple. Take out all the numbers. So you have 2x plus 2y equal to 10, right? So 2x and 2y has two numbers, 2. So those two become one row. 4 and 1 in the second equation become one row. X and y becomes one column, and 10 and 18. So let me just show it to you. So as you can see, we have a matrix 2, 2, 4, 1. Then we have x and y is equal to 10 and 18. If you multiply it accordingly, you will be getting back the same equation that we had earlier. This is how matrices are used in linear algebra. So once you know how the equations are converted into matrices, let's move over to the matrix operations. So what is the first operation? Simple addition. What does addition help you with? It is just basically adding all the directions of two vectors. Why is it two vectors? Because I'm converting vectors into matrices, right? You are simply just going to add the corresponding elements of both the matrices. Simply add the corresponding elements of both the matrices. And you have to remember that if you are adding two matrices, it has to be of the same order. What do I mean by order? It is basically the number of rows into the number of columns. So for example, if I have the first matrix, that is 2, 2, 4 and 1, I have two rows and I have two columns. So that becomes a 2 cross 2 matrix. That is the order of the matrix. The next one also, 2, 3, 1, 4, it has two rows and two columns. That makes it an order of 2 cross 2. So if I had 3 rows and I had 2 columns, it would be 3 into 2. So I hope you've understood what order is. Let's say I had these two matrices and I want to add them. So what I do, it is 2 plus 2. So let's say I have 2 over here and I have 2 over here. So what is 2 plus 2? It becomes 4. What is 2 plus 3? It becomes 5. What is 4 plus 1? It becomes 5. What is 1 plus 4? It becomes 5. So it is adding the corresponding elements of the matrix. So I hope you've understood that. So let's move over to the next operation, matrix subtraction. It's the same thing as how you did it for addition. You just subtract the corresponding elements. If you had 2 minus 2, it becomes 0. 2 minus 3 becomes minus 1. 4 minus 1 becomes 3. 1 minus 4 becomes minus 3. Simple. You can understand this very easily. Moving ahead from matrix subtraction is matrix multiplication. What do you do with matrix multiplication? You are basically multiplying the rows with the columns. The matrix of row 1 with the columns of matrix 2. What happens? You have to remember that the number of rows in matrix 1 has to be equal to the number of columns in matrix 2. Only then will you be able to perform the matrix multiplication. So for example, if I had a 2 cross 2 matrix, it would be A11 into B11, A12 into B21, A11 into B12 plus the A12 into B22 accordingly. So let me show you an example for matrix multiplication so that you can understand how it works. Suppose I have a 2 cross 2 matrix that I've already been using for matrix addition and subtraction. Now, how am I going to perform the matrix multiplication is basically I'm going to, multiply the first row into both the columns of the matrix 2. So I have 2 into 2 plus 2 into 1. Then I have 2 into 3 plus 2 into 4. The same thing goes for the second row also. So what do I get? I get 4 plus 2, 6 plus 8, 8 plus 1 and 12 plus 4. That accordingly gives me 6, 14, 9 and 16. So this is the matrix multiplication. It's really simple to understand. So if you have any doubts, leave them in the comment section. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. So once we are done with matrix multiplication, let's move over to the transpose. So the transpose is a really simple operation. All you do is you convert the rows into columns. That's it. But why is it so important? Transpose is really important when you want to change the dimensionality of your data. Suppose all your data is in a row. You can reiterate through there, or all your data is in a column. You can do it accordingly. So it is really important when you work with transpose because it helps you to change the dimensionality. It helps you flip the dimension. So for example, if you're working with pixels, right, pictures, if you change the rows or the columns of your pictures data, you are basically changing the picture and then you can, analyze it more, get more information from it. So transpose plays a very important role. You need to understand that. So for example, I have 2, 2, 4 and 1. What happens is the first column becomes the first row and the second row becomes the second column. So as you can see here, it is 2, 2, 4 and 1. And that is all transpose is. So let's move over to the next operation. We have determinant of a matrix. By now, all we have been doing is having matrices being added, subtracted. So what is all of this? It is basically all the vectors being added, subtracted, multiplied, then flipped with their dimensions. You will understand this when you do all of this practically. Because all of this is something that we do not do it in our daily lives. But when you're learning with machine learning, when you're performing machine learning, all of these operations come into picture. So all that you've learned by now is basically adding values of vectors, subtracting vectors, multiplying two vectors, then transpose, that is the flipping of vectors. And now you're going to learn about determinant. What is a determinant? All the matrices that we had till now, they are basically directions. They are basically directions and values of all the vectors. Now, all these vectors are definitely going to have a scalar value in them so that you can understand the weight, you can understand the depth of that particular matrix. What is the determinant helping you with? The determinant helps you with understanding the weight or the sensitivity that it can provide on the data set. That is the reason determinant is really important. It is the scalar value of the matrix and it can help you give the eigenvalues of the matrix. What do I mean by eigenvalues? I'll teach that to you in the next part because we are going to understand in depth what are eigenvalues and eigenvectors. That is the reason determinants are so important. So let's say, for example, I had this particular matrix A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. it would be A into EFHI, and then it would be minus B into DFGI plus C into DEGH. So what happens now is I'm going to get this particular equation. So it's AEI plus BFG plus CDH minus AFH minus BDI minus CEG. This is basically what is going to give me the scalar value of the matrix. So I hope you've understood the importance and how determinants are important in machine learning. So next we will learn about the inverse of a matrix. So how do I explain inverse to you? It's a very simple example if you understand that. Suppose I am walking on a road and I walked straight for 50 meters. But then I remember that I had to get back something from the place I started. So I walked back 50 meters. What is the distance that I traveled? The distance that I traveled was 100 meters. Why? Because I went 50 meters forward and 50 meters backward. But what is the work that I have done? It is 0. Why is that? It is because I am at the same place that I started from. That is not the work done. If I move from one place to another place, that is the work done. That is some displacement that my body has achieved. But I have not achieved that over here. Why? It's because I have gone straight and come back straight for 50 meters, making my work done 0. So just the same way, inverse of a matrix works. Suppose you have a vector that moves in the forward direction. You will have the inverse of that particular vector that comes in the negative direction, and it makes all the work done 0. Sometimes there is no inverse of a matrix that exists. That's because the vector does not have all the information that is required to obtain its inverse. So I hope you have understood what is an inverse. Let's see how do you find an inverse of it. Okay. For a 2 cross 2 matrix, this is how you're going to find it. It is finding the determinant into the transpose, or finding the inverse of the matrix. So it is A and D that is going to be switched over, and minus B and minus C. This gives you the inverse of the matrix. So for orders 3 and above, what do? You find the determinant of A, and then you accordingly find all the different determinants inside of it. So that is basically how you find the inverse of a matrix. Let's move over to how a vector can be used as a matrix. Okay. So by now that I've been telling that vectors can be easily translated into matrices, and I've already showed it to you. And why is it so important? It's because they help you apply operations on the data very easily. And then you have certain well-known operations such as scaling, rotation, sharing, and much more. All of this come under computer graphics. Okay. Making these operations on your image or your vectors becomes really easy when you're working with matrices. So that's the reason matrices are so important. So for example, right now I've shown you that if there was an equation v1 as 3x plus 4, it would be 3 and 4, and then you had x and y, then you would have x plus 2y, which would become 1 and 2, and then x and y. That is how vector as a matrix works. What are some of the well-known operations, right? I'm assuming that there is going to be a 2 cross 2 matrix. Whenever you're scaling, it is basically increasing the size. So how do you increase the size? It is Sx and Sy, which are the scaling factors which you perform on your x and y coordinates. Then you have sharing, which is basically moving or reshaping your particular object that you're working with. So it can be M, which is the sharing factor. And then you have the rotation. So how do you rotate your particular object in which direction? So all of that can be done using these particular matrices. So let's move over and understand how matrices can help you solve equations and obtain solutions much more easily. So that is basically vector as a matrix. We have two methods over here. They are the echelon method and the inverse method. For our tutorial, I've been taking the row echelon method because it's much more comfortable for me. If you are much more comfortable with column echelon method, you can go ahead with that. But because I am comfortable with row echelon methods, I've used row echelon method. And next we have the inverse method. So we are basically going to solve the equations. We are going to find the coordinates at which our points give us that particular value. So let's move over with the first method, which is the row echelon method. And I have some equations over here which go ahead like 2x plus y minus z equal to 2, x plus 3y plus 2z equal to 1, x plus y plus z equal to 2. So I'm going to convert all of this into a particular matrix. So let me show you how the matrix looks. It is 2, 1, minus 2 and 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and 1, 1, 1, 1. So all the information about the equations have been put into the matrix form. And the answers that we are going to get are x is equal to 2, y is equal to minus 1, and z is equal to 1. So this is the reason I'm going to get all these particular values, that is 2, 1, and 2, which I'm getting from the equations. Whenever I put the x, y, and z values into them, I'm going to, get those particular coordinates. Now let me just tell you why we are solving equations, okay? So if I am telling that there is this particular vector that goes like this or comes in this direction or something like that, I want to find the x, y, and z coordinates so that I can obtain the information, visualize it, and then learn more about that particular vector. Now say for example, this is just 2x plus y minus z equal to 2. Let's say for example, what if it was a 2 boxes plus 1 candle minus 1 chocolate is equal to giving me a profit of 2 rupees. Okay. So as you can see, these are just simple equations, and these are the coordinates that we get. X is equal to 2, y is equal to minus 1, and z is equal to 1. But what is the importance of this? Okay. Let me just give you a simple example so that you can understand what we are actually trying to find out over here. Okay. Suppose I have a factory and I want to get a profit of 2 rupees. And I have boxes, I have candles, and I have chocolates. So if I take the first equation, I'm saying that if I have 2 boxes, 1 candle minus the chocolate, it is going to give me 2 rupees profit. So what is X, Y, and Z exactly? X, Y, and Z are the investment costs. How much do I need to invest into them so that I can get back what I really required? So for boxes, I need to invest 2 rupees. For chocolates, I need to invest nothing. For candles, I need to invest minus 1 or something like that. Okay. If I invest so much, I'm going to get 2 rupees profit. So this is like a real life example which is being converted into some equation, and then we just need to solve it. That is the reason vectors are so important and how they can be converted into matrices and then, solved very easily. How does the row echelon method work? I'm going to be taking the step 1, which is R1 divided by 2. R1, when we divide it by 2, we get 1, half, minus half, and 1. So what's the step 2? We will do R2 minus R1. So we have R2, which is the minus of R1. I'm going to get the particular equation, which is 1, half, minus half, and 1, 0, 5 by 2, 5 by 2, and 0, 1, 1, 1, 2. Simple enough, right? So what is the next step? It'll be R3 minus R1. So it is 1, half, minus half, 1, 0, 5 by 2, 5 by 2, 0, and 0, half, 3 by 2, and 1. The next step is 2 by 5 by R2. So you get 1 half minus half, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 0, 1 by 2, 3 by 2, and 1. So what's the step 5? Step 5 is basically R1 minus half of R2. So I get 1, 0, minus 1, and 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 0, 1 by 2, 3 by 2, and 1. Step 6 is R3 is equal to R3 minus half of R2. So I have 1, 0, minus 1, and 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 0, 0, 1, 1. Step 7 is R1 plus R3. So I have 1, 0, 0, 2, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 0, 0, 1, 1. Step 8 is R2 is equal to R2 minus R3. So I have 1, 0, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, minus 1, and 0, 0, 1, 1. If you put all of this back into the equation, you will find out that for the first row, 1, 0, 0, 2 is equal to x plus 0 is equal to 2. The value of x is equal to 2. The value of y is equal to minus 1, and the value of z is equal to 1. So this is how the row echelon method works. And what do you have to actually perform in row echelon? It is basically the first row has to start with the value 1. The second row has to have a 0, and then somewhere in the middle it has to have a value of 1. And then the third row should be starting with zeros and then getting some value where it starts with 1 only. So row echelon or column echelon, whatever method you use, you have to make sure that whichever element is the first starting element of the row, it has to have a 1, or it has to be preceding with zeros. So as you can see here, the first row has 1, 0, 0, 2. and then you have 0, 1, 0, -1, and then you have 0, 0, 1, 1. So that is how you are performing the row echelon method to solve your matrix. So if you remember, we had x is equal to 2, y is equal to -1, and z is equal to 1. Those were the answers that we wanted. Once we are done with row echelon method, let's move over to the inverse method. So suppose we have some equations, 4x plus 3y is equal to -13 and -10x minus 2y is equal to 5. What does the inverse method tell us? Let me show it to you. So this is the matrix that you come up with. So it is a 4, 3, -10 and -2. Then you have x and y, and which is equal to -13 and 5. So what does the inverse method actually tell us? For example, we know that A into A inverse is equal to 0 work done, right? It is the identity matrix, I matrix. So if I have A into the A inverse, so it is like I'm doing the work and I don't do the work, is equal to no work done. So A into A inverse gives me the identity matrix. If A into B is equal to C, so A is my, all the numbers, then B is my X and Y, and C is the output value. If I do A into A inverse into B is equal to C into A inverse, I am going to get B is equal to C into A inverse. Because A into A inverse gets cancelled, so B is equal to C into the A inverse of it. So that's what I'm going to do. So what is the inverse of the 2 cross 2 matrix? The inverse is found by this formula, and the inverse is actually 1 by 22 minus 2 minus 3, 10 and 4. So that's the inverse of the matrix. So let me show you how it works. What happens is I'm having A into A inverse into B is equal to C into the A inverse. So A into A inverse is obviously going to get cancelled out because it's an identity matrix. So I'm just going to be left with x and y is equal to 1 by 22 into -13 and 5, -2, -3, 10 and 4. So what I do later, I'm going to just multiply, and this is what I get. So it's basically 1 by 22 and 11 by -110. So if I do 1 by 22 into the particular matrix that I've found, it is going to be x is equal to half and y is equal to -5. So that is how I'm going to be using the inverse method to find or solve the equations. I hope that was simple to understand. So once we've done all of that, we are now capable enough to understand what an eigenvector is. Eigenvectors are really important when you're working with data. All of that, what vectors, matrices, what all we've been doing by now, think of it as the data you're working with in your machine learning algorithm, right? What is an eigenvector? Eigenvector does not change the direction even if a transformation is applied to it. What does a eigenvector really give us? So for example, I have a data. If I am trying to do any transformation on it, it should not change from what it was really. It should not change from what it was initially. It should not become something that is totally irrelevant to me. If I have such data that even if I apply transformations to it, it does not change what it was supposed to be, that is an eigenvector. What does an eigenvector give me? They are the most sensitive parts of my data set, and I can use them and I can trust them for my analysis purposes. So that is why eigenvectors are so important. Eigenvectors help you transform and make your data much more careful. So for example, let me show you what an eigenvector looks like. Okay, so I have a particular rectangle and I have a lot of vectors, but for my example I'm just going to be using 2 vectors. Okay, I have a v1 and v2. These vectors are basically trying to explain all the data that is there in the particular rectangle. What happens if I perform the sharing operation? When I perform the sharing operation, my v1 vector has changed its direction completely. It was at some other direction, and after sharing or after performing some operation, it has completely changed its dimensionality, its direction. All the information that it held initially has now completely been changed. Whereas my v2, it has not changed its direction. Yes, it has moved forward. It has multiplied, but it gives me the same information that it was giving me earlier also. So that becomes an eigenvector. Think of this now in the form of a matrix. If my matrix is changing so drastically, how will I be able to perform operations on it? It becomes really difficult. Okay, so for example, think of the vector v2 as a list, which is then just multiplied by 2. It does not make a difference. Why? It's because even if I multiply by 2, it's just going to double the value. But the operation that I want to do on it, the information that it is giving it to me, that's the same. So that's the reason eigenvectors are so important. And what are eigenvalues? The values that we perform on these eigenvectors are all that are eigenvalues. It's that simple to understand. So that is all you need to know about eigenvectors. All the data which is not transforming anything is basically the data that you should be learning with. What are the applications that linear algebra helps us with? You have the first and foremost, which is the principal component analysis, PCA. It is used for dimensionality reduction and it helps increase the quality of data. Then you are working with applying transformations. It helps in encoding. It helps in the single value decomposition, where it is again reducing the dimensionality of a single value data. And then it is used for natural language processing, for latent semantic analysis, optimization of your deep learning models. All of this can be achieved through linear algebra. So it is a very important aspect of machine learning. Once we are done with all of this, let's start our coding for PCA. We will now be coding for principal component analysis. Let me show you how it really works. So I am having all the programs already prepared for you guys, so we do not extend this big tutorial even more further. Let me go to the presentation mode. So what happens over here is I am having these important libraries, which are import numpy as np. Then I have the pyplot as plt. And then from sklearn.decomposition, import the PCA. So principal component analysis is already present. I'm just going to import it from sklearn. So I'm going to get a range of around 200, 300, how much ever it is. After I'm getting that particular range, I'm going to get data. I'm going to get all of that data and then I'm going to put it into my particular list. So what happens over here? I have np.dot and in the range of 2,2 and it is in the range of 2,200. So in the range of 2,200, whatever numbers that you can randomly generate, please give it to me. And then dot t. Why is it dot t? It's because all of this which I'm going to get is basically in the form of a column. I do not want it in the form of a column. I want it in the form of a row. So that is the reason I'm using dot t. Dot t is used to transform it. So I'm just going to scatter that on the plot and then show it to you guys. That is what this particular function does. And then I am doing PCA is equal to PCA of n components is equal to 2. And then I'm going to fit the data into it. And then I have a function which is to draw the vector. So I'm going to do arrow props, dictionary style, all of that I've just given the styling over here. And then I'm going to annotate and draw it accordingly. So this is my draw vector function. And then I'm just going to scatter plot everything that I had. So I have the vector. How am I going to get a vector? It's using this particular formula, which is the vector and 3 and np.sqrt. So what is PCA explained variance and components? Okay. So if you remember, I had fit PCA with the data that I have generated, right? So explained variance is basically going to tell me how much is the variance between my data points and what are the components that are really required that I look at and perform my analysis on them. So these are what the required components are for me. And after I do all of that, I'm going to get another vector. I'll show that to you guys. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find one component only over here and I'm going to fit the data. Okay. And I'm going to transform and perform the inverse transform so that I am going to get a particular linear line which I can just look at and find all the important aspects of the data that I wanted to from it. Let me run the program and let me show you all the outputs. So as you can see here, this is all the data that I had generated using the dot function of the random generating thing. So this is all the random data that I have generated. Then what I did, I had to find out two components, right? Then what I had to do, I had to find out two components. What can I understand from this particular information? This one is a small vector. So this small vector means that this is the only amount of information that it can give. whereas this vector is so long. What this means is that the longer the length of the vector is, the more information that it can pass to me. Simple enough, right? Longer the length of the vector, the more information that it can pass to me. So what all information I have through this particular vector, all of this is going to give me the best for my analysis. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get all the data points that are according to this vector. So as you can see here, all of these data points are very, very important for my analysis. So this is how I converted such a big, huge data set into one particular line. And if I follow all these points, I'm going to get almost the same amount of information the whole data set is going to give it to me. As you can see, this was such a huge data set, but it's just come up to just one line. It's so easy. Think if you're working with tons and tons of data, it becomes really, really difficult when you're working with it. That's the reason use PCA. And it's just not use PCA. Make sure that you're able to reduce the data as much as you can so that you can get at least all the amount of information that you can from that particular data. You do not need all the data, but you need the information from that data. That is basically how PCA works. I hope it was clear to you guys. So basically, that was all we needed to learn from linear algebra, and I hope it was clear to you guys. So now that we know all about vectors, let's move over to multivariate calculus. Multivariate calculus is one of the most important parts of the mathematics in machine learning. It helps us solve the second most important problem that we are facing in developing machine learning models. The first problem is obviously the pre-processing of the data. The next is the optimization of the model. Multivariate calculus helps us to optimize and increase the performance of a model and give us the most reliable results. So how does something that almost half the class hated help us solve such a problem? So let's break all the ice that's surrounding this, but before that we need to understand the basics. So let's calculus. So the first topic in calculus is a differentiation. Differentiation is basically breaking down the function into several parts so that you can understand every element and analyze it in depth. They are very helpful in finding the sensitivity of a function to the varying inputs. A good function gives you a good output, which can be described using a rather easy equation. The same cannot be said for a bad function. So for example, right here I have y is equal to e power x. It is really easy to tell that, okay, if it is e power x, this is going to be the graph for it. But look at y is equal to 1 by x. It is such a horrendous graph that I cannot explain it using a particular equation. Those are the types of equations. Those are the good functions and the bad functions. We know all of this, but what are we really after? So let's do all of that right now. Okay, so most of us already know all of this, but what are we really after? So let's understand that with a really simple example. So let's assume that we have a car moving in a single direction only and is already in motion. So if we plot a graph of its speed versus time, it communicates to us how the speed varies as the time keeps increasing and it halts after a certain point. Now if we want to know the rate at which the speed varies with respect to the time, it turns out to be that we are actually finding the acceleration. The acceleration of the car can be plotted as follows. So what this means is that acceleration is actually a derivative of speed because the speed we have here is just the magnitude and does not hold any more factors, just for simplifying everything. So if there was no speed, there would be no acceleration. It's as simple as that. Now that we have the acceleration, we can justify whether the car had a varying or a constant change in its speed, whether it was moving or not, and much more. But in this case, that is all we need. Now think that you want to find the change in acceleration between a certain range in a time span. Okay. We mark 2 points, x and some variable which is a small portion more than x. We can denote this using x plus delta x. So let's denote this on the graph. So you can see it as it's shown over here. Now we know that this range has many values in between. But what if we want to know the rate of change only between one point and the next? We know that this is really kind of impossible because between a range, there are countless numbers as the function is continuous. Thus, we approximate that the limit or the step between two input variables is 0. Remember that this 0 that we are assuming is only the smallest possible value that we can make up, and it is not the absolute 0. If we ever work with absolute 0, we would never have had any functions at all. So if you are still confused, this number is basically some value of 0.00000. It just keeps going and then some numbers ahead, but it is never really zero. That is the only way that we can put this as, okay? So now that we have understood what we are really trying to find, let's make it a general equation. So let's derive the derivation formula. So the derivation formula is f dash of x is equal to limit delta x tends to 0, which is not exactly 0, but we are assuming it to be 0 point something. So we are just going to write 0. And then we have f of x plus delta x minus f of x divided by delta x. That is how the formula comes into existence. This helps us find the rate of change between one point to the other. It is such an important concept as it plays a huge role in the optimization of machine learning models. You need to understand that this is the first order of derivation only. If we differentiate the output of the first differentiation, it becomes the second order differentiation and so on. But that is all the introduction we need from differentiation. So now that we have the basic idea and formula of derivation, let's move over and understand some of the important rules that we need in differentiation. So the first rule that we will be talking about is the power rule. So whenever you have a function which has a variable with some power, you can basically use this formula and solve the equation much more faster. So for example, let's say that I had an equation called as f is equal to 3x square. So let me put this into the formula. So I have f dash of x is equal to limit x tends to 0, 3 of x plus delta x the whole square minus 3x whole square divided by delta x. So x plus delta x the whole square becomes a formula. Let me expand it. And then this is what I actually get. Plus x square and minus x square get cancelled, and then I have delta x which is being removed out of there. So delta x and delta x also get cancelled. Then I have 3 into delta x plus 2x. So I'm going to put the value of delta x is equal to 0 into the equation, which is not exactly 0, but it is so small that I can ignore it. So I have 3 into 2x, which becomes 6x. So that's how I had to solve the whole entire equation, right? So what about the power rule? Power rule is just 3 and whatever number I had, right? So if it is 3x square, let me take out 3 because 3 I am going to treat it as a constant. So x square. So x to the power of 2. So then what I do? I bring 2 down, which is n, and then I have x of n minus 1. So it is 2 minus 1. So it becomes 3 into 2x, which is equal to 6x. So I get the entire same answer, but I just had to do it in 3 steps. I can actually do it either in 1 step, but just for simplification, I've done it like this. The next rule that we are going to be studying is the rule of sum. So if you have a particular function which is the sum of two variables, their differentiation's sum also is the differentiation of the whole function. So if you have f of x1 plus x2, it will be x1 dash plus x2 dash. A simple example will be 3x square plus 5x. Okay, so I'm going to solve the equation right now. 3x square, I hope you remember, I just showed it to you before. And the same thing goes for 5x also. So 5x plus 5 delta x minus 5. And then I'm going to just, cancel out 5x's. And then I have delta x being cancelled out. And then I have x square minus x square being cancelled out. So the whole same process goes on. Then delta x gets cancelled. Then I have 6x plus 5. So I'm going to use the same rule that we learned earlier. That was the power rule. And then I have 3 into 2x plus 5. So I get 6x plus 5. This is basically how the sum rule works. Next, I have something called as the product rule. So if I have a function which is in the form of x into 2x or something like that, the differentiation is very simple. This is how the differentiation looks. If it is f dash of x1 into x2, that is equal to x1 dash into x2 plus x2 dash into x1. That is how you're going to find out the differentiation. And the next rule that we are going to look at is the chain rule. So basically, if I have f dash of g dash of x, it will be f dash of g into x dot g dash of x. This is a very simple example and it's really easy to understand. So if you want to learn more about the common functions, I have my blog which is also put up in the description, and you can go ahead, click over there and learn more about the common functions. Okay. So now that we have understood all the basics that we really needed from differentiation, we'll now be moving over to partial differentiation. Partial differentiation is an important concept that most of us have ignored throughout our academy. What has partial differentiation helped us achieve might be the question that most of you may be having right now. So let me give you an example so that you can understand its importance. Okay? Suppose you are a car designer who deals with the exterior of the car only. You have been given the task to maximize the performance of the car. So how do you do that? You do not go into the car, you do not take out the engine, you do not tune the engine. You are not supposed to do any of that. You just are going to change the particular exterior of the car. So what's happening over here? You know that even the engine and all the other tires and all that, all those are variables also that come to making the car better in its performance. But you are not going to do that. You're not supposed to do that because you are only going to deal with the exterior of the car. Those variables of the engine and all of that, those are kept constant. If those are kept constant, that means that those variables will be performed by somebody else. You are just going to look at your particular variable that you have to change. That is the exterior of the car. So this is how partial differentiation comes into play. You are just going to change one particular variable. All the other variables become a constant. Okay, it's that simple. So what do? You would change the windshields, change the body if necessary, air vents, and many, many more. I've just given whatever I could find. You are just changing what is necessary. That is basically what is partial differentiation. So what are the equations that partial differentiation goes according with? Now, if you can see, it is the f dash of x, y, and z. If you remember the previous slides, we were just working on one variable that is x, which is x1, x2, which may be x squared, 3x, 5x. It was all on x. Partial differentiation is not like that. It is x, y, z, whatever variables it can find. So that is what makes partial differentiation much more realistic, much more easier to understand. Because you are just going to change your factors, your variables. You're going to keep everything else constant. So let's say, for example, you have to find it with respect to y. So y and z become a constant, f dash of x. If you want to find it with respect to y, x and z become a constant, f dash of y. With respect to z, x and y become a constant, f dash of z. So what is the complete differentiation? It is the addition of all the three differentiations that we've just found out. So this is how partial differentiation works. Let's show you an example. So if I have a function which is x square plus 3y plus 4xz square, how am I going to find the differentiation of this? So with respect to x, y becomes a constant, so it is 0. And then you have a 2x plus a 4z square. So with respect to y, x square plus 4xz square become a constant, so I'll just have 3. So with respect to z, it will become x square becomes a constant, 3y becomes a constant, and then 4xz square is what I am going to differentiate. So I will have 8xz. So what is the total differentiation? It is a 2x plus 4z square plus 8xz plus 3. So I hope you've understood this really simple example of it. So this is how partial differentiation works. So what are the applications that multivariate calculus comes into play? We have something called as the Jacobian vector. Now what is the Jacobian vector? It is basically differentiating the vector once. Jacobian is basically differentiating the vector once and then putting it into the form of a matrix. That becomes the Jacobian vector. It helps in finding the global maximum of the data set. It is pointing to the maximum data that is there in the data set. And it also helps in linearizing a non-linear function to a linear at a particular point. So that's how the Jacobian helps. So differentiating the Jacobian or differentiating the actual vector twice gives us the Hessian. And it is used in minimizing the errors. It is used in deep learning models, gradient descent for optimizing all the weights and all of that. So that is how multivariate calculus helps us in real life. Let me show you how the gradient descent works. I already have code ready for you guys. Let me go back to the presentation mode. I have a particular import, which is the NumPy. And then I have the sigmoid function, which is basically 1 divided by 1 minus e to the power of minus SOP. So this is what I'm going to return back to it. And then I have the error, that is a predicted minus target whole square, or x to the power of 2. This is what the error is basically. And then I have the errors derivation, which I'm going to use over here. So that is basically 2x, or 2 into predicted minus the target part. And then I have the actual function over here, which is sigmoid into 1 minus sigmoid, which is the activation function, which is basically trying to find if my particular model is working or not. And then I have the derivation of it, which is just basically x. And then I have the updating function of the weight. So I'm just going to get the weight, I'm going to get the gradient, and I'm going to get learning rate. And I'm going to basically keep trying to, find out the best way that I can find my weight. So here's my function. I have x is equal to 0.1, which is my input. And then I have the target, which is 0.3. And I'm going to have a learning rate of 0.01. And then I'm going to get a random number, which is the weight of it. And then this is the initial weight. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to find the value of y and x, and I'm going to find the errors also. And then I'm going to find all the gradients, and then I'm going to pass the gradient into it and then update the weight. Let me show you an example now how increasing the number of steps is going to make me reach my target much more better. So as you can see, my initial weight was 0.50 thing and all that, and I have just run this for 10 times, right? Let me change this to 1000. My input is 0.1 and this is 0.3. I have to make 0.1 as 0.3, right? So let me run this again. It is still at 0.50. Let me add another 0, which is 10,000 times. Let me run this. So as you can see, it has now become 0.47, which is much more better than what we were actually doing. Let me add another 0 over here. So this is going to take a lot of time because the amount of, steps to be performed are more. But as you can see over there, which was 0.5 previously has now come up to 0.36, which is much, much better than what we were actually getting. Let me add another 0. Let me run it again. 4.6, 4.4, 4.0. As you can see, it is reducing. It's just reducing. The input and our output is almost close enough. What we really needed, the target was 0.3. And as you can see here, we've already reached 0.30 and all the numbers that are succeeding it, right? If you remember, we had 10 steps, which would just give us 0.50 or 51 something. Now for the amount of times it has learned, it has become much, much, much better than what we were previously getting. So now it is 0.300002 something. It's still reducing. It is still reducing. So this is how the gradient design works. It keeps repeating, learning. This is the final output that we've achieved. 0.3000577, and it is much, much, much better than what we were already getting from the output. So this is how the gradient descent works. It uses differentiation. Where is the derivation over here? This is my derivation function. This is my derivation function. So these derivation functions are what are helping me to get my new error. And then put that into the gradient descent function, and then basically find and make my weight much more better so that I can get the output, which is from my input 0.1, I have to get the target of 0.3. So I hope you've understood how the gradient descent works. It keeps going in, and it uses differentiation a lot. So I hope that was very easy for you guys to understand. So with that, we have come to the end of all that was required from multivariate calculus. Let's move over to the next topic, which is probability. So what is probability? Probability is measuring how likely an event will occur. What this means is that how much are you sure, or how much quantity that you can give to your sureness that this particular event is going to happen. So that is what is probability. It is the ratio of the desired outcomes by the total outcomes, right? So with that particular formula, you will be able to understand what is the probability. It is the desired outcomes by the total outcomes. So always remember that probabilities always come up to 1. So if you have 0.6, that means you have a 60% probability that this particular thing will happen. If you have 0.6 of something happening and 0.4 of something not happening, they always sum up to 1. Remember, probabilities always sum up to 1. So some examples that I've given over here are rolling a dice. There are 6 possibilities, right? So every possibility has one outcome out of the 6 outcomes. So for example, the probability of getting a number 2 is 1 by 6. So that is the probability of getting a number 2. This is basically what is probability. So what are the terminologies that you need to understand when it comes to probability? There are 3 things, okay? You need to understand what is a random experiment, what is a sample space, and what are the events. Let's understand all of these terminologies one by one now. So what is a random experiment? It is an experiment or a process for which the outcome cannot be predicted with certainty. So for example, if I give you a dice, okay, and I tell you to roll it and tell me the number that you're going to get it. You are not sure because that's a random experiment. You have this uncertainty whether this particular event will happen or not, okay? So that process where you roll a dice and all of that, that is a random experiment. So what is the sample space? The entire possible set of outcomes of a random experiment is the sample space of that experiment. It's really simple, right? I tell you to roll a dice, there are 6 outcomes. So it can be either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That particular range of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the sample space. It is all the possible outcomes for the random experiment that you've been doing. Simple enough. So what is an event? An event is one or more outcomes of the experiment. So if I told you, roll the dice, you get a number 1, that is an event. You roll the dice again, you get a number 6, that is an event. So what outcome you get from your random experiment is called the event. There are 2 types of events. There are joint events and disjoint events. Let's understand both of these. So joint events have common outcomes, right? Joint events can be together. That is what is a joint event. For example, you have a student who can get 100 marks in statistics and 100 marks in probability. The outcome of a ball that can be delivered can be a no ball also, and it can be a 6 also. And it can be possible are called joint events. Disjoint events do not have common outcomes. So the outcome of a ball that is to be delivered cannot be a 6 and a hit wicket or something like that, okay? So a single card cannot be a king and a queen together, and a man cannot be alive and dead at the same time. So those are disjoint events. Those are not at all possible to happen. Now that we've understood all the types of events, we need to understand the distributions. So now we have 3 distributions that come under probability. We have the probability density function, we have the normal distribution, and central limit theorem. So let's understand all of these distributions one by one. So the first one is PDF, probability distribution function. So the probability now can be described using an equation. The equation that describes a continuous probability distribution is called the probability density function. I hope it's very clear to you. If it is not, let me just simplify it even more. You have a function which is going to describe the probability of something happening in the form of a graph. It's that simple enough to understand. You have a function which will give you the probability which you can plot a graph on. So that is the reason it is a continuous probability distribution. Okay. As you can see here, you have A and B. Between the range of A and B is the most likely that something is going to happen. So now that you've understood what a PDF is, let's understand the properties of the PDF. The graph of the PDF will always be continuous. It's simple enough to understand that. Then the area bounded by the curve of the density function and the x-axis is always going to be 1. And the probability that a random variable assumes a value between A and B is equal to the area under the PDF bounded by A and B. What this means is basically if you have any particular value or any particular probability that is between A and B, it is going to be equal to the area that is bounded by A and B, the probability value. So that is basically what a probability density function is. So next we have the normal distribution. So what is a normal distribution? It is a probability distribution that associates the normal random variable x with a cumulative probability. So how do you find this particular cumulative probability? It is using this formula, which is y is equal to 1 by sigma into the square root of 2 pi into e to the power of minus x minus mu into 2 divided by 2 sigma 2, where x is the normal random variable that we have just taken up, then mu is the mean, and sigma is the standard deviation. And this is how the normal distribution looks like. The graph of the normal distribution depends on basically two factors, which is the mean and the standard deviation. So the mean determines the location of the center of the graph, and the standard deviation determines the height of the graph. So if you have a very big deviation between, your variables, it becomes a very short graph and very wide graph. Whereas if you have a good deviation, which is, very less, you will have a tall graph. That is basically what's going to happen over here. That is all we have from normal distribution. Then the central limit theorem. So this is basically a theorem which is stating that the probability is always going to be in the center of the graph. Let me tell you the statement of this. The central limit theorem states that the sampling distribution of the mean of any independent random variable will be normal or nearly normal if the sample size is large enough. So what this basically means is that the distribution of your mean or your samples are always going to be near the center or always going to be near the mean of your graph if your sample size is much large enough. So what this means is that if your sample size is very big, it is going to be a normal distribution. It is as simple as that. So as you can see, if I have n is equal to 1 component, you can see the graph as it increases to 3, as it increases to 10, as it increases to 50. So as you can see, it almost becomes nearly identical to a normal distribution. So that is what the central limit theorem is. So once we are done with that, we will look at the types of probability. We have marginal probability, joint probability, and conditional probability. Let's understand each of this. So what is marginal probability? Marginal probability is the probability of occurrence of a single event. If I flip a coin, it is going to be either a head or a tail. That occurrence of that single event is called as a marginal probability. So for example, I have a deck of cards here, and I randomly take out a card from there, and I want it to be a hard card, right? So that will be the probability, which is 13 by 2, and it can be expressed by this particular formula. So once we are done with marginal probability, let's go to joint probability. What is joint probability? It is the measure of two events happening at the same time. So the same example over here, I have a deck of cards out of which I want to take out the ace, which is a hearts. So it has to be a ace card and it has to be a heart card, which will be the probability giving me 1 by 52. So now that we've understood what is joint probability, let's understand what is conditional probability. So the probability that depends on something already happened is called as the conditional probability. It is basically the outcome of the event is based on the occurrence of a previous event or an outcome. Conditional probability of an event B is the probability that an event will occur given that A event has already occurred. What are the two types of formula that we have in conditional probability? If A and B are dependent events, then the expression for the conditional probability is given by P of B by A is equal to P of A and B divided by P of A. If A and B are independent events, that means the expression will be P of B only. So it is just the probability of B occurring. Whereas if they are dependent events, means that if you want to find the probability of B, A already has to be occurred. So it is a probability of A and B divided by the probability of A. So that is basically all the introduction that was required from probability. We now have Bayes' theorem. So what is Bayes' theorem? It shows the relationship of one conditional probability and its inverse. What is Bayes' theorem? It shows the relation between one conditional probability and its inverse. So this is the formula, that is P of A by B is equal to P of B by A into P of A divided by the P of B. So what does this particular thing mean? So what we are trying to find out is the probability of the occurrence of A given that B has already occurred is equal to the probability of B occurring when A is already there and the P of A, which is the prior probability, which is something that we already think of, and then the probability of B occurring. So this is basically what the Bayes' theorem is. Let me give you an example for it, okay? Suppose you're a doctor and you're running a clinic where you test if a patient has a liver problem or not. All the previous patients that had come to you, out of them, 10% of your patients had liver problems, okay? So all the patients that had come before, they had around 15% probability that they were drinking. So now we have found out the probability of A and probability of B, the prior probability and the probability of B. So what was the probability that out of all of those patients, even though they had a liver problem, they were drinking? It is 5%, which is P of A by B. Hence, the Bayes theorem says that the probability that a new patient, whoever is entering, will have a particular liver disease is calculated by 0.05 into 0.10 divided by 0.15 is equal to 3.33%. What this means is that if a new patient is going into the clinic, there is a chance of 3.33% that that particular person is also having a liver problem. This is basically how the Bayes theorem works. So what are the applications of probability? Probability helps you to optimize your model. Classification of our algorithms also requires probability. The loss can also be calculated using a probability. Then models are built on probability. So let me show you how the naive Bayes classifier works over here. So let me go to naive Bayes. This is the naive Bayes classifier. So let me tell you what I have done over here. I have imported the data sets, the metrics, and all the required naive Bayes classifier, and I've imported the Gaussian naive Bayes classifier. The Gaussian is also another name for the normal distribution. Okay, so normal distributions are also called as the Gaussian naive Bayes classifiers. And why I have done this is because I had visualized it and I came to know that it was a normal distribution. Okay, so I load the iris, that is the load iris dataset, and I load a model, and then I'm just going to fit the model. Okay, then I'm going to get the predicted model of it, and then I'm just going to basically find all the metrics of it. So basically, let me show it to you. What is the precision, recall of all of that? So this is all the accuracy. Then my model has an accuracy of 96%, and this is the confusion matrix, which means that out of 50 it was able to classify all the 50 correctly. Then out of 50 it classified 47 correctly and 3 were wrong. And then out of 50 again over here, 3 were classified wrong and 47 were classified correct. So this is the naive Bayes classifier. So as you can see, probability is actually being used in all of this. The Gaussian naive Bayes classifier already does all of that. So we do not need to worry about it much more. So now that we have finished up everything that we needed to do from probability, let's move over to the last topic for today, statistics. What is statistics? Statistics is an area of applied mathematics concerned with data collection, analysis, interpretation, and presentation. What this means is that you are going to analyze, understand all the data that you've collected and how you're going to present it. So for example, your company has created a new drug that may cure cancer. How would you conduct a test to confirm the drug's effectiveness? What are you going to do? You are basically going to collect a large amount of people around. You're going to take all of those people. You're going to, give them basically the new drug that you have created, and then you're going to interpret all the results that you get from it, and then you're going to present that out of, let's say, 1,000 people, around 900 of them were cured or 950 were cured. So all of those parts come under statistics. Okay, so I hope you've understood that. What are the terminologies that you need to understand when you work with statistics? There is population and there is sample. So what is population? It is the collection or a set of individuals or objects whose properties are to be analyzed. All the data that you have collected is called as the population. So out of all the data that you've collected, you take out a set of data for your analysis. That set of data is called a sample. So what is a sample? A subset of the population is called as a sample. So a well-chosen sample will contain most of the information about the population parameter. So how do you choose the sample? The sample needs to be chosen such that all the data that the population is trying to convey can be conveyed through the sample itself. So that is what is population and sample. Now that we've understood the basic terminologies, let's look at some of the sampling techniques that we have in statistics. So sampling can be classified as probabilistic and non-probabilistic type of approaches. So in probabilistic sampling, we have random sampling, systematic sampling, and stratified sampling. In non-probabilistic one, we have snowball, quota, judgment, convenience, and all of that. Okay. So, but for machine learning, we do not need to take a look at the non-probabilistic approach. We just need the probabilistic approach. So we will be now covering about random sampling, systematic sampling, and stratified sampling. So let's go ahead with that. So what is random sampling? you take out a sample randomly out of the population. That is basically what is random sampling. Each member of the population has an equal chance of being selected in the sample. So that is what is random sampling. So what is systematic sampling? Systematic sampling is basically you follow a particular order out of which how the sample has to be taken. As you can see here, I have 6 particular groups. Now from this 6 particular groups, I'm going to take all the even ones, right? So that will be 2, 4 and 6. That is basically how the systematic sampling works. I follow a system. I follow an order of how I'm going to take the sample. So once we are done with that, what is stratified sampling? What is a stratum, first of all? A stratum is basically a subset of the population that shares at least one common characteristic, which is the gender, which I have taken over here. So as you can see here, I have the whole population, out of which I have found out one property that is common between all of them. That is gender. They are either male or female. So I'm going to break the whole population based on that. I'm going to break my population into the male subset and the female subset. So after that, I'm going to apply the random sampling and I am going to take out all the samples that I am going to be needing. Okay. So once I have now broken down my particular subsets, now I'm just going to be using random sampling and take out all the samples that are required by me. So this is what is stratified sampling. So what are the types of statistics that we need to infer from? We have descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. So let's understand each of these right now. Okay. So what is descriptive statistics? Descriptive statistics is mainly used to focus upon the main characteristics of the data. It provides the graphical summary of the data. So as you can see over there, descriptive statistics uses the data to provide descriptions of the population, either through numbers or calculations or graphs or tables. Okay. So as you can see here, I have my shirt and there can be either 3 particular sizes. There can be the most minimum one, the most average one, and the most maximum one. And all of that is based on the weight of the person. Suppose, for example, if a person weighs 60, he's going to get the maximum one. If the person weighs 40, he's going to get the average one. The person weighs 20, he's going to get the minimum one. So that is how I am describing my data and I'm going to infer data from it. So that is descriptive statistics. So what is inferential statistics? Inferential statistics makes inferences and predictions about a population based on the sample that is being taken from it. So what this means is basically I'm going to generalize a large data set and apply probability and draw a conclusion to it. So it allows me to, infer data parameters based on the statistical models which is using the sample data. I have a whole bunch of population out of which they can tell me they have either the large size or the medium size or the small size. So according to their sizes, I'm going to supply them the t-shirts. So this is basically what are the 2 types of statistics. There are descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics, what does it do? It describes the data. Whereas inferential statistics takes information from the data and then analyzes accordingly to however we want it to. So these are the 2 types of statistics. Let's go in depth with descriptive statistics. What is descriptive statistics? It is used to describe and understand the features of a specific set of data. So what is descriptive statistics? It is a method used to describe and understand the features of a specific data set by giving short summaries about the samples and measures of the data. In descriptive statistics, it is broken down into the measures of center and the measures of variability. So what does measures of center have? Measures of center has the mean, median, and the mode, whereas the measures of center have the range, interquartile range, variance, and standard deviation. So let's understand all of this right now. So for example, here you can see that I have a data set of a car which contains the variables, the car, the mileage, the cylinder type, the displacement, the horsepower, and the real axle ratio. So I'm going to find out the mean. So what is a mean? Mean is the average of all the samples. So for example, if I want to find the mean of the horsepower, I'm going to just add the values and divide it by the number of values. So I get 103.625. This is the mean of the horsepower. So what is the median? It is the measure of the central value of the sample set. That is what is a median. So let me show you how to find it for the miles per gallon. To find the order of the center value, you have to basically arrange it in the ascending order. Okay. So you have 21, 21, 21.3, 22.8, 23, and accordingly. Now I have to take the two middle values. Okay. So that will be 22.8 plus 23 divided by 2. That becomes 22.9. So that is the median of my sample. Next, let's move over to mode. The value which is most recurrent in the sample set is called as the mode. So let me find the mode for the cylinder type. What is most recurring, the 6-stroke or the 4-stroke? I can see here that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 times that the cylinders type of 6-stroke has been repeated, and 3 times cylinder type 4-stroke has been repeated. So 6 becomes the mode of the data. Okay. So now that we have understood all that is required from measures of center, let's move over to the measures of spread. So a measure of spread is also called as a measure of dispersion, is used to describe the variability in the sample or the population. Okay. So the first one is a range. Range is the given measure of how spread apart the values are in a data set. So it is the maximum value minus the minimum value, which gives us the range. So what is an interquartile range? Quartiles tell us about the spread of the data by breaking the data into many quarters, just like the median breaks itself. So for example, if I have 8 datas over here, I can break it down into 3 quarters, where I have a 1, 2, then I have 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, which become different samples accordingly. Okay. How do I find what is the interquartile range? So how will I find the interquartile range of this? Okay. So the first quartile Q1 comes between the 25th and the 26th. So it'll be 45 plus 45 divided by 2. That becomes 45. The second one comes under 50 and 51st. And that will be 58 plus 59 by 2. That will be 58.5. And the next one comes at 75 and 76. That is 71 plus 71 divided by 2, which is always 71. So that is basically what is an interquartile range. It is the measure of variability based on the dividing set into the quartiles. So that is basically how you break down the interquartile range, and it is the measure of variability based on dividing the set into quartiles. So quartiles divide a rank ordered data set into 4 equal parts, which would be Q1, Q2, and Q3 respectively. And the interquartile range is measured by Q3 minus Q1. So if you can see this, you have the whole data, which is 100%, and you have broken down the data into 25% each. So the quartiles come in between the first Q1, Q2, and Q3. So those are the interquartile ranges. So now that we've understood that, let's move over to variance. So variance describes how much a random variable differs from its expected value. It entails the computing squares of the deviations. So that is how you find the variance, which is s square is equal to the summation of 1 to n is equal to 1, xi minus x bar, the whole square divided by n. So xi is the value and x bar is the mean. I hope that's simple for you to understand. What does a variance mean? It means the difference between the data which it should have actually been. So what does the variance actually try to tell you? Okay, it basically means that the data which should have been something and what it really is, what is the difference between them, how much it differs from each other. So that is what is the variance. So what is a standard deviation? Deviation is the difference between each element from the mean. So I have xi and I have the mean. What is the difference between each of them is the deviation. So what is the population variance? The population variance is given by this particular formula, that is sigma square is equal to 1 by n. The whole summation of I is equal to 1 to n is equal to xi minus mu the whole square. Once we have found out the population variance, what is the sample variance? So it is s square is equal to 1 divided by n minus 1, the summation of I equal to 1 to n, and xi minus x bar the whole square. That is the sample variance. So what is the standard deviation? Standard deviation is the measure of the dispersion of a set of data from its mean. What the standard deviation is trying to tell you is basically that how much this data is trying to disperse from its actual data. So how is that given by? It is given by 1 divided by n, summation of I equal to 1 to n xi minus mu the whole square, which is basically the variance's square root. So that is standard deviation. So how do you find the standard deviation? I'm just going to give you an example over here. So say for example, Daenerys has 20 dragons and they have the numbers accordingly. So how do you work out the standard deviation? So the mean is given by adding all the numbers, dividing it by 20. So mu is equal to 7. And then what is the standard deviation? So it'll be xi minus mu the whole square. So it'll be 9 minus 7 the whole square is equal to 2 square is equal to 4. Then you have 2 minus 7, all accordingly. You keep on going and you get the following results, which is 4, 25, 4, 9, 25, 0 accordingly. Once you have done that, put that into the formula. So you have this formula accordingly. So we get the variance square is equal to 8.99, and the standard deviation will just be the square root of 8.9, which will be 2.983. What this means is that with a value of 2.983, the values are differing from the mean. So if you are trying to add 2.983 to all the other values, you will be getting something which is much more similar and much more realistic and much more, closer to the mean of the. So that is how standard deviation works. Now that we've understood all of that, we have a very classic example of information gain. So what does information gain help us with? This is an ideology that comes into picture for decision trees. So let's understand the basic concepts of what we require in information gain. So the first topic that we need to understand is entropy. So what is entropy? Entropy measures the impurity or uncertainty that is present in a data, and it is given by the formula h of s is equal to minus summation of minus 1 to the power of n p of I log base 2 p of I, where s is all the instances in the dataset, n is the number of the distinct class values, and p of I is the event probability. Because entropy is the impurity that a data has. So what is information gain? Information gain is how much information a particular feature will give to the final outcome. So that is given by gain of A of s is equal to h of s, which is the entropy, minus summation of j is equal to 1 to v, s of j divided by j into h of s of j is equal to h of s minus h of a by s. H of s is the entropy of the whole data set. S of j is the number of instances with j and a value of attribute a. S is the total number of data sets. V is the distinct value of attribute a. H is the entropy of the data set with value a, and entropy of attribute a. So these are all the requirements. So let me give you an example of information gain. You can see the data set over here, which is for 14 days, and the particular, attributes that are given to it. So the forecast is to find out whether the match will be played or not according to the weather conditions. So this is what we are trying to find. Here we have 5 no's and 9 yeses. So we have the outlook, and then we have sunny, overcast, and rainy. So in sunny, we have 3 no's and 2 yeses. In overcast, we have 4 yeses and 0 no's. And in rainy, we have 3 yes and 2 no's. So how are we going to find out which particular node is going to, attribute the most to it? So let's find out the entropy first for the whole data, which is 9 instances say yes and 5 instances say no. So we have a minus 9 by 14 log base 2 of 9 by 14 minus 5 by 14 log 2 of 5 by 14 is equal to 0.940. So what this means is that the data that we have has 0.940 times bad data. Means it cannot give us much information. There is much more impurity in the data. So let's move over. The first step in information gain is to find the root variable. So how are we going to find the root variable? We are going to take all of the attributes and find the information gain from them. We have outlook, we have windy, humidity, and temperature. So let's find out the information gain. So for information gain of windy, we have 6 instances true and 8 instances false, right? So h of s is equal to 0.940 minus 8 into 14, and as you can see, all the other variables. So the gain that we have achieved from windy is 0.048, which is really, really less. So for outlook, the same thing happens over here. We have the information gain that is being passed by it is 0.247. Then we have the information gain from humidity, that is 0.15, which is also really good. And then we have temperature, which is 0.029. You can pause and look at the steps if you want to. Out of all the gains that we have, the variable with the highest information gain is used to split the data. So outlook has 0.247, windy has 0.048, gain has 0.151 and gain of temperature is equal to 0.029. So what are we going to choose? We are going to choose Outlook. Why is that? It's because it has the highest information gain. So that becomes our root node. That is a simple example of how statistics is used in the information gain. Next, let's move over to the confusion matrix. So what is a confusion matrix? Confusion matrix is a table that is often used to describe the performance of a classification model. So it is a table that is used to describe the performance of a classification model on the set of test data. So how are you going to calculate the accuracy of this? It will be true positives plus true negatives divided by true positive, true negative, false positive, false negatives. So if you are confused with what is true positive, true negative, false positives, false negatives, let me explain that to you right now. Let's say, for example, there are two possible predictor classes which are yes or no. The classifier made a total of 165 predictions. That means 165 predictions were total. So out of the 165 cases, the classifier predicted yes 110 times and no 55 times. So in reality, 105 patients only had the disease and 60 patients did not. So how are we going to put this into the table? So as you can see here in the table, we have n is equal to 165. Then we have predicted no and predicted yes, actual no and actual yes. So if our classifier predicted it no and it was actually no, that is the correct output. If it predicted yes and it was actually yes, that is also the correct output. But it predicted it as yes and it was actually no, that means it has made a mistake. And it predicted no but it was actually yes, it has still made a mistake. What are the correct values over here? Which is 50 and 100. So 50 and 100 are the correct values and 10 and 5 are the wrong values. What is a true positive? True positive are which it was predicted as yes and they actually have the disease. True negatives are predicted no and they did not have the disease. False positives are classifier predicted it as yes but they did not have the disease, and false negatives we predicted no but they also had the disease. So this is basically what a confusion matrix is, and it is helpful in finding out the performance of the classifier that you are working with. So that is what is a confusion matrix. Next comes inferential statistics. It is a method where we infer and understand what the data is trying to communicate with us. So it is broken down into 2 points. It is a point estimation and interval estimation. So let's understand about point estimation. Point estimation is concerned with the use of a sample data to measure a single value which serves as an approximate value or the best estimate of an unknown population parameter. So you have such a huge population of India, right? Out of that, you're just going to randomly take out some sample of it. You're going to find out the sample mean, and this sample should be so good enough that it is going to estimate the whole mean of the population. So this is how you use point estimation and try to approximate it for the whole, population. So what are the different methods? We have methods of movement, methods of likelihood, Bayes estimator, and best unbiased estimators. So estimates are found out by equating the first k sample movements to the corresponding k population movements, which is the method of movements. And then we have the maximum of likelihood, which uses a model to maximize a likelihood function. Bayes estimator minimizes the average risk, and it is an expectation of all the random variables. And then we have the best unbiased estimators, which is used to find out the best depending parameter. So that is all that we require from point estimation. Let's move over to interval estimates. So an interval or a range of values is used to estimate the population parameters. So we have a point estimate and we have an interval which gives us the low confidence and the high confidence limit. How is this going to happen? There are 3 things that you need to remember. There is something called as the confidence interval, and it is the measure of your confidence that the interval estimate contains the population mean mu. So statisticians use a confidence interval to describe the amount of uncertainty associated with a sample. Technically, a range of values are so constructed that it is specified probability of including the true value of a parameter within it. So for example, let's take a sample where we have 10,000. So let's say that we have something called as a supermarket. So out in that supermarket, we have collected a lot of data. And in that data, I'm saying that this particular items, okay? So item 1 and item 2. if they both are kept together, they are going to be sold together. And I say that with 90% confidence. So that 90% confidence, okay, is what is my confidence interval. It can be in between this range. It can be between 90 to 95%, and between 90 to 95%, it is highly likely that that particular thing is going to happen. So that is my confidence interval. So what is the sampling error? It is the difference between the point estimate and the actual population parameter, which is the sampling error. Okay. So when mu is estimated, the sampling error is mu minus x bar. It is mean minus the point. What is the margin of error? So for a given level of confidence, it is the greatest possible distance between the point estimate and the value of the parameter it is estimating. What this basically means is that it is the greatest possible distance between what you have predicted and what it actually is, and what level of confidence you are giving to it. Okay, so that is the margin of error. How much error you can allow for the predicted model is what is the margin of error. So I hope you have understood that. So the level of confidence is the probability that the interval estimate contains the population parameter. So as you can see here, all the parameters that come under C, right, are what we are allowing. Okay, that is the margin of error that is allowed. But whatever comes in minus ZC and plus ZC, we are not going to take that. Those are the interval estimates. So finding these intervals is what is our probability. So finding these interval estimates is what is our work over here. Okay. So for example, if the level of confidence is 90%, this means that you are 90% confident that the interval contains the population mean. 0.05 and 0.05 of minus ZC and plus ZC is equal to plus 1.645 and minus 1.645. Those are the Z scores. Anything minus or plus of 1.645 is not allowed. So those are the values that we are concerned with when we are working with interval estimates. So now that we have understood everything we needed to from inferential statistics and descriptive statistics, let's move over to hypothesis testing. So what is a hypothesis first of all? It is some event that you have made up which may have the probability of happening or not happening. Testing that hypothesis is what is hypothesis testing. Is, formally checking whether this hypothesis is accepted or rejected. So how is the hypothesis testing conducted? You first state the hypothesis, and then you formulate an analysis plan of how you are going to, test this particular hypothesis. Then you get all the output. You analyze the data that you've got from all of it. So then you understand whether this particular hypothesis has failed or it is a good hypothesis. Okay. Suppose I have 4 boys over here, which are Nick, John, Bob, and Harry. So they were caught doing mischief in the class and they have to now serve detention for almost 2 months. Okay. The detention is basically they have to clean the classrooms. So John over here comes up with an idea saying that I'm going to write all the names of ours into chits and then put them into a bowl. Whoever name comes out has to clean the classroom. So what happens here that we are going to assume that the event is free of bias. So our hypothesis is, what is the probability of John not cheating? Let's find out what happens actually. The probability of John not being picked up for a day is 3/4. Now the probability just keeps increasing on and on if he is not picked up for 3 days. Okay, so it is 3/4 into 3/4 into 3/4 is equal to 0.42 approximately. And what is the probability of John not being picked up for 12 days? It is 3/4 into 12 is equal to 0.032, which is equal to 3.2%, which is less than 0.05, which is 5%. So what this means is that our hypothesis was that John is not cheating. But actually John is cheating over here because it has come down and it has come below the threshold value of 5%, which is 3.2%. So now all of us have come to know that John is cheating because he has not even written his name in the chits. So this is how the hypothesis works. So what is the null hypothesis? The hypothesis that we have created in the beginning, okay, that John was not cheating, that was a null hypothesis. It has no result which is different from the assumption. And we have an alternate hypothesis, which means that our results disapprove the assumption. We had a hypothesis that John is not cheating, but actually through our results, we found out that John is cheating. So this is what is the hypothesis testing. And we have a threshold value If the probability that we are testing goes below this threshold value, it means that the particular hypothesis has failed. So this is what is the hypothesis testing. So now we need to know something about the P and T values. Okay. What is the P and T values? The P value and the T value help us in our hypothesis testing. Okay. We want to find the height of students who are greater than 5 feet and 7 inches. Okay. So we take a sample of 100 students and find that the mean height was 5 feet and 9 inches. Okay. We make a hypothesis that out of all the 100 students, there is going to be at least 6 students who are greater than 5 feet and 9 inches. So this is our P value. It is the probability value that we are saying that this particular hypothesis is going to be correct. We say that at least out of 100 times, 6 students will at least have a height which is greater than 5 feet and 9 inches. Okay. So this is the P value. This is the probability value that we have given to a hypothesis. The T value is testing this particular hypothesis and finding the difference that we have found out from our assumption and what we have actually calculated from our results. So this is how the P value and the T value help in making the null and alternate hypothesis. You find the result of the null hypothesis and the alternate hypothesis. So this is how the P and the T values help in making and observing the results from the null and alternate hypothesis. Okay. Let me show you a code where we are going to find the mean median mode accordingly and how that becomes helpful to us. Okay. So let me go back to the presentation mode. I have my data over here, which is this particular data. So I'm going to import statistics as S and I'm going to just find the mean median mode of it. So let me just run this program for now. So as you can see here, the mean is 33.43 and the median is 3 and the mode is 2. 2 has been repeated the most number of times. So that is the reason it is the mode. And the variance is 5124 and the standard deviation is 73. That is how the mean median mode is calculated. Let me run the program now so that you can understand what we are trying to do. So let me close this out. What's happening over here is I have the iris data, which is the load iris, and then I am creating it into a data frame. Okay, simple enough. After that, I am saying that the species is the target and the data of species is equal to, I am going to just apply all the lambda parts of it. Okay, and then I am going to get the description of the data. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this data and I'm going to pair plot it. And then I'm going to show the plot to you. So let me run the program. Let me show you the figure first. So I had 4 features over here, right? So that was the petal length, petal width, sepal length, and sepal width. So if you can take a look at this data, you can see that there is a normal distribution here. There's a normal distribution here. Also, there's a normal distribution over here with some exclusions over here. And there is a normal distribution here too, but with some exclusions here. So looking at this, I will be able to understand if I want to, apply the Gaussian naive-Bayes classifier or accordingly to however I wanted to. So this is how statistics has helped me to understand what is my data looking like. Now let me go back over here. So as you can see, this is the count of a 150, right? Simple enough. Then what is the mean? What is the standard deviation? What is the maximum length and maximum width that you can find over here? All of this is done using the describe part of it. Okay. And describe is a function that is already available in pandas. So that was a very simple example of how I was able to understand how I have to use the Gaussian naive-Bayes classifier for my iris data, which I showed in the probability part, right? Now we are done with this.
Let me connect you to the real life and tell you what all are the things which you can easily do using the concepts of machine learning. So you can easily get answer to the questions like which types of house lies in this segment, or what is the market value of this house, or is this a mail, a spam or not a spam? Is there any fraud? Well, these were some of the questions you could ask to the machine. But for getting an answer to these, you need some algorithm. The machine need to train on the basis of some algorithm. Okay, but how will you decide which algorithm to choose and when? Okay, so the best option for us is to explore them one by one. So the first is classification algorithm, where the category is predicted using the data. If you have some question like, is this person a male or a female? Or is this male a spam or not a spam? Then these category of question would fall under the classification algorithm. Classification is a supervised learning approach in which the computer program learns from the input given to it and then uses this learning to classify new observation. Some examples of classification problems are speech recognition, handwriting recognition, biometric identification, document classification, etc. Shall we move ahead? Okay. So next is the anomaly detection algorithm, where you identify the unusual data point. So what is anomaly detection? Well, it's a technique that is used to identify unusual patterns that do not conform to expected behavior, or you can say the outliers. It has many applications in business, like intrusion detection, like identifying strange patterns in the network traffic that could signal a hack, or system health monitoring, that is spotting a deadly tumor in the MRI scan. Or you can even use it for fraud detection, credit card transaction, or to deal with fault detection in operating environment. So next comes the clustering algorithm. You can use this clustering algorithm to group the data based on some similar condition. Now you can get answer to which type of houses lies in this segment or what type of customer buys this product. The clustering is the task of dividing the population or data points into a number of groups such that the data point in the same groups are more similar to other data points in the same group than those in the other groups. In simple words, the aim is to segregate groups with similar trait and assign them into cluster. Now this clustering is a task of dividing the population or data points into a number of groups such that the data points in the X group is more similar to the other data points in the same group rather than those in the other group. In other words, the aim is to segregate the groups with similar traits and assign them into different clusters. Let's understand this with an example. Suppose you're the head of a rental store and you wish to understand the preference of your customer to scale up your business. So is it possible for you to look at the detail of each customer and design a unique business strategy for each of them? Definitely not, right? But what you can do is to cluster all your customer, say into 10 different groups based on their purchasing habit, and you can use a separate strategy for customers in each of these 10 different groups. And this is what we call clustering. Next, we have regression algorithm, where the data itself is predicted. Question you may ask to this type of model is like, what is the market value of this house? Or is it going to rain tomorrow or not? So regression is one of the most important and broadly used machine learning and statistics tool. It allows you to make prediction from data by learning the relationship between the features of your data and some observed continuous valued response. Regression is used in a massive number of applications. You know what? Stock prices prediction can be done using regression. Now you know about different machine learning algorithm. How will you decide which algorithm to choose and when? So let's cover this part using a demo. So in this demo part, what we'll do, we'll create 6 different machine learning model and pick the best model and build the confidence such that it has the most reliable accuracy. So for our demo part, we'll be using the Iris dataset. This dataset is quite very famous and is considered one of the best small project to start with. You can consider this as a hello world dataset for machine learning. So this dataset consists of 150 observation of iris flower. There are 4 columns of measurement of flowers in centimeters, the 5th column being the species of the flower observed. All the observed flowers belong to one of the 3 species of Iris setosa, Iris virginica, and Iris versicolor. Well, this is a good project because it is so well to understand. The attributes are numeric, so you have to figure out how to load and handle the data. It is a classification problem, thereby allowing you to practice with perhaps an easier type of supervised learning algorithm. It has only 4 attributes and 150 rows, meaning it is very small and can easily fit into the memory. And even all of the numeric attributes are in the same unit and the same scale. It means you do not require any special scaling or transformation to get started with. So let's start coding, and as I told earlier, for the demo part, I'll be using Anaconda with Python 3.0 installed on it. So when you install Anaconda, how your navigator would look like. So this is my homepage of my Anaconda navigator. On this, I'll be using the Jupyter Notebook, which is a web-based interactive computing notebook environment, which will help me to write and execute my Python codes on it. So let's hit the launch button and execute our Jupyter Notebook. So as you can see that my Jupyter Notebook is starting on localhost 8890. Okay, so this is my Jupyter Notebook. What I'll do here, I'll select new notebook Python 3. This is my environment where I can write and execute all my Python codes on it. So let's start by checking the version of the libraries. In order to make this video short and more interactive and more informative, I've already written the set of code. So let me just copy and paste it down. I'll explain you then one by one. So let's start by checking the version of the Python libraries. Okay, so there's the code. Let's just copy it, and let's paste it. Okay, first let me summarize things for you. What we are doing here, we are just checking the version of the different libraries. Starting with Python, we'll first check what version of Python we are working on. Then we'll check what are the version of SciPy we are using. Then NumPy, Matplotlib, then Panda, then scikit-learn. Okay, so let's execute the run button and see what are the various versions of the libraries which we are using. Hit the run. So we are working on Python 3.6.4, SciPy 1.0, NumPy 1.14, Matplotlib 2.12, Pandas 0.22, and scikit-learn of version 0.19. Okay, so these are the version which I'm using. Ideally, your version should be more recent or it should match. But don't worry if you lag few versions behind, as the APIs do not change so quickly. Everything in this tutorial will very likely still work for you. Okay, but in case you are getting an error, stop and try to fix that error. In case you are unable to find the solution for the error, feel free to reach out Edureka even after this class. Let me tell you this, if you're not able to run the script properly, you will not be able to complete this tutorial. Okay, so whenever you get a doubt, reach out to Edureka and just resolve it. Now, if everything is working smoothly, then now it's the time to load the dataset. So as I said, I'll be using the Iris Flower dataset for this tutorial. But before loading the dataset, let's import all the modules, function, and the object which we are going to use in this tutorial. Same, I've already written the set of code, so let's just copy and paste them. Let's load all the libraries. So these are the various libraries which we'll be using in our tutorial. So everything should work fine without an error. If you get an error, just stop. You need to work on your SciPy environment before you continue any further. So I guess everything should work fine. Let's hit the run button and see. Okay, it worked. So let's now move ahead and load the data. We can load the data direct from the UCI machine learning repository. First of all, let me tell you, we are using Panda to load the data. Okay, so let's say my URL is this. So this is my URL for the UCI machine learning repository from where I'll be downloading the data set. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll specify the name of each column when loading the data. This will help me later to explore the data. Okay. So I'll just copy and paste it down. Okay. So I'm defining a variable names which consist of various parameters including sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and class. So these are just the name of column from the data set. Okay. Now let's define the data set. So dataset equals panda.read_csv. Inside that, we are defining URL and the names that is equal to name. As I already said, we'll be using Panda to load the data. All right. So we are using panda.read_csv. So we are reading the CSV file, and inside that, from where that CSV is coming, from the URL. Which URL? So this is my URL. Okay. Our names equal names. It's just specifying the names of that various columns in that particular CSV file. Okay. So let's move forward and execute it. So even our data set is loaded. In case you have some network issues, just go ahead and download the Iris data file into your working directory and load it using the same method. But yeah, make sure that you change the URL to the local name or else you might get an error. Okay. Yeah, our data set is loaded. So let's move ahead and check our data set. Let's see how many columns or rows we have in our data set. Okay. So let's print the number of rows and columns in our data set. So our data set is dataset.shape. What this will do, it will just give you the numbers of total number of rows and total number of column, or you can say the total number of instances or attributes in your data set. Fine. So print dataset.shape. What you are getting? 150 and 5. So 150 is the total number of rows in your data set and 5 is the total number of columns. Fine. So moving on ahead, what if I want to see the sample data set? Okay. So let me just print the first 30 instances of the data set. Okay. So print dataset.head. What I want is the first 30 instances. Fine. This will give me the first 30 result of my data set. Okay. So when I hit the run button, what I'm getting is the first 30 result. Okay. 0 to 29. So this is how my sample data set looks like. Sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and the class. Okay. So this is how our data set looks like. Now let's move on and look at the summary of each attribute. What if I want to find out the count, mean, the minimum and the maximum values and some other percentiles as well? So what should I do then? For that, print dataset.describe. What it will give? Let's see. So you can see that all the numbers are the same scales of similar range between 0 to 8 centimeters, right? The mean value, the standard deviation, the minimum value, the 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile, the maximum value, all these values lies in the range between 0 to 8 centimeter. Okay. So what we just did is we just took a summary of each attribute. Now let's look at the number of instances that belong to each class. So for that, what we'll do, print dataset first of all. So let's print dataset, and I want to group it, group by using class, and I want the size of it, size of each class. Fine. And let's hit the run. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to print what? Dataset. How I want to get it? I want it by class. So group by class. Okay, now I want the size of each class. Find the size of each class. So group by class dot size. Execute the run. So you can see that I have 50 instances of Iris setosa, 50 instances of Iris versicolor, and 50 instances of Iris virginica. Okay, all are of data type integer of base 64. Fine. So now we have a basic idea of our data. Now let's move ahead and create some visualization for it. So for this, we are going to create two different types of plot. First would be the univariate plot, and the next would be the multivariate plot. So we'll be creating univariate plots to better understand about each attribute. And the next we'll be creating the multivariate plot to better understand the relationship between different attributes. Okay, so we start with some univariate plot. That is plot of each individual variable. So given that the input variables are numeric, we can create box and whiskers plot for it. Okay, so let's move ahead and create a box and whiskers plot. So dataset.plot, what kind I want? It's a box. Okay, and do I need a subplot? Yeah, I need subplots for that. So subplots equal true. What type of layout do I want? So my layout structure is 2 cross 2. Next, do I want to share my coordinates, x and y coordinates? No, I don't want to share it. So share x equal false, and even share y, that too equals false. Okay, so we have here dataset.plot kind equal box. My subplots is true, layout 2 cross 2, and then what I want to do it, I want to see it. So plot dot show, whatever I created, show it. Okay, execute it. Now this gives us a much clearer idea about the distribution of the input attribute. Now what if I had given the layout to 2 cross 2? Instead of that, I would have given it 4 cross 4. So what it will result? Just see. Fine. Everything would be printed in just one single row. Hold on guys, Arya has a doubt. He's asking that why we are using the share x and share y values. What are these? Why we have assigned false values to it? Okay Arya, so in order to resolve this query, I need to show you what will happen if I give true values to them. Okay, so be with me. So share x equal true and share y that equals true. So let's see what result we'll get. You're getting it? The x and y coordinates are just shared among all the 4 visualization, right? So Arya, you can see that the sepal length and sepal width has y values ranging from 0.0 to 7.5, which are being shared among both the visualization. So is with the petal length, it has a shared value between 0.0 to 7.5. Okay, so that is why I don't want to share the value of x and y. So it's just giving us a cluttered visualization. So Arya, why I'm doing this? I'm just doing it because I don't want my x and y coordinates to be shared among any visualization. Okay, that is why my share x and share y value are false. Okay, let's execute it. So this is a pretty much clear visualization which gives a clear idea about the distribution of the input attributes. Now if you want, you can also create a histogram of each input variable to get a clear idea of the distribution. So let's create a histogram for it. So dataset.hist. Okay, I would need to see it. So plot.show. Let's see. So there's my histogram, and it seems that we have 2 input variables that have a Gaussian distribution. So this is useful to note as we can use the algorithms that can exploit this assumption. Okay, so next comes the multivariate plot. Now that we have created the univariate plot to understand about each attribute, let's move on and look at the multivariate plot and see the interaction between the different variables. So first, let's look at the scatter plot of all the attribute. This can be helpful to spot structured relationship between input variables. Okay, so let's create a scatter matrix. So for creating a scatter plot, we need scatter matrix, and we need to pass our data set into it. Okay, and then what I want to see it. So plot.show. So this is how my scatter matrix looks like. it's like that the diagonal grouping of some pair, right? So this suggests a high correlation and a predictable relationship. All right, this was our multivariate plot. Now let's move on and evaluate some algorithm. Now it's time to create some model of the data and estimate their accuracy on the basis of unseen data. Okay, so now we know all about our data set, right? We know how many instances and attributes are there in our data set. We know the summary of each attribute. Now I guess we have seen much about our data set. Now let's move on and create some algorithm and estimate their accuracy based on the unseen data. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll create some model of the data and estimate their accuracy based on some unseen data. Okay, so for that, first of all, let's create a validation data set. What is a validation data set? Validation data set is your training data set that will be using it to train our model. Fine. All right. So how we'll create a validation data set? For creating a validation data set, what we are going to do is we are going to split our data set into two parts. Okay. So the very first thing we'll do is to create a validation data set. So why do we even need a validation data set? So we need a validation data set to know that the model we created is any good. Later, what we'll do, we'll use the statistical method to estimate the accuracy of the model that we create on the unseen data. We also want a more concrete estimate of the accuracy of the best model on unseen data by evaluating it on the actual unseen data. Okay, confused? Let me simplify this for you. What we'll do, we'll split the loaded data into two parts. The first 80% of the data, we'll use it to train our model, and the rest 20% will hold back as the validation data set that will use it to verify our trained model. Okay, fine. So let's define an array. This is my array. What it will consist of? It will consist of all the values from the data set. So data set dot values. Okay. Next, I'll define a variable x, which will consist of all the column from the array from 0 to 4, starting from 0 to 4. And the next variable y, which would consist of the array starting from this. So first of all, we'll define a variable x that will consist of the values in the array starting from the beginning 0 till 4. Okay, so these are the column which will include in the x variable. And for a y variable, I'll define it as a class or the output. So what I just need the fourth column, that is my class column. So I'll start it from the beginning and I just want the fourth column. Okay, now I'll define my validation size, validation underscore size. I'll define it as 0.20 and I'll use a seed. I'll define seed equals 6. So this method seed sets the integer starting value used in generating random number. Okay, I'll define the value of seed equals 6. I'll tell you what is the importance of it later on. Okay, so let me define first few variables such as x underscore train test, y underscore train, and y underscore test. Okay, so what we want to do is select some model. Okay, so model underscore selection. But before doing that, what we have to do is split our training data set into two halves. Okay, so dot train underscore test underscore split. What we want to split is the value of x and y. Okay, and my test size is equals to validation size, which is 0.20. Correct. And my random state is equal to seed. So what the seed is doing here, it's helping me to keep the same randomness in the training and testing data set. Fine. So let's execute it and see what is our result. It's executed. Next, we'll create a test harness. For this, we'll use 10-fold cross-validation to estimate the accuracy. So what it will do, it will split our data set into 10 parts. Train on the 9 part and test on the 1 part. And this will repeat for all combination of train and test splits. Okay. So for that, let's define again my seed, that was 6 already defined, and scoring equals accuracy. Fine. So we are using the metric of accuracy to evaluate the model. So what is this? This is a ratio of number of correctly predicted instances divided by the total number of instances in the data set multiplied by 100, giving a percentage. Example, it's 98% accurate or 99% accurate, things like that. Okay. So we'll be using this scoring variable when we run the build and evaluate each model in the next step. So our next part is building model. Till now, we don't know which algorithm would be good for this problem or what configuration to use. So let's begin with 6 different algorithms. I'll be using logistic regression, linear discriminant analysis, k-nearest neighbor, classification and regression trees, neighbors, and support vector machine. Well, these algorithms which I'm using is a good mixture of simple linear or non-linear algorithms. In simple linears, which included the logistic regression and the linear discriminant analysis, or the non-linear part, which included the KNN algorithm, the CART algorithm, the neighbors, and the support vector machines. Okay, so we reset the random number seed before each run to ensure that evaluation of each algorithm is performed using exactly the same data splits. It ensures the results are directly comparable. Okay, so let me just copy and paste it. Okay. So what we are doing here, we are building 5 different types of model. We are building logistic regression, linear discriminant analysis, k nearest neighbor, decision tree, Gaussian neighbors, and the support vector machine. Okay. Next, what we'll do, we'll evaluate model in each turn. Okay. So what is this? So we have 6 different model and accuracy estimation for each one of them. Now we need to compare the model to each other and select the most accurate of them all. So running this script, we saw the following result. So we can see some of the result on the screen. What is this? It is just the accuracy score using different set of algorithms. Okay, when we are using logistic regression, what is the accuracy rate? When we are using linear discriminant algorithm, what is the accuracy, and so and so. Okay, so from the output, it seems that LDA algorithm was the most accurate model that we tested. Now we want to get an idea of the accuracy of the model on our validation set or the testing data set. So this will give us an independent final check on the accuracy of the best model. It is always valuable to keep a testing data set for just in case you made a overfitting to the testing data set or you made a data leak. Both will result in an overly optimistic result. Okay. You can run the LDA model directly on the validation set and summarize the result as a final score, a confusion matrix, and a classification.
So what exactly is predictive analysis? Predictive analysis is the branch of data analysis which is mainly used to predict future events or outcomes. It is solely based on data-driven approaches and techniques to reach to conclusions or solutions. The analysis mainly makes use of analytical techniques and predictive modeling in order to find relevant patterns in large datasets. In turn, these patterns can be used to make various opportunities in the businesses by identifying risk and benefit points, etc. Predictive analysis is an anticipatory technique for forward-looking solutions and insights to assess any situation. Most of the processes in the predictive analysis incorporates the machine learning terminologies and algorithms for model building, especially to train the models. So it is significantly important to understand how to choose these predictive techniques for model building. And as a beginner, it can help you a lot along the way. So let us quickly take a look at why we do predictive analysis, and I'm sure most of us are aware of the significant increase in the generation of data all around us. It has seemingly become quite clear since we are seeing a lot of data-driven approaches. But humankind has been storing data since a very long time. Documenting every detail has been a prevalent practice. With the digital age, it has become to process the data a lot more easier as well. But it has also opened a lot of opportunities for the years and years of long and unprocessed data to understand the relationship between various aspects of the data and make use of it in real life as well. We can use this data for various purposes. We have like risk and fraud detection, then there's market analysis, operational movements, operational improvements, campaigning, etc. And one simple example is to use the weather data to study the patterns and use predictive analysis based on the insights to predict the future events. So let's take a look at a few predictive analysis techniques as well. First of all, we have regression, guys. So the main goal of regression is the construction of an efficient model to predict the dependent attributes from a bunch of attribute variables. A regression problem is when the output variable is either real or a continuous variable. That can be weight or area or salary, etc. We can also define regression as a statistical means that is used in applications like housing, investing, etc. It is basically used to predict the relationship between a dependent variable and a bunch of independent variables. And simple linear regression is a regression technique in which the independent variable has a linear relationship with the dependent variable. It is basically a technique to analyze data set which has a dependent variable and one or more independent variables to predict the outcome in a binary variable, meaning it will have only two outcomes. And the dependent variable is categorical in nature. Dependent variable is also referred as target variable, and the independent variables are called as the predictors. Logistic regression is basically a special case of linear regression where we only predict the outcome in a categorical variable. It predicts the probability of the event using the log function. Next up, we have classification, guys. So classification is the process of categorizing a given set of data into classes, and it can be performed on both structured or unstructured data. The process starts with predicting the class of given data points, and the classes are often referred to as target, label, or categories. The classification predictive modeling is the task of approximating the mapping function from input variables to discrete output variables. And the main goal is to identify which class or the category the new data will fit into. Now let us try to understand this with a simple example, guys. So a heart disease detection can be identified as a classification problem, and it's a binary classification since there can only be two classes, which is basically has a heart disease or does not have a heart disease. So the classifier in this case needs training data to understand how the given input variables are related to the class. And once the classifier is trained accurately, it can be used to detect whether heart disease is there or not for a particular patient. Since classification is also a type of supervised learning, even the targets are also provided with the input data. And then we have clustering, guys. So clustering is basically, dividing data points into homogeneous classes or clusters. So the points in the same group are as similar as possible, and then the points in different groups are as dissimilar as possible. So when a collection of objects is given, we put the objects into group based on similarity. So that is what clustering is all about. And then we have another technique which is time series, guys. So the time series model comprises a sequence of data points captured using time as the input parameter. It uses the last year of data or the previous data to develop a numerical metric and predicts the data using that metric. It is basically a means of understanding a singular metric is developing over time with a level of accuracy beyond simple averages. So it also takes account seasons of the year or events that could impact the metric as well. And next up we have forecasting. So forecasting is nothing but using the historical data to make predictions or numeric predictions on a new data based on the learning from the previous data. Now that we know what these various techniques are, let us understand how to choose which one would be the best one for us while working on any data. So there are a few factors that you should consider while choosing a model. But before that, before talking about the deciding factors, let us go through the processes before predictive analysis before you start building the model. First up, we have the problem statement, guys. So problem statement tells a lot of things about the project or how you should approach it. If you're looking at the problem statement, you'll be able to know what kind of target you're looking at. So in a heart disease condition, guys, let's say for an example, we have a problem statement to decide or to analyze or predict if a patient has a heart condition or not. So with that said, we have already figured out the target variable, which is going to be categorical in nature, which means it basically will have only two values. That is, one has a heart disease or does not have a heart disease. So it becomes quite clear to us in the problem statement only. We're going to use the classification technique in this particular example. But then there are a few problems where you will not be able to figure out which kind of target variable you will be choosing or what are all the independent factors will be involved in your analysis. So you move on to the next one, which is extraction and loading. And you basically analyze all your data, and transform it and try to make use of all the information that you get from visualization and all these processes to understand what kind of variables you're looking at. And then comes the factors to consider before going for the model, which is what is the target variable. So if the target variable is continuous, you should go for the regression analysis. And if the target variable is categorical, you can go for the classification analysis. And if you're not able to find a target variable, don't worry guys, you can probably go for a clustering analysis. So you'll know which points are similar, which points are not similar, making it a classification or, making clusters. And then you can perform classification on those clusters as well. The next question you should be asking is your data linearly separable? And there is no direct way to actually determine it. So we can go ahead by choosing different models. I mean, you can compare different models to see if your data is actually linearly separable or not. Then the next factor would be the size of the data. You have to look for factors like the size of data to determine the possibility of overfitting and underfitting the model. Also, some models may not work efficiently with small data. So these are some deciding factors for choosing a model before you train the model with the training data. And let us take a look at a few machine learning models so that we can use for predictive analysis. The first one is linear regression. So linear regression is to be used when the target variable is continuous and the dependent variable or variables is continuous or a mixture of continuous and categorical. And the relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable has to be linear. So that is when you know when you can use a linear regression. After that, we have logistic regression. So logistic regression does not require a linear relationship between the target variable and the dependent variables. The target variable is binary, assuming a value of either 1 or 0 or maybe true or false or something, or dichotomous as well. Then we have the k-means clustering model, guys. So k-means involves placing unlabeled data points in separate groups based on similarities, and this algorithm is used for the clustering model as well. After that, we have neural networks. So neural networks help to understand or help to cluster and classify the data, guys. So these algorithms are modeled loosely after the human brain and are designed to recognize patterns. Then we have decision tree. So a decision tree is a map of the possible outcomes of a series of related choices. It allows an individual or organization to weigh possible actions against one another based on their costs, probabilities, and benefits. As the name goes, it uses a tree-like model of decisions, and they can be used either to drive informal discussion or to map out an algorithm that predicts the best choice mathematically. After that, we have time series, guys. So the time series regression analysis is a method for predicting future responses based on response history. And the data for a time series should be a set of observations on the values that a variable takes at different points in time. So these are a few models that we have for predictive analysis, and these are only a few models, and there are other models also that we can use for predictive analysis. And with that said, let's also see a few applications of predictive analysis. So we can use it for finance, guys. So predictive analysis in finance can help in identifying the risk detection or the risk detection model to identify any fraudulent transactions or loans that you can detect using the predictive analysis. Then there is stock prediction as well. You can gather a lot of data in time and forecast a prediction that can be taken into account for different stocks. And there goes a lot of process behind this, but for as far as application goes, stock prediction is a pretty good application of predictive analysis in finance. Then we have governments, guys. So governments are using predictive analysis for campaigning. They're using it for weather detection, weather prediction. There is disaster management. They're using predictive analysis for predicting the impact of policies, different policies that they're making, and they're making surveys, etc. We can use the predictive analysis in healthcare for early detection of diseases such as cancer, any heart ailments that may or may not be a part of your life several years later. So it helps in predicting all those diseases or conditions at an early stage. And we can also use predictive analysis in manufacturing. We can actually identify production failures and work on it using the prediction analysis. Then there is sport franchisees using predictive analysis to predict the outcome of certain events in the leagues or something like that. They're trying to make sense of what kind of match they have the best probability or the best prediction of winning, the chances of winning they have, or if they don't have any winning chances, what are the the basic points or basic insights that they're getting from the data that they should work on to win that particular game or a match or a league. And then we have telecom industries using predictive analysis for customer support. They're trying to segregate or segment the customers into groups that they are able to work on them based on their prediction.
Let us understand what regression in machine learning is. So what exactly is regression? The main goal of regression is the construction of an efficient model to predict the dependent attributes from a bunch of attribute variables. A regression problem is where the output variable is either real or a continuous value like salary, weight, area, etc. We can also define regression as a statistical means that is used in applications like housing, investing, etc. to predict the relationship between a dependent variable and a bunch of independent variables. For example, let's say in the finance application,
or investing, we can actually predict the values of certain stock prices, or those values depending on the independent variables, like how many years it takes for a stock to actually mature, or how many days will it take to grow, or those variables that you have in investing. And depending upon that, we can make a possible outcome or a possible prediction of how our stock is going to be invested in a profit state or a loss state, or all those things. Or we can take another example like housing. We can take different parameters like number of years it's been there, how many people have used it, or what is the area of the house. Depending on all these factors, or how many rooms does a house have, we can predict the price of a house. So this is basically what regression really is. So let us take a look at the various types of regression techniques that we have. We have simple linear regression, then we have polynomial regression, support vector regression, decision tree regression, we have random forest regression, and we have logistic regression as well. That is also a type of regression that we have. But for now, we'll be focusing on simple linear regression. So let's talk about how or what exactly is simple linear regression first. So one of the most interesting and common regression technique is simple linear regression. In this, we predict the outcome of a dependent variable y based on the independent variables x. So the relationship between the variables is linear, hence the word linear regression. Then comes the polynomial regression. So in this regression technique, we transform the original features into a polynomial feature of a given degree and then perform regression on it. So this is basically polynomial regression. After this, we have support vector machine regression, or we can also call it SVR. We identify a hyperplane with maximum margin such that the maximum number of data points are within those margins. It is also quite similar to the support vector machine classification algorithm. Then we have decision tree regression. A decision tree can be used for both regression and classification. But in this case of regression, we use the ID3 algorithm, which is iterative dichotomizer 3, to identify the splitting node by reducing the standard deviation. After this, we have a random forest regression, which is basically an ensemble of predictions of several decision tree regressions. So this is all about the types of regressions. For now, we are going to focus on simple linear regression. So let's take a look at what exactly is a simple linear regression. Simple linear regression is a regression technique in which the independent variable has a linear relationship with the dependent variable. The straight line in the diagram is the best fit line, and the main goal of the simple linear regression is to consider the given data points and plot the best fit line to fit the model in the best way possible. So if we talk about a real life analogy to explain linear regression, we can take an example of a car resale value. So we have different parameters, when we are talking about a resale value of a car, like how many years the car has been there in the market and how many kilometers it has been ridden, the kind of mileage the car gives, and then we have different parameters we can focus upon. And all these independent variables somehow are linearly connected or interconnected to the price of the car. So that is one example to understand linear regression. We'll be doing that in the use case. I'll be telling you about how you can predict the price of car. Now, talking about linear regression terminologies, there are a few terminologies that you have to be thorough with to begin with linear regression. So first of all, we have to talk about cost function. So the best fit line can be based on the linear equation that is given here. So in this, the dependent variable that is to be predicted is denoted by y. A line that touches the y-axis is denoted by the intercept b0. The b1 is the slope of the line, and x represents the independent variables that determine the prediction of y. The error in the resultant prediction is denoted by e. Now talking about cost function, the cost function provides the best possible values for b0 and b1 to make the best fit line for the data points. We do this by converting this problem into a minimization problem to get the best values for b0 and b1. So with this, the error is minimized in this problem between the actual value and the predicted value, and we choose the function above to minimize. Now we square the error difference and sum the error over all the data points. The division between the total number of data points and the produced value provides the average square error for all the data points. It is also known as mean squared error, and we can change the values of b0 and b1 so that the MSE or the mean squared error value is settled at the minimum. So this is one terminology, that is cost function, that we use in linear regression. Then we have the gradient descent. So the next important terminology to understand linear regression is gradient descent, of course, and it is a method of updating b0 and b1 value to reduce the MSE, which is the mean squared error. The idea behind this is to keep iterating the b0 and b1 values until we reduce the MSE to the minimum. Now to update b0 and b1, we take the gradient from the cost function And to find these gradients, we take partial derivatives with respect to B0 and B1. And these partial derivatives are the gradients and are used to update the values of B0 and B1. I'm sure guys this might be a little confusing for you guys if you are new to this, like gradient descent and cost function, but you don't have to worry about this, because in Python when we're using a linear regression, we're going to be using the sklearn or the scikit-learn library, so you don't have to worry about this. You just have to integrate your model with the linear regression module that we have already over there, and you will be done with it. And when I'm implementing the linear regression model, you'll see how easy it is to actually implement linear regression in Python. So after this, let's talk about a few advantages and disadvantages of linear regression. So talking about the advantages first, linear regression performs exceptionally well for linearly separable data. And it is actually very easy to implement, interpret, and very efficient to train as well. And even though the linear regression is prone to overfitting, it handles it pretty well using dimensional reduction techniques, regularization, and cross-validation. And one more advantage is that the extrapolation beyond a specific data set. So these are all the advantages that we have with linear regression. Let's talk about a few disadvantages as well. So one of the most common disadvantage with linear regression is that it takes the assumption of linearity between dependent and independent variables. The next disadvantage is it is often very prone to noise and overfitting as well, which is not a very good sign for any model if you are doing regression or classification in machine learning. The next disadvantage is it is very quite sensitive to outliers as well. And the last one is that it is very prone to multicollinearity. So these are all the advantages and disadvantages of linear regression.
So let's understand the what and why of logistic regression. Now this algorithm is most widely used when the dependent variable, or you can say the output, is in the binary format. So here you need to predict the outcome of a categorical dependent variable. So the outcome should be always discrete or categorical in nature. Now by discrete, I mean the value should be binary, or you can say you just have two values. It can either be 0 or 1. It can either be yes or a no, either be true or false, or high or low. So only these can be the outcomes. So the value which you need to predict should be discrete, or you can say categorical in nature. Whereas in linear regression, we have the value of y, or you can say the value you need to predict is in a range. So that is how there is a difference between linear regression and logistic regression. Now you must be having a question, why not linear regression? Now guys, in linear regression, the value of y, or the value which you need to predict, is in a range. But in our case, as in the logistic regression, we just have two values. It can be either 0 or it can be 1. It should not entertain the values which is below 0 or above 1. But in linear regression, we have the value of y in the range. So here, in order to implement logistic regression, we need to clip this part. So we don't need the value that is below 0, or we don't need the value which is above 1. So since our value of y will be between only 0 and 1, that is the main rule of logistic regression, the linear line has to be clipped at 0 and 1. Now once we clip this graph, it would look somewhat like this. So here you are getting a curve which is nothing but three different straight lines. So here we need to make a new way to solve this problem. So this has to be formulated into an equation, and hence we come up with logistic regression. So here the outcome is either 0 or 1, which is the main rule of logistic regression. So with this, our resulting curve cannot be formulated. So hence our main aim to bring the values to 0 and 1 is fulfilled. So that is how we came up with logistic regression. Now here, once it gets formulated into an equation, it looks somewhat like this. So guys, this is nothing but a S curve, or you can say the sigmoid curve or sigmoid function curve. So this sigmoid function basically converts any value from minus infinity to infinity to your discrete values, which a logistic regression wants, or you can say the values which are in binary format, either 0 or 1. So if you see here, the values are either 0 or 1, and this is nothing but just the transition of it. But guys, there's a catch over here. So let's say I have a data point that is 0.8. Now how can you decide whether your value is 0 or 1? Now here you have the concept of threshold, which basically divides your line. So here threshold value basically indicates the probability of either winning or losing. So here by winning I mean the value is equals to 1, and by losing I mean the value is equals to 0. But how does it do that? Let's say I have a data point which is over here. Let's say my cursor is at 0.8. So here I'll check whether this value is less than my threshold value or not. Let's say if it is more than my threshold value, it should give me the result as 1. If it is less than that, then it should give me the result as 0. So here my threshold value is 0.5. Now I need to define that if my value, let's say 0.8, it is more than 0.5, then the value shall be rounded off to 1. And let's say if it is less than 0.5, let's say I have a value 0.2, then should reduce it to 0. So here you can use the concept of threshold value to find your output. So here it should be discrete, it should be either 0 or it should be 1. So I hope you caught this curve of logistic regression. So guys, this is the sigmoid S curve. So to make this curve, we need to make an equation. So let me address that part as well. So let's see how an equation is formed to imitate this functionality. So over here we have an equation of a straight line, which is y is equals to mx plus c. So in this case, I just have only one independent variable. But let's say if we have many independent variables, then the equation becomes m1x1 plus m2x2 plus m3x3 and so on till mn(xn). Now let us put in b and x. So here the equation becomes y is equals to b1x1 plus b2x2 plus b3x3 and so on till bn(xn) plus c. So guys, your equation of the straight line has a range from minus infinity to infinity. But in our case, or you can say in logistic equation, the value which we need to predict, or you can say the y value, it can have the range only from 0 to 1. So in that case, we need to transform this equation. So to do that, what we had done, we have just divided the equation by 1 minus y. So now our y is equals to 0. So 0 over 1 minus 0 which is equals to 1. So 0 over 1 is again 0. And if we take y is equals to 1, then 1 over 1 minus 1 which is 0. So 1 over 0 is infinity. So here my range is now between 0 to infinity. But again we want the range from minus infinity to infinity. So for that what we'll do, we'll have the log of this equation. So let's go ahead and have the logarithmic of this equation. So here we have just transform it further to get the range between minus infinity to infinity. So over here we have log of y over 1 minus 1, and this is your final logistic regression equation. So guys, don't worry, you don't have to write this formula or memorize this formula. In Python, you just need to call this function which is logistic regression and everything will be automatically for you. So I don't want to scare you with the maths and the formulas behind it, but it's always good to know how this formula was generated. Moving ahead, let us see the various use cases wherein logistic regression is implemented in real life. So the very first is weather prediction. Now, logistic regression helps you to predict your weather. For example, it is used to predict whether it is raining or not, whether it is sunny, is it cloudy or not. So all these things can be predicted using logistic regression. Whereas you need to keep in mind that both linear regression and logistic regression can be used in predicting the weather. So in that case, linear regression helps you to predict what will be the temperature tomorrow. Whereas logistic regression will only tell you whether it's going to rain or not, or whether it's cloudy or not, whether it's going to snow or not. So these values are discrete. Whereas if you apply linear regression, you'll be predicting things like what is the temperature tomorrow or what is the temperature day after tomorrow and all those things. So these are the slight differences between linear regression and logistic regression. Now moving ahead, we have classification problem. So Python performs multi-class classification. So here it can help you tell whether it's a bird or it's not a bird. Then you can classify different kind of mammals. Let's say whether it's a dog or it's not a dog. Similarly, you can check it for reptile, whether it's a reptile or not a reptile. So in logistic regression, it can perform multi-class classification. So this point I have already discussed that it is used in classification problems. Next, it also helps you to determine the illness as well. So let me take an example. Let's say a patient goes for a routine checkup in a hospital. So what doctor will do, it will perform various tests on the patient and will check whether the patient is actually ill or not. So what will be the features? So doctor can check the sugar level, the blood pressure, then what is the age of the patient, is it very small or is it an old person, then what is the previous medical history of that patient, and all of these features will be recorded by the doctor. And finally, doctor checks the patient data and determines the outcome of an illness and the severity of illness. So using all the data, a doctor can identify whether a patient is ill or not. So these are the various use cases in which you can use logistic regression. Now I guess enough of theory part, so let's move ahead and see some of the practical implementation of logistic regression. So over here I'll be implementing two projects wherein I have the data set of a Titanic. So over here we'll predict what factors made people more likely to survive the sinking of the Titanic ship. And in my second project, we'll see the data analysis on the SUV cars. So over here we have the data of the SUV cars, who can purchase it, and what factors made people more interested in buying SUV. So these will be the major questions as to why you should implement logistic regression and what output will you get by it. So let's start by the very first project, that is Titanic data analysis. So some of you might know that there was a ship called as Titanic which basically hit an iceberg and it sunk to the bottom of the ocean. And it was a big disaster at that time because it was the first voyage of the ship and it was supposed to be really, really strongly built and one of the best ships of that time. So it was a big disaster of that time, and of course, there's a movie about this as well. So many of you might have watched it. So what we have data of the passengers, those who survived and those who did not survive in this particular tragedy. So what you have to do, you have to look at this data and analyze which factors would have been contributed the most to the chances of a person's survival on the ship or not. So using the logistic regression, we can predict whether the person survived or the person died. Now, apart from this, we'll also have a look with the various features along with that. So first, let us explore the data set. So over here, we have the index value. Then the first column is passenger ID. Then my next column is survived. So over here, we have two values, a 0 and a 1. So 0 stands for did not survive and 1 stands for survive. So this column is categorical where the values are discrete. Next, we have passenger class. So over here, we have three values, 1, 2, and 3. So this basically tells you that whether a passenger is traveling in the first class, second class, or third class. Then we have the name of the passenger, we have the sex, or you can say the gender of the passenger, whether passenger is a male or female. Then we have the age, we have the SIB-SP. So this basically means the number of siblings or the spouses aboard the Titanic. So over here we have values such as 1, 0, and so on. Then we have patch. So patch is basically the number of parents or children aboard the Titanic. So over here we also have some values. Then we have the ticket number, we have the fare, we have the cabin number, and we have the embarked column. So in my embarked column, we have three values. We have S, C, and Q. So S basically stands for Southampton, C stands for Cherbourg, and Q stands for Queenstown. So these are the features that we'll be applying our model on. So here we'll perform various steps and then we'll be implementing logistic regression. So now these are the various steps which are required to implement any algorithm. So now in our case we are implementing logistic regression. So our very first step is to collect your data or to import the libraries that are used for collecting your data and then taking it forward. Then my second step is to analyze your data. So over here I can go through the various fields and then I can analyze the data. I can check did the females or children survive better than the males, or did the rich passenger survive more than the poor passenger, or did the money matter, as in who paid more to get into the ship, were they evacuated first, and what about the workers, does the worker survived, or what is the survival rate if you were the worker in the ship and not just a traveling passenger. So all of these are very very interesting questions and you would be going through all of them one by one. So in this stage you need to analyze your data and explore your data as much as you can. Then my third step is to wrangle your data. Now data wrangling basically means cleaning your data. So over here you can simply remove the unnecessary items, or if you have a null values in the data set, you can just clear that data and then you can take it forward. So in this step you can build your model using the trained data set and then you can test it using the test. So over here you will be performing a split which basically split your data set into training and testing data set. And finally you will check the accuracy so as to ensure how much accurate your values are. So I hope you guys got these 5 steps that we're going to implement in logistic regression. So now let's go into all these steps in detail. So number one, we have to collect your data, or you can say import the libraries. So let me just show you the implementation part as well. So I'll just open my Jupyter notebook and I'll just implement all of these steps side by side. So guys, this is my Jupyter notebook. So first let me just rename the Jupyter notebook to, let's say, Titanic data analysis. Now our first step was to import all the libraries and collect the data. So let me just import all the libraries first. So first of all, I'll import pandas. So pandas is used for data analysis. So I'll say import pandas as PD. Then I'll be importing NumPy. So I'll say import NumPy as NP. So NumPy is a library in Python which basically stands for numerical Python, and it is widely used to perform any scientific computation. Next, we'll be importing Seaborn. So Seaborn is a library for statistical plotting. So I'll say import Seaborn as SNS. I'll also import Matplotlib. So Matplotlib library is again for plotting. So I'll say import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. Now to run this library in Jupyter Notebook, all I have to write in is percentage matplotlib inline. Next, I'll be importing one module as well so as to calculate the basic mathematical functions. So I'll say import maths. So these are the libraries that I'll be needing in this Titanic data analysis. So now let me just import my data set. So I'll take a variable, let's say Titanic data, and using the pandas, I will just read my CSV, or you can say the data set. I'll write the name of my data set, that is titanic.csv. Now I have already showed you the data set. So over here, let me just print the top 10 rows. So for that, I'll just say, I'll take the variable Titanic data dot head and I'll say the top 10 rows. So now I'll just run this. So to run this, so I just have to press Shift plus Enter, or else you can just directly click on this cell. So over here, I have the index, we have the passenger ID, which is nothing but again the index which is starting from 1. Then we have the survived column, which has the categorical values, or you can say the discrete values, which is in the form of 0 or 1. Then we have the passenger class, we have the name of the passenger, sex, age, and so on. So this is the dataset that I'll be going forward with. Next, let us print the number of passengers which are there in this original dataset. So for that, I'll just simply type in print. I'll say number of passengers. And using the length function, I can calculate the total length. So I'll say length, and inside this, I'll be passing this variable, which is Titanic data. So I'll just copy it from here. I'll just paste it dot index. And next, so let me just print this one. So here the number of passengers which are there in the original data set we have is 891. So around this number were traveling in the Titanic ship. So over here, my first step is done, where you have just collected data, imported all the libraries, and find out the total number of passengers which are traveling in Titanic. So now let me just go back to presentation and let's see what is my next step. So we're done with the collecting data. Next step is to analyze your data. So over here, we'll be creating different plots to check the relationship between variables, as in how one variable is affecting the other. So you can simply explore your dataset by making use of various columns, and then you can plot a graph between them. So you can either plot a correlation graph, you can plot a distribution graph. It's up to you guys. So let me just go back to my Jupyter notebook and let me analyze some of the data. Over here, my second part is to analyze data. So I just put this in header 2. Now to put this in header 2, I just have to go on code, click on markdown, and I just run this. So first let us plot a count plot, where you compare between the passengers who survived and who did not survive. So for that, I'll be using the Seaborn library. So over here, I have imported Seaborn as SNS. So I don't have to write the whole name. I'll simply say sns.countplot. I'll say X is who survived. And the data that I'll be using is the Titanic data. Or you can say the name of variable in which you have stored your data set. So now let me just run this. So over here, as you can see, I have survived column on my x-axis, and on the y-axis, I have the count. So 0 basically stands for did not survive, and 1 stands for the passengers who did survive. So over here, you can see that around 550 of the passengers who did not survive, and there were around 350 passengers who only survived. So here you can basically conclude that there are very less survivors than non-survivors. So this was the very first plot. Now let us plot another plot to compare the sex as to whether out of all the passengers who survived and who did not survive, how many were men and how many were female. So to do that, I'll simply say sns.countplot. I'll add the hue as sex. So I want to know how many females and how many males survived. Then I'll be specifying the data. So I'm using Titanic data set. And let me just run this. Okay, I've done a mistake over here. So over here you can see I have survived column on the x-axis and I have the count on the y. Now, so here your blue color stands for your male passengers and orange stands for your female. So as you can see here, the passengers who did not survive, that has a value 0. So we can see that majority of males did not survive. And if we see the people who survived, here we can see the majority of females survived. So this basically concludes the gender of the survival rate. So it appears on average women were more than 3 times more likely to survive than men. Next, let us plot another plot where we have the hue as the passenger class. So over here we can see which class that the passenger was traveling in, whether it was traveling in class 1, 2 or 3. So for that, I'll just write the same command. I'll say sns.countplot. I'll keep my x-axis as subject only. I'll change my hue to passenger class. So my variable is named as P class. And the data set that I'll be using is Titanic data. So this is my result. So over here you can see I have blue for first class, orange for second class, and green for the third class. So here the passengers who did not survive were majorly of the third class, or you can say the lowest class or the cheapest class to get into the Titanic. And the people who did survive majorly belong to the higher classes. So here 1 and 2 has more rise than the passenger who were traveling in the third class. So here we have concluded that the passengers who did not survive were majorly of third class, or you can say the lowest class. And the passengers who were traveling in first and second class would tend to survive more. Next, let us plot a graph for the age distribution. Over here, I can simply use my data. So I'll be using pandas library for this. I'll declare an array and I'll pass in the column that is age. So I plot and I want a histogram. So I'll say plot.hist. So you can notice over here that we have more of young passengers, or you can say the children between the ages 0 to 10. And then we have the average age people. And if you go ahead, lesser would be the population. So this is the analysis on the age column. So we saw that we have more young passengers and more mediocre age passengers which are traveling in the Titanic. So next, let me plot a graph of fare as well. So I'll say Titanic data. I'll say fare. And again, I'll plot a histogram. So I'll say hist. So here you can see the fare size is between 0 to 100. Now let me add the bin size so as to make it more clear. So over here I'll say bin is equals to, let's say, 20, and I'll increase the figure size as well. So I'll say fig size. Let's say I'll give the dimensions as 10 by 5. Okay, so it is bins. So this is more clear now. Next, let us analyze the other columns as well. So I'll just type in Titanic data and I want the information as to what all columns are left. So here we have passenger ID, which I guess it's of no use. Then we have to see how many passengers survived and how many did not. We also see the analysis on the gender basis. We saw whether female tend to survive more or the men tend to survive more. Then we saw the passenger class, whether passenger is traveling in the first class, second class, or third class. Then we have the name. So in name we cannot do any analysis. We saw the sex, we saw the age as well. Then we have SIB-SP. So this stands for the number of siblings or the spouses which are aboard the Titanic. So let us do this as well. So I'll say sns.countPlot. I'll mention x as SIB-SP, and I'll be using the Titanic data. So you can see the plot over here. So over here you can conclude that it has the maximum value on 0. So you can conclude that neither a children nor a spouse was on board the Titanic. Now second most highest value is 1. And then we have very less values for 2, 3, 4 and so on. Next, if I go above, we saw this column as well. Similarly, you can do for Parj. So next we have Parj, or you can say the number of parents or children which were aboard the Titanic. So similarly, you can do this as well. Then we have the ticket number. So I don't think so any analysis is required for ticket. Then we have fare. So fare we have already discussed. As in the people who tend to travel in the first class usually pay the highest fare. Then we have the cabin number and we have embarked. So these are the columns that we'll be doing data wrangling on. So we have analyzed the data and we have seen quite a few graphs in which we can conclude which variable is better than the another, or what is the relationship they hold. So third step is my data wrangling. So data wrangling basically means cleaning your data. So if you have a large data set, you might be having some null values, or you can say NaN values. So it's very important that you remove all the unnecessary items that are present in your data set. So removing this directly affects your accuracy. So I'll just go ahead and clean my data by removing all the NaN values and unnecessary columns which has a null value in the data set. So next I'll be performing data wrangling. So first of all, I'll check whether my data set is null or not. So I'll say Titanic data, which is the name of my data set, and I'll say is null. So this will basically tell me what all values are null and it will return me a Boolean result. So this basically checks the missing data and your result will be in Boolean format, as in the result will be true or false. So false means if it is not null and true means if it is null. So let me just run this. So over here you can see the values as false or true. So false is where the value is not null and true is where the value is null. So over here you can see in the cabin column we have the very first value which is null. So we have to do something on this. So you can see that we have a large data set, so the counting does not stop, and we can actually see the sum of it. We can actually print the number of passengers who have the NaN value in each column. So I'll say Titanic underscore data is null and I want the sum of it. So I'll say dot sum. So this will basically print the number of passengers who have the NaN values in each column. So we can see that we have missing values in each column, that is 177. Then we have the maximum value in the cabin column. And we have very less in the embarked column, that is 2. So here if you don't want to see these numbers, you can also plot a heat map and then you can visually analyze it. So let me just do that as well. So I'll say sns.heatmap. I'll say white tick labels to false. So I'll just run this. So as we have already seen that there were three columns in which missing data value was present. So this might be age. So over here, almost 20% of age column has a missing value. Then we have the cabin columns. So this is quite a large value. And then we have two values for embarked column as well. Add a CMap for color coding. So I'll say CMap. So if I do this, so the graph becomes more attractive. So over here, your yellow stands for true, or you can say the values are null. So here we have concluded that we have the missing value of age, we have a lot of missing values in the cabin column, and we have very less value which is not even visible in the embarked column as well. So to remove these missing values, you can either replace the values and you can put in some dummy values to it, or you can simply drop the column. So here let us first pick the age column. So first let me just plot a box plot and they will analyze with having a column as age. So I'll say sns dot box plot. I'll say X is equals to passenger class. So it's P class. I'll say Y is equals to age. And the data set that I'll be using is Titanic set. So I'll say data is equals to Titanic data. You can see the age in first class and second class tends to be more older rather than we have it in the third class. Well, that depends on the experience, how much you earn, or might be there n number of reasons. So here we concluded that passengers who were traveling in class 1 and class 2 are tend to be older than what we have in the class 3. So we have found that we have some missing values in M. Now one way is to either just drop the column or you can just simply fill in some values to that. So this method is called as imputation. Now to perform data wrangling or cleaning, let us first print the head of the data set. So I'll say Titanic.head, sorry, it's Titanic underscore data. Let's say I just want the 5 rows. So here we have survive, which is again categorical. So in this particular column, I can apply logistic regression. So this can be my Y value or the value that I need to predict. Then we have the passenger class, we have the name, then we have ticket number, fare, cabin. So over here we have seen that in cabin we have a lot of null values, or you can say the NaN values, which is quite visible as well. So first of all, we'll just drop this column. So for dropping it, I'll just say Titanic underscore data, and I'll simply type in drop and the column which I need to drop. So I have to drop the cabin column. I'll mention the axis equals to 1 and I'll say in place also to true. So now again I'll just print the head and let us see whether this column has been removed from the data set or not. So I'll say Titanic dot head. So as you can see here, we don't have cabin column anymore. Now you can also drop the NA values. So I'll say Titanic data dot drop all the NA values, or you can say NaN, which is not a number. And I'll say in place is equals to true. It's Titanic. So over here, let me again plot the heat map and let's say what the values which were before showing a lot of null values, has it been removed or not. So I'll say sns.heatmap, I'll pass in the data set. I'll check it is null. I'll say y tick labels is equals to false. And I don't want color coding, so again I'll say false. So this will basically help me to check whether my values has been removed from the data set or not. So as you can see here, I don't have any null values. So it's entirely black. Now you can actually know the sum as well. So I'll just go above. So I'll just copy this part and I'll just use the sum function to calculate the sum. So here that tells me that data set is clean, as in the data set does not contain any null value or any NaN value. So now we have wrangled our data, or you can say clean our data. So here we have done just one step in data wrangling, that is just removing one column out of it. Now you can do a lot of things. You can actually fill in the values with some other values, or you can just calculate the mean and then you can just fit in the null values. But now if I see my data set, so I'll say Titanic data dot head. But now if I see over here, I have a lot of string values. So this has to be converted to categorical variables in order to implement logistic regression. So what we will do, we will convert this to categorical variable into some dummy variables. And this can be done using pandas, because logistic regression just take two values. So whenever you apply machine learning, you need to make sure that there are no string values present, because it won't be taking these as your input variables. So using string, you don't have to predict anything. But in my case, I have the survived columns. So I need to predict how many people tend to survive and how many did not. So 0 stands for did not survive and 1 stands for survive. So now let me just convert these variables into dummy variables. So I'll just use pandas and I'll say pd.getDummies. You can simply press tab to autocomplete. I'll say Titanic data and I'll pass the sex. So you can just simply click on Shift plus Tab to get more information on this. So here we have the type data frame and we have the passenger ID survived and the passenger class. So if you run this, you'll see that 0 basically stands for not a female and 1 stands for it is a female. Similarly for male, 0 stands for it's not male and 1 stands for male. Now we don't require both these columns because one column itself is enough to tell us whether it's male or you can say female or not. So let's say if I want to keep only male, now I'll say if the value of male is 1, so it is definitely a male and it is not a female. So that is how you don't need both of these values. So for that, I'll just remove the first column, let's say female. So I'll say drop first and true. So over here it has given me just one column which is male and has the value 0 and 1. Now let me just set this as a variable, let's say sex. So over here I can say sex.head. I just want to see the first 5 rows. Oh, sorry, it's dot. So this is how my data looks like. Now here we have done it for sex. Then we have the numerical values in age. We have the numerical values in spouses. Then we have the ticket number. We have the fare and we have embarked as well. So in embarked, the values are in S, C and Q. So here also we can apply this get dummy function. So let's say I'll take a variable, let's say embark. I'll use the pandas library. I'll enter the column name that is embarked. So let me just print the head of it. So I'll say embark.head. So over here we have C, Q and S. Now here also we can drop the first column because these two values are enough whether the passenger is either traveling for Q, that is Queenstown, S for Southampton, and if both the values are 0 then definitely the passenger is from Cherbourg, that is the third value. So you can again drop the first value. So I'll say drop and true. Let me just run this. So this is how my output looks like. Now similarly you can do it for passenger class as well. So here also we have 3 classes, 1, 2 and 3. So I'll just copy the whole statement. So let's say I want the variable name, let's say PCL. I'll pass in the column name that is P class and I'll just drop the first column. So here also the values would be 1, 2 or 3 and I'll just remove the first column. So here we just left with 2 and 3. So if both the values are 0, then definitely the passenger is traveling in the first class. Now we have made the values as categorical. Now my next step would be to concatenate all these new rows into a data set. Or you can say Titanic data. Using the pandas, we'll just concatenate all these columns. So I'll say p.concat and I'll say we have to concatenate sex, we have to concatenate embark and PCL. And then I'll mention the access to 1. And I'll just run this. Okay, I need to print the head. So over here you can see that these columns have been added over here. So we have the male column which basically tells whether a person is male or it's a female. Then we have the embarked which is basically Q and S. So if it's traveling from Queenstown, the value would be 1, else it would be 0. And if both of these values are 0, it is definitely traveling from Cherbourg. Then we have the passenger class as 2 and 3. So if the value of both these is 0, then the passenger is traveling in class 1. So I hope you got this till now. Now these are the irrelevant columns that we have it over here. So we can just drop these columns. We'll dropping P class, the embarked column, and the sex column. So I'll just type in Titanic data dot drop and I'll mention the columns that I want to drop. So I'll say I'll even delete the passenger ID because it's nothing but just the index value which is starting from 1. So I'll drop this as well. Then I don't want name as well, so I'll delete name as well. Then what else we can drop? We can drop the ticket as well. And then I'll just mention the access and I'll say in place is equals to true. Okay, so my column name starts from uppercase. So these has been dropped. Now let me just print my data set again. So this is my final data set, guys. We have the survived column which has the value 0 and 1. Then we have the passenger class. Oh, we forgot to drop this as well. So no worries, I'll drop this again. So now let me just run this. So over here we have the survived, we have the age, we have the SIB SP, we have the parch, we have fair, male, and these we have just converted. So here we have just performed data wrangling, or you can say clean the data, and then we have just converted the values of gender to male, then embarked to QNS and the passenger class to 2 and 3. So this was all about my data wrangling or just cleaning the data. Then my next step is training and testing your data. So here we will split the dataset into train subset and test subset. And then what we'll do, we'll build a model on the trained data and then predict the output on your test dataset. So let me just go back to Jupyter and let us implement this as well. Over here, I need to train my dataset. So I'll just put this in heading 3. So over here, you need to define your dependent variable and independent variable. So here, my y is the output, or you can say the value that I need to predict. So over here, I'll write Titanic data. I'll take the column which is survived. So basically, I have to predict this column whether the passenger survived or not. And as you can see, we have the discrete outcome, which is in the form of 0 and 1. And rest all the things, we can take it as a features or you can say independent variable. So I'll say Titanic data dot drop. So we'll just simply drop this survived and all the other columns will be my independent variable. So everything else are the features which leads to the survival rate. So once we have defined the independent variable and the dependent variable, next step is to split your data into training and testing subset. So for that, we'll be using sklearn. I just type in from sklearn.cross validation, import train test split. Now here, if you just click on shift and tab, you can go to the documentation and you can just see the examples over here. I'll click on plus to open it. And then I just go to examples and see how you can split your data. So over here you have xtrain, xtest, ytrain, ytest. And then using this train test split, you can just pass in your independent variable and dependent variable and just define a size and a random state to it. So let me just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. Over here we'll train, test, then we have the dependent variable train and test, and using the split function we'll pass in the independent and dependent variable, and then we'll set a split size. So let's say I'll put it at 0.3. So this basically means that your data set is divided in 0.3, that is in 70-30 ratio, and then I can add any random state to it. So let's say I'm applying 1. This is not necessary. If you want the same result as that of mine, you can add the random state. So this will basically take exactly the same sample every time. Next, I have to train and predict by creating a model. So here logistic regression will grab from the linear regression. So next I'll just type in from sklearn.linear model, import logistic regression. Next I'll just create the instance of this logistic regression model. So I'll say log model is equals to logistic regression. Now I just need to fit my model, so I'll say log model dot fit and I'll just pass in my xtrain and ytrain. Alright, so here it gives me all the details of logistic regression. So here it gives me the class weight, dual, fit, intercept and all those things. Then what I need to do, I need to make prediction. So I'll take a variable, let's say predictions, and I'll pass on the model to it. So I'll say log model dot predict and I'll pass in the value that is xtest. So here we have just created a model, fit that model, and then we had made predictions. So now to evaluate how my model has been performing, so you can simply calculate the accuracy or you can also calculate a classification report. So don't worry guys, I'll be showing both of these methods. So I'll say from sklearn.metrics, import classification report. So over here I'll use classification report and inside this I'll be passing in ytest and the predictions. So guys, this is my classification report. So over here I have the precision, I have the recall, we have the F1 score, and then we have support. So here we have the value of precision as 75, 72 and 73, which is not that bad. Now in order to calculate the accuracy as well, you can also use the concept of confusion matrix. So if you want to print the confusion matrix, I'll simply say from sklearn.metrics, import confusion matrix first of all, and then we'll just print this. So here my function has been imported successfully. So I'll say confusion matrix and I'll again pass in the same variables, which is ytest and predictions. So I hope you guys already know the concept of confusion matrix. So can you guys give me a quick confirmation as to whether you guys remember this confusion matrix concept or not? So if not, I can just quickly summarize this as well. Okay, Jagriti says a yes. Okay, Swati is not clear with this. So I'll just tell you in a brief what confusion matrix is all about. So confusion matrix is nothing but a 2 by 2 matrix which has 4 outcomes. This basically tells us that how accurate your values are. So here we have the column as predicted no, predicted y, and we have actual no and an actual yes. So this is the concept of confusion matrix. So here let me just feed in these values which we have just calculated. So here we have 105, 105, 21, 25 and 63. So as you can see here, we have got four outcomes. Now 105 is the value where a model has predicted no, and in reality it was also a no. So here we have predicted no and an actual no. Similarly, we have 63 as a predicted yes. So here the model predicted yes, and actually also it was a yes. So in order to calculate the accuracy, you just need to add the sum of these two values and just divide the whole by the sum. So here these two values tells me where the model has actually predicted the correct output. So this value is also called as true negative. This is called as false positive. This is called as true positive, and this is called as false negative. Now in order to calculate the accuracy, you don't have to do it manually. So in Python, you can just import accuracy score function and you can get the results from that. So I'll just do that as well. So I'll say from sklearn.metrics import accuracy score, and I'll simply print the accuracy. And I'll pass in the same variables, that is y-test and predictions. So over here it tells me the accuracy as 78, which is quite good. So over here, if you want to do it manually, you have to plus these two numbers, which is 105 plus 63. So this comes out to almost 168. And then you have to divide it by the sum of all the four numbers. So 105 plus 63 plus 21 plus 25. So this gives me a result of 214. So now if you divide these two numbers, you'll get the same accuracy, that is 78%, or you can say 0.78. So that is how you can calculate the accuracy. So now let me just go back to my presentation and let's see what all we have covered till now. So here we have first split our data into train and test subset. Then we have built our model on the train data and then predicted the output on the test data set. And then my fifth step is to check the accuracy. So here we have calculated accuracy to almost 78%, which is quite good. You cannot say that accuracy is bad. So here it tells me how accurate your results are. So here my accuracy score defines that, and hence we got a good accuracy. So now moving ahead, let us see the second project, that is SUV data analysis. So in this, a car company has released new SUV in the market. And using the previous data about the sales of their SUV, they want to predict the category of people who might be interested in buying this. So using the logistic regression, you need to find what factors made people more interested in buying this SUV. So for this, let us see a data set where I have user ID, I have gender as male and female. Then we have the age, we have the estimated salary, and then we have the purchased column. So this is my discrete column, or you can say the categorical column. So here we just have the value, that is 0 and 1. And this column we need to predict whether a person can actually purchase a SUV or not. So based on these factors, we will be deciding whether a person can actually purchase a SUV or not. So we know the salary of a person, we know the age. And using these, we can predict whether a person can actually purchase a SUV or not. So let me just go to my Jupyter notebook and just implement logistic regression. So guys, I will not be going through all the details of data cleaning and analyzing the part. So that part, I'll just leave it on you. So just go ahead and practice as much as you can. Alright. So my second project is SUV predictions. Alright. So first of all, I have to import all the libraries. So I say import numpy as np. And similarly, I'll do the rest of it. Alright. So now let me just print the head of this data set. So this we have already seen that we have columns as user ID, we have gender, we have the age, we have the salary, and then we have to calculate whether the person can actually purchase a SUV or not. So now let us just simply go on to the algorithm part. So we'll directly start off with the logistic regression, or how you can train a model. So for doing all those things, we first need to define an independent variable and a dependent variable. So in this case, I want my x, that is an independent variable. I say dataset.ilog. So here I'll be specifying all the rows. So colon basically stands for that. And in the columns, I want only 2 and 3 dot values. So here it should fetch me all the rows and only the second and third column, which is age and estimated salary. So these are the factors which will be used to predict the dependent variable, that is purchase. So here my dependent variable is purchase. And the dependent variable is of age and salary. So I'll say dataset.ilog. I'll have all the rows and I just want fourth column, that is my purchased column. dot values. Alright, so I've just forgot one square bracket over here. Alright. So over here I have defined my independent variable and dependent variable. So here my independent variable is age and salary and dependent variable is the column purchase. Now you must be wondering what is this ilog function. So ilog function is basically an indexer for pandas data frame and it is used for integer based indexing, or you can also say selection by index. Now let me just print these independent variables and dependent variable. So if I print the independent variable, I have the age as well as the salary. Next, let me print the dependent variable as well. So over here, you can see I just have the values in 0 and 1. So 0 stands for did not purchase. Next, let me just divide my dataset into training and test subset. So I'll simply write in from sklearn.crossvalidation import train test. Next, I'll just press shift and tab. And over here, I'll go to the examples and just copy the same line. So I'll just copy this. I'll remove the points. Now I want the text size to be, let's say, 25. So I have divided the train and test split in 75-25 ratio. Now let's say I'll take the random state as 0. So random state basically ensures the same result. Or you can say the same samples taken whenever you run the code. So let me just run this. Now you can also scale your input values for better performing. And this can be done using standard scaler. So let me do that as well. So I'll say from sklearn.preprocessing import standard scaler. Now, why do we scale it? Now, if you see our data set, we are dealing with large numbers. Well, although we are using a very small data set, so whenever you're working in a prod environment, you'll be working with large data set where you'll be using thousands and hundred thousands of tuples. So their scaling down will definitely affect the performance by a large extent. So here, let me just show you how you can scale down these input values. And then the pre-processing contains all your methods and functionality which is required to transform your data. So now let us scale down for test as well as a training data set. So I'll first make an instance of it. So I'll say standard scaler. Then I'll have xtrain. I'll say sc.fit, fit underscore transform. And I'll pass in my xtrain variable. And similarly, I can do it for test, wherein I'll pass the xtest. Alright. Now my next step is to import logistic regression. So I'll simply apply logistic regression by first importing it. So I'll say from sklearn.linear model import logistic regression. Now over here I'll be using classifier. So I'll say classifier dot is equals to logistic regression. So over here I'll just make an instance of it. So I'll say logistic regression. And over here I'll just pass in the random state which is 0. And now I'll simply fit the model. And I'll simply pass in xtrain and ytrain. So here it tells me all the details of logistic regression. Then I have to predict the value. So I'll say ypred is equals to classifier, then predict function, and then I'll just pass in xtest. So now we have created the model, we have scaled down our input values, then we have applied logistic regression, we have predicted the values, and now we want to know the accuracy. So to know the accuracy, first we need to import accuracy score. So I'll say from sklearn.metrics import accuracy score, and using this function we can calculate the accuracy, or you can manually do that by creating a confusion matrix. So I'll just pass in my y test and my y predicted. Alright, so over here I get the accuracy as 89%. So if we want to know the accuracy in percentage, so I just have to multiply it by 100, and if I run this, so it gives me 89%. So I hope you guys are clear with whatever I have taught you today. So here I have taken my independent variables as age and salary, and then we have calculated that how many people can purchase the SUV. And then we have calculated our model by checking the accuracy. So over here we get the accuracy as 89, which is great.
Let's compare the two models. So first of all, let's look at the definition of linear regression and logistic regression. So the main aim of linear regression is to predict a continuous dependent variable based on the values of the independent variables. But when it comes to logistic regression, the aim is to predict a categorical dependent variable based on the values of independent variables. These are the main aim of each of these models. Now let's look at the variable type. Now in linear regression, the dependent variable is always continuous. All right, this is very important to remember because this is the main objective of linear regression. Okay, it makes use of continuous dependent variables to predict continuous values. Similarly, when it comes to logistic regression, you're going to use categorical dependent variable to predict a categorical value. All right, now let's look at the estimation method. So guys, linear regression is based on the least square estimation, which basically says that the regression coefficient should be chosen in such a way that it minimizes the sum of the square distance of each observed response. Okay, now this is in depth about linear regression, so that's why I'm going to leave a link in the description. Now, logistic regression, on the other hand, is based on maximum likelihood estimation. Okay, this basically says that the coefficients should be chosen in such a way that it maximizes the probability of y given some value of x. Next is the equation. Earlier we discussed this equation where for linear regression we have y is equal to b0 plus b1 into x plus e. Okay, similarly this is the equation for logistic regression. So the next difference is the best fit line. So guys, linear regression aims at finding the best fitting straight line, which is also called the regression line. All right, but when it comes to logistic regression, if you try and map the relationship between the dependent and independent variable, you're going to get a curve, which is also known as the sigmoid curve. All right, so in linear regression, the relationship between the dependent and independent variable is represented using a straight line. But when it comes to logistic regression, the relationship between the dependent and independent variable is represented using a sigmoid curve. Now let's look at the relationship between dependent and independent variable. Now, when it comes to linear regression, there has to be a linear relationship between the two. So when I say linear, I mean that the variables have to vary linearly. Okay, that's how the straight line is formed in the first place. All right. When it comes to logistic regression, it's not necessary to have a linear relationship. Now, the output of linear regression is always going to be a predicted integer value or basically a continuous value. So when it comes to logistic regression, the output has to be a binary value. Okay, so it should either be class A or class B, or it should be 0 or 1, something like that. Finally, we have applications. Now, linear regression is mainly used to predict outcomes like the expected number of sales, and it's always used to predict some continuous value. All right, but when it comes to logistic regression, it's mainly used in classification. So when you want to classify a data set into two different classes, then you use logistic regression. You can find a lot of applications of linear regression in the business domain, and logistic regression is mainly used in the cybersecurity, image processing, and classification domain.
MLOps, short for Machine Learning Operations, is the practice of combining collaboration, automation, and best practices to streamline the lifecycle of machine learning models from development to deployment and maintenance in production environments. It bridges the gap between data science and operational teams, ensuring that ML models are reproducible, scalable, and reliable in real-world use cases. Now that we understand what MLOps is, let's dive deeper to explore its relationship with DevOps. Well, DevOps focuses on the development and deployment of software applications, emphasizing continuous integration, continuous delivery, and infrastructure management. Whereas MLOps extends these principles to machine learning systems, addressing unique challenges such as handling large and evolving datasets, managing model drift and data drift, and ensuring reproducibility in training and inference. However, similar to DevOps, MLOps emphasizes several key principles that streamline machine learning workflows. Automation plays a central role, enabling the automation of tasks such as data pre-processing, model training, testing, and deployment to improve efficiency and consistency. And the collaboration fosters teamwork among data scientists, machine learning engineers, and IT professionals, ensuring alignment across roles for successful project execution. Additionally, MLOps supports continuous processes such as continuous training, testing, and monitoring of ML models to maintain their performance and adaptability over time in dynamic production environments. This alignment enhances the scalability and reliability of ML solutions. Now, with an understanding of how MLOps relates to DevOps, let's see how it is driving the scaling of AI solutions. First, we have the producibility. It ensures that models can be retrained and evaluated consistently even with changing datasets. Next, efficiency. Speeds up the transitions from experimentations to deployment with automation. Then, scalability, which handles the complexity of deploying models to production across diverse environments such as cloud, edge, etc. Next, reliability, which monitors and updates models to maintain performance over time, reducing the risk of model degradations. And finally, the compliance, which ensures traceability and accountability for ethical AI and regulatory standards. And by adopting MLOps, organizations can confidently scale AI initiatives, making ML models operationally viable and impactful in solving real-world problems. Now, having learned how MLOps is scalable AI solutions, let's explore why MLOps have become essential. Well, MLOps is crucial for overcoming several challenges inherent in traditional machine learning workflows. It addresses issues like data drift, where data used in production differs from the training data, leading to degraded model performance. Additionally, MLOps resolves the lack of reproducibility and version control, which often hinders the ability to trace back model experiments and configurations. Furthermore, MLOps tackles the deployment bottlenecks such as long delays and manual errors during model deployment. By automating tasks like model training, testing, and deployment, MLOps ensures scalability, reliability, and efficiency, allowing models to continuously evolve and remain effective over time, thus improving the robustness of machine learning systems across different environments and use cases. Now that we know why MLOps is needed, so let's examine the challenges in traditional ML workflows. Over time, production data might diverge significantly from the training data, leading to data drift, or the relationships between variables may evolve, causing concept drift. And these changes can degrade model performance, and without MLOps, detecting and addressing such drifts becomes challenging, resulting in inaccurate predictions. Additionally, machine learning experiments often involve frequent updates to datasets, code, and hyperparameters. And without version control, reproducing results or tracking specific configurations becomes difficult, creating inefficiency and risk, especially in collaborative environments. Lastly, transitioning a model from development to production requires multiple steps, such as scaling, system integration, and latency optimization. Well, the traditional workflow lack automation, leading to deployment delays, errors, and a high risk of production failures. MLOps addresses these issues by streamlining processes and improving reliability. Having identified the challenges, let's see how MLOps addresses them by looking at its benefits. MLOps brings several key benefits to machine learning systems, ensuring they are robust, efficient, and scalable. It facilitates scalability by enabling model deployment across diverse environments like cloud, edge, or on-premises systems with automated pipelines that efficiently manage large datasets and user demands. Reliability is enhanced through continuous monitoring, which detects issues such as data drift and concept drift early, ensuring consistent model performance. Automated workflows minimize human error and the dependability of ML systems in production. Moreover, MLOps streamlines repetitive tasks like data preprocessing, model training, and deployment through CI/CD pipelines and orchestration tools. And this automation frees data scientists and engineers to focus on innovation, accelerating the ML lifecycle, and maximizing the value of AI investments. Now, with a clear understanding of the benefits of MLOps, let's explore its key components. MLOps consists of several key components that ensures the smooth lifecycle management of machine learning systems. Model development involves data preprocessing, feature engineering, model training, and evaluation using tools like Jupyter, TensorFlow, and PyTorch. Model deployment focuses on pushing models into production environments such as batch processing, online inference, or edge computing, leveraging tools like Docker, Kubernetes, Flask, and Fast API. Next, model monitoring ensures continuous performance assessment by tracking metrics like accuracy, latency, and data drift, supported by tools like Prometheus and Grafana. Continuous integration and continuous deployment automates testing, integration, and delivery pipelines for models. Next, data versioning and management track dataset changes to maintain reproducibility with tools like DVC and Delta Lake. Lastly, experiment tracking logs experiments to compare model performance utilizing tools such as MLflow and weights and biases. Together, these components streamline the development, deployment, and maintenance of ML systems. Since MLOps involves various aspects, let's learn about MLOps lifecycle. MLOps lifecycle consists of several critical steps that ensures the effective management of machine learning models in production. Here we have data preparation, which involves collecting, cleaning, and versioning data to ensure consistency and reproducibility. Next, model training and validation includes conducting experiments, fine-tuning hyperparameters, and selecting the best performing model. And once the model is finalized, model packaging task place, where the model is wrapped into a deployable format using tools and frameworks suited for the target environment. Then, the deployment follows, where the packaged model is integrated into production systems, whether on-premises, cloud, or edge platform. And finally, monitoring and feedback ensures continuous observation of the model's performance in production by tracking metrics like accuracy and latency, while feedback loops allow for iterative improvements to maintain performance and relevance. And this lifecycle ensures a streamlined and efficient ML workflow. Now that we know the core aspects of MLOps, so let's discuss what you need to learn to build a career in MLOps. A wide array of tools and frameworks supports the implementation of MLOps workflows. For pipeline orchestrations, tools like Kubeflow and Apache Airflow help automate and streamline the end-to-end processes of ML workflows. For CI/CD, platforms such as Jenkins and GitHub Actions enable automated testing, integration, and deployment pipelines to ensure smooth transitions from development to production. And for model serving, frameworks like TensorFlow Serving and TouchServe provides robust solutions for deploying and serving machine learning models at scale. Finally, for monitoring, tools like Evidently AI and Prometheus are commonly used to track performance metrics, detect data drift, and ensures that deployed models maintain their accuracy and reliability in production environments. These tools collectively enhance efficiency, scalability, and reliability in the MLOps ecosystem. Now that we have covered the tools and frameworks of MLOps, let's explore its real-world applications. MLOps is widely applied across industries to enable efficient deployment and management of machine learning models. In finance, it supports fraud detection system by continuously monitoring and updating models to detect abnormal transactions. And in e-commerce, MLOps drives recommendation systems, ensuring they adapt to changing user behavior and preferences by managing data pipelines and model updates. In manufacturing, MLOps enable predictive maintenance by processing sensor data in real time and retraining models to predict equipment failures, thereby reducing downtime and improving efficiency. These applications demonstrate how MLOps ensures reliability, scalability, and adaptability in critical machine learning systems. Now, with a solid understanding of MLOps, let's dive into the challenges it faces. MLOps faces several challenges in effectively managing machine learning workflows, such as data drift and concept drift can degrade model performance over time as data patterns evolve, requiring constant monitoring and updates. Next, managing large-scale data and models poses technical challenges such as ensuring efficient storage, processing, and deployment. Integrating MLOps practices with existing DevOps workflows can be complex, as it requires aligning ML-specific needs with traditional software engineering practices. Additionally, staying compliant with regulatory and ethical standards is critical, especially when working with sensitive data, necessitating robust governance and documentation processes to maintain trust and accountability. Now, addressing the challenges in MLOps sets the stage for exploring how emerging trends and innovation are shaping its future, driving more efficient, transparent, and scalable machine learning solutions. Now, let us discuss the future of MLOps. The future of MLOps is poised for transformative advancements driven by emerging trends. AutoML and no-code MLOps are making it easier for organizations to adapt and scale machine learning by enabling non-technical users to build and manage models efficiently. The integration of explainable AI into MLOps workflow ensures the transparency and accountability, addressing critical concerns around bias and trust in AI systems. Furthermore, the incorporations of generative AI is automating various MLOps processes such as feature engineering, pipeline automation, and anomaly detection, accelerating workflows and enhancing model performance. These trends are reshaping MLOps, making it more accessible, reliable, and aligned with future AI demands.
who is a machine learning engineer. Machine learning engineers are sophisticated programmers who develop machines and systems that can learn and apply knowledge without any specific direction. So they're basically just enthusiastic computer programmers, but their focus goes beyond specifically programming machines to perform tasks. So what they really do is they create programs that will enable machines to take actions without being specifically directed to perform those tasks. Now that we know who a machine learning engineer is, let us talk about what does an ML engineer do. Machine learning engineers are creators of the algorithms that allow a machine to find patterns in its own programming data, teaching it to understand commands and even think for itself. The artificial intelligence seen in automatic vacuums and self-driving cars is the thought children of these engineers. Researching new technologies and implementing them in machine learning programs is one of the many tasks that a machine learning engineer does. Finding the best design and hardware to use when building the robot or computer, developing tangible prototypes to show stakeholders, and also putting the machines through various number of rigorous tests to ensure they function as planned. So by now you must have an idea about what they do and who they are. So now let us understand what are the skills needed to become an ML engineer. The first most important skill is the programming skill. Computer science fundamentals are extremely important for machine learning engineers. They include data structures, algorithms, computability and complexity, and even computer architecture. You must be able to apply, implement, adapt, or address them when programming. Practice problems, coding competitions, and hackathons are a great way to hone your skills. So some of the programming languages that you must be familiar with is R language, Python, Java programming. So R language here is basically used for developing statistical software and data analysis, whereas Python lets you create, analyze, and organize large chunks of data with ease. Also, Java helps in data description. Moving on, the next important skill is probability and statistics. A formal characterization of probability and techniques derived from it are at the heart of many machine learning algorithms. These are a means to deal with uncertainty in the real world. Closely related to this field is of statistics, which provides various measures like mean, median, variance, etc. Also distributions like uniform, normal, binomial, etc. and analysis methods like hypothesis testing that are necessary for building and validating models from observed data is extremely important. Many machine learning algorithms are essentially extensions of statistical modeling procedures. Moving on, the next skill that is really important is understanding data modeling and evaluation. Now, what is data modeling? Data modeling is simply the process of estimating the underlying structure of a given data set with the goal of finding useful patterns like correlations, clusters, etc., and predicting properties of previously unseen instances. A key part of this estimation process is continually evaluating how good a given model is. Depending on the task at hand, you will need to choose an appropriate accuracy or error measure, example log loss for classification, sum of squared errors for regression, etc., and also an evaluation strategy like testing, training, split, sequential versus randomized cross-validation, etc. Iterative learning algorithms often directly utilize resulting errors to tweak the model. Examples are backpropagation for neural networks, so understanding these measures is very important even for just applying standard algorithms. So also applying machine learning algorithms and different libraries are very important. Standard implementations of machine learning algorithms are widely available through libraries or packages or APIs. Some of the examples are TensorFlow, scikit-learn, but applying them effectively involves choosing a suitable model like the decision tree, nearest neighbor, neural net, etc. Also, a learning procedure to fit the data, as well as understanding how hyperparameters affect learning is really important. You also need to be aware of the relative advantages and disadvantages of different approaches and also understand how biases and variance works, overfitting and underfitting work, all of the basics of machine learning and how do you apply them. Data science and machine learning challenges such as those on Kaggle are a great way to get exposed to different kinds of problems. Also, to become an ML engineer, you need to understand how software engineering and system design works. So at the end of the day, a machine learning engineer's typical output or deliverable is software. And often it is a very small component that fits into a larger ecosystem of products and services. You need to understand how these different pieces work together, communicate with them, and build appropriate interfaces for your component that others will eventually depend on. Careful system design may be necessary to avoid bottlenecks and let your algorithms scale well with increasing volumes of data. Software engineering best practices, including requirements analysis, system design, modularity, version control, testing, documentation, etc., are invaluable for productivity, collaboration, quality, and maintainability. Now that we have discussed the skills needed to become an ML engineer, let us look at some of the major roles and responsibilities. Now, the first and most important role is to create artificial intelligent products for the team. Well, this is achieved when we're able to create machine learning models of our own, right? What's more important is that we need to build efficient applications. The efficiency plays a really big role here. There are some responsibilities of a machine learning engineer, such as we need to be able to study some prototypes and then transform them into applications. We also have to be able to design and build our own machine learning systems. We have to be in a position where we put in some research to find the appropriate algorithms and tools necessary. And yes, we will be developing machine learning application based on what's required. Also, what's important is to select the right data set and to find the correct data representation methods. We also need to run machine learning tests and experiments to keep improving on our implementation for the use case. And lastly, we need to train the systems for top-notch accuracy. But sometimes you will have to retrain them again based on the changes in the requirement. Well, this sure does seem like a lot for now, but it really isn't that complex. Once you start learning and begin cracking the basics, it's extremely simple. Moving on, let's see some of the salary and trends of a machine learning engineer. According to the 2019 Indeed report, the best jobs in the US and Indian market is the machine learning engineer. What's more interesting is that the role of an ML engineer recorded a whopping 344% increase since 2015. The average salary for a machine learning engineer in India is rupees 6,89,460 rupees, whereas the average salary for a machine learning engineer in the United States of America is $112,000. So that's really a huge amount, right? Moving on, let's talk about some of the companies hiring machine learning engineers. The number of opportunities is exponentially growing, and this is amazing because you'll be trending when you're a machine learning engineer, and obviously you'll be paid really well. Everyone from Apple to Uber, Facebook to Salesforce, all these big players are on a constant ML engineers hiring spear, and they obviously pay really high salaries for this. Now, this takes us to the last part of today's session, that is the future of machine learning. What is perhaps most compelling about machine learning is its seemingly limitless applicability. There are already so many fields being impacted by machine learning, including education, finance, computer science, and much more. There are also virtually no fields to which machine learning does not apply. In some cases, machine learning techniques are in fact desperately needed. Healthcare is an obvious example. Machine learning techniques are already being applied to critical arenas within the healthcare sphere, impacting everyone from care variation reduction efforts to medical scan analysis. The world is unquestionably changing in rapid and dramatic ways, and the demand for machine learning engineers is going to keep increasing exponentially. The world's challenges are complex, and they will obviously require complex systems to solve them. Machine learning engineers are building these systems. If this is your future, then there's no time like the present to start mastering the skills and developing the mindset you're going to need to succeed.
So let's have a look at the top 10 skills which are required to become a successful machine learning engineer. So starting with programming languages, Python is the lingua franca of machine learning. You may have had exposure to Python even if you weren't previously in programming or in a computer science related field. However, it is important to have a solid understanding of classes and data structures. Sometimes Python won't be enough, Often, you'll encounter projects that need to leverage hardware for speed improvements. Now, make sure you're familiar with the basic algorithms as well as the classes, memory management, and linking. Now, if you want a job in machine learning, you will probably have to learn all of these languages at some point. C++ can help in speeding code up, whereas R works great in statistics and plots. And Hadoop is Java-based, so you probably need to implement mappers and reducers in Java. Now next we have linear algebra. You'll need to be intimately familiar with matrices, vectors, and matrix multiplication. If you have an understanding of derivatives and integrals, you should be in the clear. Otherwise, even simple concepts like gradient descents will elude you. Statistics is going to come up a lot. At least make sure you are familiar with the Gaussian distributions, means, standard deviation, and much more. Every bit of statistical understanding beyond this helps. Now, theories help in learning about algorithms. Great samples are naive Bayes, Gaussian mixture models, and hidden Markov models. You need to have a firm understanding of probability and stats to understand these models. Just go nuts and study measure theory. Next, we have advanced signal processing techniques. Now, feature abstraction is one of the most important parts of machine learning. Different types of problems need various solutions. You may be able to utilize really cool advanced signal processing algorithms such as wavelets, shearlets, curvelets, and bandlets. You need to learn about the time frequency analysis and try to apply it in your problems. Now, this skill will give you an edge over all the other skills. This skill will give you an edge while you're applying for a machine learning engineer job over others. Now, next we have applied maths. A lot of machine learning techniques out there are just fancy types of functional approximation. Now, these often get developed by theoretical mathematicians and then get applied by people who do not understand the theory at all. Now, the result is that many developers might have a hard time finding the best techniques for the problem. So, even a basic understanding of numerical analysis will give you a huge edge. Having a firm understanding of algorithm theory and knowing how the algorithm works, you can also discriminate models such as SVMs. Now, you will need to understand subjects such as gradient descent, convex optimization, Lagrange, quadratic programming, partial differentiation equations, and much more. Now, all this math might seem intimidating at first if you've been away from it for a while. Yes, machine learning is much more math intensive than something like front-end development. Just like any other skill, getting better at math is a matter of focused practice. The next skill in our list is the neural network architectures. We need machine learning for tasks that are too complex for humans to code directly. That is, tasks that are so complex that it is impractical. Now, neural networks are a class of models within the general machine learning literature. Now, neural networks are a specific set of algorithms that have revolutionized machine learning. They are inspired by biological neural networks, and the current so-called deep neural networks have proven to work quite well. The neural networks are themselves general function approximations, which is why they can be applied to almost any machine learning problem about learning a complex mapping from the input to the output space. Of course, there are still good reasons for the surge in the popularity of neural networks, but neural networks have been by far the most accurate way of approaching many problems like translation, speech recognition, and image classification. Now, coming to our next point, which is the natural language processing. Now, since it combines computer science and linguistics, there are a bunch of libraries like the NLTK, Gensism, and the techniques such as sentimental analysis and summarization that are unique to NLP. Now, audio and video processing has a frequent overlap with the natural language processing. However, natural language processing can be applied to non-audio data like text. Voice and audio analysis involves extracting useful information from the audio signals themselves. Being well versed in math will get you far in this one. And you should also be familiar with the concepts such as the fast Fourier transforms. Now, these were the technical skills that are required to become a successful machine learning engineer. So next, I'm going to discuss some of the non-technical skills or the soft skills which are required to become a machine learning engineer. So first of all, we have the industry knowledge. Now, the most successful machine learning projects out there are going to be those that address real pain points. Whichever industry you are working for, you should know how that industry works and what will be beneficial for the business. If a machine learning engineer does not have business acumen and the know-how of the elements that make up a successful business model or any particular algorithm, then all those technical skills cannot be channeled productively. You won't be able to discern the problems and potential challenges that need solving for the business to sustain and grow. you won't really be able to help your organization explore new business opportunities. So this is a must-have skill. Now next we have effective communication. Now, you'll need to explain the machine learning concepts to the people with little to no expertise in the field. Chances are you'll need to work with a team of engineers as well as many other teams. So communication is going to make all of this much more easier. Companies searching for a strong machine learning engineer are looking for someone who can clearly and fluently translate their technical findings to a non-technical team, such as marketing or sales department. Now, next on our list, we have rapid prototyping. So iterating on ideas as quickly as possible is mandatory for finding one that works. In machine learning, this applies to everything from picking up the right model to working on projects such as A/B testing. You need to do a group of techniques used to quickly fabricate a scale model of a physical part or assembly using the three-dimensional computer-aided design, which is the CAD. So last but not the least, we have the final skill, and that is to keep updated. You must stay up to date with any upcoming changes. Every month, new neural network models come out that outperform the previous architecture. It also means being aware of the news regarding the development of the tools, the changelog, the conferences, and much more. You need to know about the theories and algorithms. Now, this you can achieve by reading the research papers, blogs, the conferences, videos, and also you need to focus on the online community, which changes very quickly. So expect and cultivate this change. Now, this is not the end. Here we have certain skills, the bonus skills, which will give you an edge over other competitors or the other persons who are applying for a machine learning engineer position. On the bonus point, we have physics. Now, you might be in a situation where you would like to apply machine learning techniques to a system that will interact with the real world. Having some knowledge of physics will take you far. Now, next we have reinforcement learning. So, this reinforcement learning has been a driver behind many of the most exciting developments in the deep learning and the AI community. From the AlphaGo Zero to the OpenAI's Dota 2 bot. This will be critical to understand if you want to go into robotics, self-driving cars, or other AI-related areas. And finally, we have computer vision. Out of all the disciplines out there, there are by far the most resources available for learning computer vision. This field appears to have the lowest barriers to entry, but of course this likely means you'll face slightly more competition. So having a good knowledge of computer vision, how it works, will give you an edge over other competitors.
Well, it's finally time to lift up the curtain on roadmap. Okay, so why don't we get started? Here's the roadmap. First, programming languages and libraries. Well, there are many programming languages to choose from, but we highly recommend Python because it's very useful when it comes to machine learning, and the whole world is using Python. But regardless of the programming languages that you choose, you should be able to understand how to do file operations like read and write, and how to load files into memory. You should know how to work with functions and object-oriented programming. You should know how to use modules for reusability of the code so you don't end up writing the same code again and again. You should know how to handle exceptions. And if you're using Python, you should know Python libraries like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, TensorFlow, and so on. So there are so many useful resources. If you want to get started with the first step, we actually have a certification in Python just specifically for this so that you can learn it for machine learning. Or you can even check out our YouTube videos that will give you some of the tutorials. If you need more help, then again, go down in the description and find the link to that certification. It's going to be Python certification for machine learning. Moving on. Second, mathematics for machine learning. Let's get into what kind of math do you actually need for machine learning. So these are the areas that you need to work on: linear algebra, calculus, probability, and statistics. So diving a little deeper in each of the areas, starting with linear algebra, you should know what a scalar is, a vector is, a matrix is, and you should know how to perform different operations on each one of them. And of course, you need to know what the application of linear algebra is in machine learning. Then moving on, calculus, you should know what differentiation rules are, what partial differentiation is and how does it work. And of course, you should know the application of calculus in machine learning. Probability. So you should know all the terminologies in probability. You should know what distribution in probability is and how it works, the types of probability, Bayes' theorem, and application of probability in machine learning. Lastly, for statistics, you should know all the terminologies, of course. You should know what different sampling techniques are, types of statistics, and hypothesis testing. So that was all about what to learn. But what about where to go to find all of this? We have excellent blogs on our Edureka website that you can access for free. It covers end to end of what we just discussed and more. We have a collection of full-length YouTube videos to help you learn this math. But if you do need more help with this stuff, as it happens, people could be coming from various educational backgrounds where math was not taught to them. Then we do have statistics courses on our websites, and we will be happy to leave the links to them in the description. Okay, moving on. Step number 3, data science and machine learning fundamentals. In data science, you should know stuff like what is data science, data analysis pipeline, data extraction, types of data, techniques like data wrangling, exploratory data analysis, data visualization, and so on. And when it comes to machine learning, you should know what are the types of machine learning models. For example, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, and what are the different types of algorithms that are used within these different types of models. And you should know concepts like dimensionality reduction, time series analysis, and finally, after you learn all of these, you should know how to do model selection and boosting. So this is where most of the people start to have trouble because they don't have a set path. And so I recommend to go for a certification. And we have an amazing certification. It's called Python Machine Learning Certification, which dwells into the basics of data science and machine learning and talks all about the various techniques and algorithms that we just discussed. And it prepares learners with the help of a dozen or more case studies. And with many hands-on projects, you'll be building machine learning models yourself in no time. So I'll be happy to leave the link to that certification in the description. Do check it out. You can thank me later. Moving on. Step number 4, natural text processing. So after you're done with data science and machine learning fundamentals, algorithm techniques, and you build a couple of hands-on projects, so you get a good grasp on the basics of machine learning and you can actually build practical models out of it. Next step is to start learning about natural language processing. Here you should learn about text mining and what natural language processing is. You should learn how to extract, clean, and pre-process text. You should also learn how to analyze sentence structures using various tools and models. And then also learn text classification using different models. We have amazing certification for this one as well, which is called NLP with Python certification, where you learn all these concepts and you actually get to do practical labs and you can build projects. And this is a lot of fun because you're going to be able to do that with other learners. So I'm going to leave the link to that certification in the description. You can also check out our YouTube videos on this, and you can also check out our blogs that can help you out in this regard as well. Moving on. So fifth and final step for this roadmap is big data and tools like PySpark, Hadoop, etc. So let's take a look at them. So in terms of big data technology, you should understand the concepts of big data, Hadoop, and Spark. And you should be very good with Apache Spark framework. You should be able to have enough knowledge to play with Spark RDDS. You should properly know the data frames and Spark SQL. And you should be able to use Spark MLlib to do machine learning. And you can understand the basics of Apache Kafka and Apache Flume. And you should absolutely know Apache Spark streaming, processing multiple batches of data and data sources. And you should know a little bit of Spark GraphX as well. Now, I know all of this is going to sound very complex, but I'm going to give you a link to certification. And then there's so many useful resources that we have on YouTube channel in terms of tutorial for each of these topics that you can explore and you can learn for yourself. But if you do need a little bit of help, don't be afraid. Like we have great certifications, we have great blogs, and we will leave the links to them down below. And if you have any questions ever, don't be threatened by all of this. you can always come to us and ask us. And so before we actually move on to the last section of the video, let's quickly recap. So the first step is to just learn some of the programming languages. We recommend Pythons, and they're great libraries for machine learning. And then learn the math needed for machine learning. We went over that as well. The third step is to learn the data science and machine learning fundamentals, algorithms, techniques, and do some hands-on projects. We have amazing certifications for that as well. After that, it is very essential to learn natural text processing and how to do that using different models. And then finally, you should understand big data and tools like PySpark and Hadoop, because they're very necessary in today's world because of the amount of data that we're producing every day. And so if you follow all of these steps properly, and if you need any help, just let us know. But we want you to become a machine learning wizard. And so we hope through this video that you are able to follow all of these steps and you can get to where you want to go. So the last session is useful resources to help you get started. Obviously, throughout the video, I kind of gave you a glimpse of what are the kind of resources that you can refer back to if you need help during the whole process, during the whole roadmap. But one of the most useful resources that you can find is our YouTube channel. You can find all sorts of tutorials, and especially the stuff that we took a look at. All of the skills that we discussed are going to be on our YouTube Edureka channel. So please go check that out as well if you want to get started. If you have any questions, you can obviously let us know. Another rich source for educational content is our blogs. If you haven't checked out our blogs, I do recommend that you do it right after this video because they're amazing. And for the people who need a little bit of help, don't worry, we got you. We have so many certifications. We're going to leave the links to each of these in the description below. But everything that we went through, there's certification for each one of them. And our master programs covers all of the 5 skills that we spoke about, and it can take you from zero to hero in machine learning. And I just want to point out before I share parting words with you in this video that our master's programs alumni work for amazing companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Cisco, Dell, KPMG, and many more.
So machine learning is changing the game across the industries, from healthcare to finance to entertainment. But here's the truth, learning ML isn't just about writing few lines of code. It takes a mix of strong foundations, hands-on practice, and smart strategies to truly get it right. So in this video, let's talk about what really works, the practical tips and skills you need to become confident in machine learning and grow in this exciting world. So first of all, we have why machine learning mastery matters. Machine learning is changing the way world works, from hospitals predicting patients' outcome to bank catching the frauds before it happens. Machine learning is helping us to make faster and smarter decisions. That's exactly why mastering it today can open big opportunities for you. Whether you are just starting out or have a bit of experience, what really matters is building the right foundation and sticking to the learning path that keeps you growing. So if you're serious about succeeding in machine learning, let's walk through some key tips that can truly boost your progress and set you up for a long-term success. So the first step is to build a strong foundation in mathematics and statistics. Before jumping into algorithms or tools, it's important to get comfortable with the basics. Mathematics and statistics might sound scary at first, but they are the building blocks of everything you'll do in machine learning. Start with linear algebra. Understanding vectors and matrices will help you to grasp how data moves inside the model. Then spend some time with the calculus, especially the parts related to how models learn. And of course, don't skip probability and statistics. They are the key of measuring how good your model is and making predictions based on data. Once these concepts click, everything will feel much easier. So once you have these topics in place, learning more complex topics become a lot smoother. So the next step that we will move on to is core machine learning algorithms. So now that you have the basics covered, it's time to move on to the core of machine learning, the algorithms. Think of them as a tool in your toolbox. Each of them is designed to solve different kinds of problems. Start with linear regression. It's great for predicting numbers. Then explore decision tree and random forest, which can handle both numbers and categories. If you're dealing with classification problems, support vector machines come in handy. And for tasks like grouping similar items together, clustering techniques and k-means are perfect. So once you understand how these algorithms work and when to use them, you will feel more confident in handling the real-world data. So knowing when and where to use these algorithms will help you to tackle a variety of real-world challenges with confidence. So the next step would be get hands-on with the real-world projects. So reading and watching tutorials will only take you so far. Real learning happens when you start building. That's where project comes in. Pick a problem that interests you, like predicting house prices or sorting spam emails. Use free datasets from websites like Kaggle or UCI machine learning repository. As you work through these projects, you will learn how to clean data, choose the right model, train it, and finally test how well they work. You can even join competitions to push yourself further. And the best part, these projects not only help you to learn, they also make a great addition to your resume. Plus, these projects make excellent portfolio pieces that can impress employers or clients. So the next step after this would be data processing. So one thing you will quickly realize is that no model works well without clean and well-prepared data. That's where data processing comes in. You might need to handle missing values, remove duplicates, or transform features so they are easier for the model to understand. Scaling values help the model to learn faster, while feature engineering, that means creating new features based on the existing ones, can give your model the extra boost that it needs. If you're working with images or text, data augmentation techniques can help you to increase your training data without collecting new samples. A well-prepared data set often makes more difference than the model itself. The better your data, the better your model. It's that simple. So after that, your next step would be evaluate and fine-tune your models. Once your model is ready, the next step is to evaluate it. But don't just look at the accuracy number. There's more to it. Use techniques like cross-validation to check how well your data performs in unseen data. Dive into tools like confusion matrices and scores such as precision, recall, and F1 to get full picture. After that, it's time to improve your model. Try out different parameters using grid search or random search. You can also use regularization to prevent overfitting or apply methods like early stopping to get better results. Tuning your model is like polishing your work. It would turn a good model into a great one. So after that, the next step would be to stay updated with the latest trends and tools. Machine learning is always evolving. To stay ahead, make it a habit to follow new trends and tools. Keep an eye on major conferences. They often showcase the latest research and ideas. You can also read the fresh research papers. And at the same time, try to be the part of online communities. Join discussions on Reddit, Kaggle forums, and Stack Overflow. These platforms are not just for getting answers, but also for learning from other people's experiences. And don't forget to learn popular tools like Scikit-learn, TensorFlow, and PyTorch. They are widely used in industry and can make your workflow much smoother. Staying connected and curious will keep your learning fresh and relevant. After that, the last step would be exploring deep learning and neural networks. Once you are comfortable with the basics, you can start exploring deep learning, one of the most exciting part of the machine learning. Begin with neural networks, which are used in everything from voice assistants to image recognition. If you're working with images, CNNs are the great place to start. From tasks like language translation to text generation, RNNs and LSTMs are useful. Most recently, transformers have become the go-to architecture of natural language processing and are used in models like ChatGPT. Start small, build basic models, and slowly take on more complex challenges. The more you build, the more you'll learn. Take it one step at a time, and the more you practice, the more comfortable you'll get. So that's it. These are few tips and skills that you need to learn to master ML. So in the end, mastering machine learning isn't about knowing everything at once. It's about taking consistent steps. Begin with the basics, move on to the hands-on project, learn how to improve your models, and keep yourself updated. Every model you build, every mistake you fix, every project you finish brings you closer to becoming a skilled machine learning professional. So stay curious, keep building, and most importantly, enjoy your learning journey.
Simply put, it's a type of artificial intelligence that can produce new content across various formats. Here are a few areas where it's making a huge impact. First, content creation. It is generating text, articles, and blog posts, saving hours for writers and content creators. Next, image generation. Creating visuals or art from the text prompts as seen in models like DALL-E, now on its third version. Next, coding assistance. providing code suggestions and completions with tools like GitHub Copilot helping developers. Next, language translation, breaking down language barriers in real time through advanced translation models. Then, personalized healthcare, enhancing medical treatments by tailoring recommendations based on individuals' patient data. And finally, marketing and optimization. It helps establish marketing strategies in businesses. And these capabilities make generative AI a versatile technology that is reshaping industries. So let's examine some real-world applications and see how they work. Generative AI is at the core of many revolutionary applications today. We have text generation. From producing entire articles to summarizing content, tools like GPT-4 are transforming content creation across industries. Next, language translation. AI-powered translation tools are improving cross-language communications by understanding context. Then, writing assistants. Grammarly or similar tools refine grammar, tone and clarity, assisting professionals and students alike. Next, we have business AI. Models are making business insights accessible, automating support, and enhancing decision-making. Next, music generation. AI is now venturing into creativity, composing unique tracks and musical elements. Finally, machine learning models. Platforms like H2O.ai are giving access to machine learning models, allowing users without deep expertise to create powerful models. Now that we understood the potential of generative AI, and now let's go deeper into how it actually works. So to understand how generative AI operates, let's break down the process. First, define objective. So start with a clear goal, whether it's generating text, creating an image, or assisting with code. Next, gather and pre-process data. So collect and prepare data, ensuring it's clean and structured with the model. Then, choose appropriate model. So select or design a model tailored to your needs, sometimes building on pre-existing models. Next, train the model. Feed data into the model so it can learn patterns and build into knowledge base. Next, evaluate and refine. So fine-tune the model as needed to optimize its efficiency and accuracy. Then, test and validate. Run tests to measure performance and accuracy, ensuring it aligns with the objectives. And finally, deploy and iterate. So once ready, deploy the model and continue refining it with user feedback and data. And this cycle ensures generative AI models stay relevant and improve over time. Now, moving on to the examples of generative AI tools. So many generative AI tools are available today, each with its own speciality. Tools like GitHub Copilot for coding, DALL-E 3 for image generation, and advanced language models like GPT are among the top players. And if you're curious to explore these tools further, check out the video link in the description covering popular generative AI examples. Now, let's look at the growing presence of generative AI across different sectors. First, in healthcare. Generative AI is projected to reach a $17.2 billion market by 2032, transforming clinical applications and healthcare systems. Next, education. The AI-driven education market is expanding, especially for students, teachers, and administrators, making personalized learning more accessible. And then, workspace. Generative AI adoption is rising with the highest impact in marketing and tech industries, followed by sectors like consulting and healthcare. Each graph shows a significant trend as generative AI is becoming integral in diverse fields and reshaping workplace roles. As we look ahead, generative AI is set to transform even more areas. And here are some key impacts we can expect. In AI-driven creativity, from art to music, AI will open new creative horizons. Next, AI personalizations. Tailored user experience will become the norm. Then, real-time generation. Real-time content generation will improve virtual assistants and automated responses. Next, AI in architecture. AI will assist architects in design and material optimization. Then, human-AI collaboration. As AI matures, humans and AI will work in tandems to maximize productivity and innovation. Then, advanced AI models. We will see even more sophisticated models pushing the boundaries of what AI can achieve. Generative AI's future is promising, so with potential benefits that will enhance lives and drive economic growth. Now, are you guys ready to get hands-on? Stick around for a mini LLM project where we will build a YouTube video summarizer. We will show you how to extract video transcript, and then we will use an LLM to generate summaries and build a user-friendly interface using Streamlit. Are you excited? So now let's jump in. So first things first, we need a solid environment for our project. First, open your terminal and let's create a new Conda environment to keep everything organized. Let's run the code using VS Code. You can also use other code editors such as PyCharm, but let's use VS Code for now. Now in the terminal, let's type the command for setting up the Conda environment in your editor. For that, run this command. Just type conda create -p virtual environment, which is venv python, and equal to, we are using 3.10, which is the Python version, and give -y. Here, the -p venv specifies the path and the environment name, while the -y skips prompt for a smoother install. So now while that's setting up, let's create a few essential files. So first, we will create a .env file for our API keys and environment variables. Next, we will create a requirements.txt file for the libraries we will need, such as YouTube Transcript API to extract transcript from YouTube, and Streamlit for our front end, then Google Generative for accessing the Google Gemini API, also the python.env for handling environment variables, and pathlib for the better path management. Now, with our files in place, let's set up the Google Gemini API access. Now, head over to the makersuite google.com, and as you can see on the screen in the top left corner, you will get the API key interface. And once you click that, it will redirect us to the API key interface. Here, you can see a button which is Create API Key. So simply click on that and select your model and press Create API Key in the existing project, and then your API key will be generated. Now, copy your API key, and once you have got the API key, open your environment file and add it there. So for that, let's create a variable Google_API_key. Over here, we will paste the API key. So once that is done, back in the terminal, activate your new environment with the command conda activate virtual environment / which is venv. Since I've already installed conda in my system, it's not taking much time. So while you're installing, it might take little time. Now let us install requirements.txt in our terminal. And for that, the command is pip install -r requirements.txt. So once you enter, the files present in the requirements.txt will get installed. Awesome. So now let's move to the main code setup. So for that, open app.py and start with imports. First, let us import some important libraries. So for that, import Streamlit as st. From .env, import load.env, and next load_.env, which will load environment variables. And next, let's import google.generative as Gen AI, and also import OS, and from YouTube Transcript API, import YouTube Transcript API. So let's go to the YouTube Transcript API and check if you're doing it correctly, because in some system it doesn't work. So you can simply go here and copy this command and paste it into your terminal. Now let's move on to configure the API key. So for that, just type genai.configure, and inside the bracket, just type API_key =os.getEnv, and inside the bracket, let's add the Google API key here. Now, to prompt our model, we will use a template like this. So simply type, please summarize this YouTube video transcript in 250 words or less, highlighting key points. Now moving on to extracting YouTube transcript. So for that, to fetch the transcript, we will create a function. So here in this code, as you can see on the screen, The function extract transcript details takes the YouTube URL as an input and retrieves the transcript of the video if available. First, it extracts the video ID from the URL by splitting the URL at the equal sign and taking the second part. And using YouTube transcript API .getTranscript video ID, it fetches the transcript data for the video ID. And it then combines the text from each part of the transcript into a single string. And if there is an error, like example, no transcript available, it prints the error and returns none. So this function effectively converts a YouTube video URL into its textual transcript. Next, let's write a function to generate the summary. Here, the generate Gemini content function generates the content based on the combination of transcript text and a prompt. So it first initializes a generative AI model called Gemini, and then the model creates a content processing the combined input of prompt and transcript text. And finally, it returns the generated text from the model's response. So this function effectively uses the Gemini model to produce AI-generated content based on the specific text inputs. Now, let's move on to building the front end. Now, to connect it all with Streamlit, first add a button labeled Get Detailed Notes. So when clicked, it prompts the user to enter a YouTube link in a text input field. And it uses the extract transcript details YouTube link to get video transcript. So if the transcript is successfully retrieved, it generates a detailed summary with generate Gemini content, transcript text or prompt. So finally, it displays the summary under the headings detailed summary. Now let's give a finishing touch to our app. So for that, let's make it look great. You can add headers and also you can give a footer and maybe you can also add a YouTube icon to it and even customize colors. And incorporating thumbnails, if the link is valid, will create an even richer experience. Now let us test the app. So finally, let's run a command streamlit run app.py. As you can see on the screen, our app is successfully running, and now let's check if it's running fine. So for that, let's open our YouTube and here select a video that you want a summary of. So copy the link. Paste a YouTube link into the app and hit generate. As you can see on the screen, it is running and in just a second, you will get the summary of the video. It has given us the summary of the video. Also, there is no limit to the app and it will consider even the longer videos. And that's it. With just a few lines of code, we created a powerful YouTube summarizer using Streamlit and Google Gemini. If you enjoyed building this, stay tuned for more AI projects.
In 1932, George Armstrong invented a machine he reportedly called the mechanical brain to translate between languages using a mechanical computer encoded onto punch cards. And then, in 1966, MIT professor Joseph Weizenbaum created the first chatbot, Eliza, which simulates conversation with a psychotherapist. And in 2011, Apple released Siri, a voice-powered personal assistant that generates responses and takes action in response to voice requests. Also, by the end of 2022, OpenAI developed ChatGPT, which was trained on 40 gigabytes of data and consists of 117 million parameters. GPT paves the way for subsequent language models in content generation, chatbots, and language translation. So, the preparation of generative AI started before 1932 and is still developing at much faster rate. So, let us now explore its real-world impact. Well, generative AI has a wide range of application across various industries, transforming the way we create and interact with content. So, let's take a look at some of the most compelling use cases. The following image shows a flowchart of advancement in healthcare technology. So it starts with general healthcare and then moves to medical image synthesis for better diagnostics, and next is drug discovery and development, followed by personalized medicine, which tailors treatments to individual patients for better care and outcomes. And the next image displays a flowchart of developments in finance and trading. So it begins with general finance and trading, followed by algorithmic trading, which automates trades, and then it shows predictive market analysis to forecast trends, and finally, the high-frequency trading algorithms that quickly execute trades to take advantage of small market movements. And the next image shows the growth of AI-powered content creation. It starts with the basic content creation and then moves to generating art and music, followed by automating content for marketing, and finally, with the development of virtual assistants and chatbots, highlighting how AI is improving content production. And the last image illustrates the progression of AI in natural language processing. So it starts with basic NLP and then text generation for content creation, followed by sentiment analysis, and finally the language translation that includes sentiment analysis, showing how AI is becoming more advanced in understanding and interacting with human language. I hope you all got an idea now on how AI is shaping these industries and making tasks easier and more efficient. Now, moving on to the impact of generative AI on industries. So the image provides a breakdown of the impact of generative AI across various industries, categorizing tasks into 4 key areas, such as higher potential for automation, higher potential for augmentation, lower potential for augmentation and automation, and non-language tasks. So the data shows that the industries like banking, insurance, and software have a higher potential for automation, while the sectors like natural resources, the customer goods have a lower potential. So this analysis provides a valuable insights for businesses seeking to leverage AI for efficiency and innovation. Now, let us explore the forefront of generative AI with these powerful tools. From coding assistants like GitHub Copilot to text generators like Writesonic and image creators like Midjourney, these innovative platforms are transforming industries and unlocking new creative possibilities. So join us as we explore the diverse landscape of generative AI and its potential to transform how we work and create. First on the list, we have GPT-4. GPT-4 is a state-of-the-art language model capable of generating human-quality text, translating languages, writing different kinds of creative content, and answering your questions in an informative way. Its advanced features include improved factual accuracy, reduced bias, and the ability to handle more complex prompts. So GPT-4 can be used for various applications such as content creation, customer service, language translation, and education. So as you can see the screen, we are on the ChatGPT site, and on the left corner you can see 3 icons. So the first icon shows the history. So suppose you have deleted any prompt, you can go to this and you can check. And the second icon shows a new chat section. So here you can create multiple chats. And the third icon shows the ChatGPT update. So you can get different updates related to the model here. Now, the text bar in the middle shows the area where you can write different prompts and press enter to get the answer or the solution you want. So I have a prompt for you guys. So let's test it on ChatGPT and evaluate its performance. So let me just enter the prompt and it starts generating. So it says that to create a chatbot using machine learning algorithms, here's a step-by-step guide to get you started. So as you can see on the screen, ChatGPT has created a complete response based on the prompt we gave it. Next on our list, we have GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that suggests code snippet as you type. It leverages the massive dataset of public code repositories to provide contextually relevant suggestions. So this can significantly boost productivity by reducing the time spent on repetitive tasks. Copilot is particularly useful for writing code, generating unit tests, and exploring different coding approaches. So as you can see the screen, we are on the GitHub Copilot site. GitHub Copilot generates unit tests for a Python function that passes expenses. It includes test cases for valid input and empty input and ensures proper date formatting using the unit test framework. Copilot automatically assumes that the necessary imports like date time and unit test are in place. Moving on to the next generative AI example, that is DALL-E. DALL-E is a text-to-image AI model capable of generating highly realistic and creative images based on your textual description. With its ability to produce images in various styles and resolution, DALL-E is a versatile tool for artists, designers, and content creators. It can be used to generate concept art, product designs, illustrations, and even entire visual stories. So as you can see the screen, we are on the DALL-E site. DALL-E provides different functions related to generation. So the first is from text and next is from images. And in the prompt section, you write your prompt, then select the number of images you want, and maybe you can also select the image style and the orientation you wish to, which can be square, horizontal, vertical, or panoramic. So you can simply click on the generate and image will be generated. So now let us try by giving prompt and then click on generate. So DALL-E uses a powerful deep learning model to process your text prompt and generate an image that matches your description. So it can create images in various styles from realistic to abstract and can even generate images based on specific artistic movements or artists. The model is constantly being trained on a new data, so it can generate increasingly accurate and creative photos over time. And next is Midjourney. Midjourney is a cutting-edge AI platform that transforms your words into stunning visuals. So by simply typing a description, you can watch as a Midjourney generates unique and captivating images that brings your ideas to life. So whether you are an artist, designer, or storyteller, Midjourney offers a powerful tool to spark creativity and explore new visual horizons. Now we are on the Midjourney site, and on the left side, the icon shows the different features of Midjourney AI. Imagine you have a vivid ideas in your mind, but you are struggling to express it visually. So Midjourney is like a skilled artist who can interrupt your thoughts and translate them into stunning images. By simply providing a textual description, you are giving Midjourney a creative prompt. The AI then uses its vast knowledge of art and visual styles to generate images that align with your vision. It's like having a personal artist at your disposal, ready to bring your imaginations to life. The next example of generative AI on our list is Jasper.ai. Jasper.ai is an AI writing assistant designed to help users create high-quality content efficiently. It offers a wide range of features, including content generation, rewriting, summarization, and translation. So Jasper.ai can be used for various content creation tasks such as blog posts, social media content, marketing copy, and email campaigns. It's particularly useful for writers who needs to produce large volumes of content quickly and efficiently. Now we are on the Jasper site. So as you see in the navbar, we have different sections like features, resources, solutions, enterprises, pricing, etc. And Jasper.ai uses a powerful language model to understand and process your prompts. So when you provide a topic or a specific request, Jasper.ai generates a relevant content by drawing from its vast database of information and creative writing techniques. It can adapt its style and tone to match your desired output, ensuring that the generated content is engaging and effective. Our next example is Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image AI model that generates highly detailed and artistic images based on your textual description. With its ability to create images in various styles and resolutions, Stable Diffusion is a popular tool for artists, designers, and content creators. It can be used to generate concept art, product designs, illustrations, and even entire visual stories. Now we are at the site of Stable Diffusion so that you can see the different features on the navigation bar such as prompt database, pricing details, and also the AI tools it includes. So the Stable Diffusion uses a powerful deep learning model to process your text prompts and generate an image that matches your description. So it can create images in various styles from realistic to abstract and can even generate images based on specific artistic movements or artists. So the model is constantly being trained on new data, so it can generate increasingly accurate and creative photos over time. And the next example is Adobe Firefly. Adobe Firefly is a generative AI platform that empowers users to create stunning images, graphics, and text effects with ease. So it offers a wide range of features including text-to-image generation, image editing, and style transfer. Firefly is designed to streamline the creative process and inspire new ideas, and it's particularly useful for artists, designers, and marketers who need to create high-quality visuals quickly and efficiently. So now we are at the Adobe Firefly site, and if you click on the Create and Design, so you can find sections like Quick Actions, Create New, Featured Products, and Artificial Intelligence, etc. So if you click on the products, you will learn about the different products provided by Adobe. Adobe Firefly uses a powerful deep learning model to process your prompts and generate images, graphics, or text effects. It can understand and interpret your textual description, allowing you to create custom visuals that matches your specific needs. Firefly also offers advanced features for editing and manipulating images, such as removing backgrounds, changing colors, and applying artistic styles. By combining these capabilities, Firefly empowers users to create high-quality visuals with minimal efforts. Next on our list, we have Gemini. Gemini is a powerful AI model developed by Google that excels in a wide range of tasks, including natural language understanding, text generation, and language translation. It can process and generate text, code, images, and audio, making it a versatile tool for various applications. Gemini is particularly adept at complex reasoning, problem solving, and creative content generation. It can be used for tasks such as writing essays, translating languages, generating code, and even creating art. Now we are at the Gemini site, and you can see different section here on the left side, and in the middle we have a text bar saying enter a prompt here, where you're going to write your question or the prompt you want and press enter to get your answer. You can also see different icons in the text bar here. So the image icon is for uploading the image and the voice icon is for speaking. So if the prompt is bigger, you can speak and it will convert your speech to text. So now let us try to upload an image and ask it to explain us. So let us take this and let us just write, please explain me about the image. So the Gemini functions by processing and analyzing large amount of data to understand and respond to prompts and questions. It uses a complex neural network architecture that allows it to learn and adapt to new information. So when you provide a prompt, Gemini processes it and generates a response based on its understanding of the language, context, and available information. So it can also perform tasks such as translation, summarization, and creative writing. Moving on to our next example, that is Runway. Runway AI is a powerful platform that provides a suite of AI-powered tools for creatives. It offers features such as image generation, video editing, and style transfer. Runway is designed to streamline the creative process and inspire new ideas, and it's particularly useful for artists, designers, and frame makers who need to create high-quality visuals quickly and efficiently. Now, we are on the site of Runway AI, and as you can see on the left side, the Runway provides many options, and in the library, you can see here, it provides workspace assets, favorite assets, custom elements, and many more. And in the tools section, we have generative videos, generative audio, text to image, and etc. Runway AI functions by leveraging advanced machine learning algorithms to process and manipulate visual data. Its tools can generate images from text description, edit and enhance existing videos, and applying various artistic styles to images and videos. And the platform offers a user-friendly interface that allows creatives to experiment with different techniques and create unique visual content with ease. Now let us get started and enter some prompt. As you can see my screen, over here you can simply drop an image or video. So let us try to drop any video. So over here, it gives an option to edit. And also you have two options. Maybe you can keep it in the landscape or maybe the portrait. Over here, you can simply crop your video. So it's processing. Now let's try to give an image. So here you can also crop the image if you want. So if you simply click on portrait, it will change to portrait form. And you can adjust it wherever you want, however you want. And then click on crop image. So there we go. Moving on to our last example of generative AI, that is WriteSonic. WriteSonic AI is a powerful AI writing assistant designed to help users create high-quality content efficiently. And it offers a wide range of features including content generation, rewriting, summarization, and language translation. WriteSonic can be used for various content creation tasks such as blog posts, social media content, marketing copy, and email campaigns. It's particularly useful for writers who need to produce large volume of content quickly and efficiently. Now we are at the site of WriteSonic, and you can see we have different features provided by WriteSonic, such as creating content for advertising, general writing, video, e-commerce, social media, blog, emails, and many more. And in the text box, you write your prompt and just press create. Then it will redirect you to the next page, then select different parameters on which you want to create and press generate. So we will select the options as tech professionals, click next, and it's focusing on education. So click next, and here we can go with anything and then click on generate. WriteSonic functions by using a powerful language model to understand and process your prompts. So when you provide a topic or a specific request, WriteSonic generates relevant content by drawing from its vast database of information and creative writing techniques. It can adapt its style and tone to match your desired output, ensuring that the generated content is engaging and effective. Whether you are an artist, a writer, a developer, or just curious about the future of AI, the tools we have discussed offer endless opportunities to innovate and create. So whether you're looking to bring your ideas to life or just explore the cutting edge of AI technology, these generative AI tools are a great place to start. AI is evolving faster than ever, and 2025 has brought some of the most powerful generative AI tools we have ever seen. But with so many options, which one truly stands out? In this video, we are counting down the top 10 generative AI tools for 2025, covering everything from text and code generation to image, music, and even video creation. Whether you're a writer, artist, developer, or entrepreneur, you will discover which AI tool is the right fit for you to enhance your workflow and creativity. So first on the list of top 10 generative AI tools, we have GPT-4o, OpenAI's latest chatbot. It's free to use with some limitations, but still incredibly powerful for generating text, answering questions, and even assisting with creative writing. GPT-4o is OpenAI's latest flagship AI model, designed to excel in multimodal interactions across text, images, and audio. It offers enhanced real-time responsiveness, making conversations with AI smoother and more natural. The model features superior reasoning abilities, allowing it to handle complex problem-solving tasks with increased accuracy. With greater efficiency in processing, GPT-4o delivers high-performance outputs at reduced computational costs. Its versatility across applications from creative writing to coding and tutoring makes it one of the most advanced AI models available. Now, let us go to ChatGPT and enter a prompt. So let's say this is a prompt. Write a short blog post about the impact of AI on creativity. And as you can see, ChatGPT writes detailed content almost instantly. But what if we want to adjust the tone? So now let us type, make it more engaging and casual. So this flexibility makes GPT-4o perfect for writers, students, and professionals. Additionally, OpenAI offers other models like O1 Mini and High, which provide different levels of response speed and quality. Next on the list, we have Perplexity AI, an AI-powered search engine that not only answers your questions, but also summarizes complex topics with sources. Perplexity AI redefines search and research capabilities by providing highly accurate and context-aware responses. Unlike traditional search engines, it delivers citation-based results, ensuring that credible sources back all information. The tool also features real-time web browsing, allowing users to retrieve the most up-to-date information available online. With its AI-powered research capabilities, Perplexity AI is an essential tool for journalists, researchers, and professionals seeking precise and reliable data. So let's open it and let us give a prompt saying, summarize the latest advancement in AI for 2025. Well, Perplexity AI will generate a concise, well-structured summary, often pulling information from multiple sources and displaying references for credibility. Now, let's compare it with Google. So let us open Google, and here let us enter the same prompt so you can easily see the differences. Unlike traditional search engines, Perplexity AI delivers instant, structured answers along with the cited sources, saving you time and effort. So whether you're a student, researcher, or just curious, this tool makes information more accessible and reliable. Next on the list of top 10 generative AI tools, we have Copy.ai, an AI-powered writing tool designed for marketing copy, blog post, and social media content. Copy.ai is a cutting-edge AI writing tool that automates content creation for businesses, marketers, and writers. It provides AI-powered writing assistance, generating engaging and high-quality text for blogs, ads, emails, and more. The platform allows users to adjust the tone and style of their content, ensuring alignment with brand voice or specific audience preferences. With multilingual capabilities, Copy.ai enables content creation in multiple languages. It also offers automated content generation, making it easy to produce well-structured articles and marketing copy in seconds. Well, now let us open Copy.ai and let us log into the free version. And over here, let us use the blog post wizard and select the feature and enter a topic. So let us enter 5 tips for boosting social media engagement. Alright. As you can see, Copy.ai will instantly create an outline and elaborate it into a full blog post. Now, let's try to adjust its tone. So let's say a casual tone, and here's the prompt. Write a fun and engaging social media post on how to get more likes and comments. And let us give the second prompt with the professional tone. So let's say generate a formal blog introduction about strategies to improve social media engagement for businesses. And the third prompt is persuasive tone. And here's the prompt. Create a compelling marketing copy that convinces users to follow these 5 expert backend strategies for better social media engagement. Well, as you can see, Copy.ai is perfect for businesses, content creators, and marketers who need high-quality content in seconds. Whether it's a blog post, ad copy, or social media caption, this tool helps streamline content production with just a few clicks, giving you engaging copy that's ready to publish. And the next generative AI tool on our list is Gemini 2.0, Google's advanced AI model for writing and conversation. Gemini 2.0 is Google's latest AI model. It's designed to be highly efficient, offering powerful text generation, answering questions, and aiding in creative writing. Gemini 2.0 is Google's most advanced multi-modal AI, built to process and understand text, images, and even audio with remarkable accuracy. It features state-of-the-art reasoning capabilities, making it an excellent tool for tackling complex problems. With faster processing and a more natural conversational flow, Gemini 2.0 enhances user experience across various applications. Whether for content creation, coding, researcher, or tutoring, it delivers high-quality outputs with improved efficiency. Now, let us go to Gemini and give a prompt saying, write a short blog post about the role of AI in education. Now, let us watch as Gemini 2.0 generates well-structured and insightful content almost instantly. But what if you need a different style? So, let us type, make it more engaging and friendly. Alright, this adaptability makes Gemini 2.0 perfect for students, professionals, and creatives. Plus, Google provides additional models like Gemini Nano and Gemini Pro, each optimized for different tasks, balancing speed and quality to meet your needs. Now that we have explored how AI can enhance text generation, so let's move on to our next category, that is code generation, where AI-powered tools are making programming faster, smarter, and more efficient. So first on the list, we have Coder. It is an advanced AI model that not only generates code, but can also explain and debug existing code. DeepSeek Coder is a powerful AI coding assistant designed to enhance software development efficiency. It features advanced code generation that can handle complex programming logic with high accuracy. With multi-language support, it assists developers across various coding languages, making it a versatile tool for diverse projects. The AI also includes real-time debugging capabilities, allowing users to identify and fix errors quickly. Additionally, its seamless IDE integration ensures a smooth workflow, making coding more intuitive and productive. Now, let us go to DeepSeek Coder, and over here, let us enter a prompt. Generate a Python function to sort a list of numbers using bubble sort. So, you can see how mind-blowing it is. Now, let us explain how this function works step by step. Well, DeepSeek Coder provides a detailed breakdown of the code logic. This is great for beginners learning to code or for professionals looking to generate and understand complex functions quickly. Next up, we have Qwen AI, Alibaba's cutting-edge AI for writing and conversation. This Qwen AI, Alibaba's advanced AI model, is built for high-performance text generation, answering questions and assisting in creative writing with impressive accuracy. Qwen AI is a multi-modal powerhouse capable of understanding and processing text, images, and even audio with remarkable fluency. It excels in logical reasoning, making it a great tool for solving complex problems, generating high-quality content, and streamlining workflows. With its fast response time and natural conversational abilities, Qwen AI enhances productivity across multiple fields, from businesses and education to creative industries. So let us open Qwen AI and type, write a short article on the benefits of AI in business. Well, you will see Qwen AI quickly craft detailed and insightful content. But what if you need a different style? So let us type, make it more conversational and engaging. Alright, this versatility makes Qwen AI an ideal choice for professionals, students, and content creators. Additionally, Alibaba offers Qwen Mini and Qwen Max, optimized for different levels of speed and depth, ensuring the best balance between performance and efficiency. Next up, we have Grok 3, the latest AI model from X, formerly Twitter. Designed for high-speed text generation, deep reasoning, and engaging conversations, Grok 3 brings cutting-edge AI to content creation, research, and problem-solving. Grok 3 is a multi-modal AI capable of processing text, images, and real-time data with exceptional accuracy. It's built to understand context, generate insightful responses, and handle complex queries with ease. And thanks to its fast processing and natural conversational flow, Grok 3 enhances productivity across various industries, from media and technology to education and businesses. Let us open Grok and type, write a blog post about the future of AI in social media. Now, let us watch as Grok 3 instantly generates well-structured, thought-provoking content. But what if you want a different tone? So, let us type, make it more casual and engaging. This adaptability makes Grok 3 an excellent tool for professionals, writers, and researchers. Plus, X offers Grok Mini and Grok Pro, each optimized for different levels of speed, accuracy, and creative depth, ensuring the best AI experience for every user. Now that we have explored how AI is transforming code generation, so now let us move on to our next category, that is image generation, where AI can transform simple text prompts into stunning visuals with just a few clicks. First up, we have Canva AI, AI-powered graphic design, which is a user-friendly design tool that now features Magic Media, allowing users to generate AI-powered images directly within the Canva platform. Now, let's take a look at the features. Canva AI offers an easy-to-use interface, making it perfect for both beginners and professionals. With its text-to-image AI, you can simply enter a prompt and generate stunning visuals instantly. It also provides built-in editing tools, allowing you to customize AI-generated images effortlessly. So whether you're creating Instagram posts, YouTube thumbnails, or marketing materials, Canva AI is a great tool for social media and branding. So now, let us go to Canva. Now, let us click on Magic Media in the AI Tools section. And over here, let us enter a prompt. So let's say, for example, a futuristic cityscape at sunset with neon lights. So as you can see, This tool will generate the image and it is also creating multiple variations. So now let us customize the image by adjusting brightness, adding text, or resizing elements using Canva's built-in tools. Alright, here it is. So with Canva AI, you don't need advanced design skills to create high-quality visuals. Just type in your idea and let AI handle the rest. Next, we have Crayon, a completely free AI image generator that quickly creates visuals from text prompts and no login required. So now, let's see the features of Crayon. Crayon is completely free and unlimited, allowing users to generate AI images without the need for sign-up. And it offers fast image generation, delivering results within seconds based on the text prompts. With multiple variations available, users can explore different artistic designs. Its simple and accessible interface make it an excellent choice for beginners experimenting with AI-generated art. So now, let us go to Crayon in your browser and enter a prompt, let's say, a cute robot playing guitar in a park. Now, click on Draw, and now let us wait for the AI to generate multiple images. Now, download the image for use in projects or social media. Alright. Crayon is great if you just want to test AI-generated images quickly without any setup or subscription. Whether it's fun artwork or concept sketches, this tool delivers results instantly. Lastly, we have Deep Dream Generator, an AI-powered tool that takes a simple image and transforms it into a dreamlike artistic visuals using neural networks. Deep Dream Generator offers unique artistic filters that transform images into surreal and abstract artwork. With neural style transfer, users can apply various artistic styles to existing photos, making it an excellent tool for digital artists and creators working on concept art and creative projects. Additionally, it provides customizable AI art, allowing users to fine-tune settings and refine AI-generated effects for a more personalized touch. Now, let us go to Deep Dream Generator. Now, let us upload an image such as a landscape or portrait. Now, let us choose an artistic style and apply the AI transformation and wait for the stylized output. And once it is generated, download and share your AI-enhanced artwork. Well, Deep Dream Generator is perfect for those who want to explore AI-powered creativity beyond simple text to image generation. If you love digital art and want unique styles, this tool is a must-try. Now that we have explored how AI can generate stunning images, so let's move on to our next category, that is video generation, where AI-powered tools can create and edit videos with just a few simple inputs. So first up, we have the Runway ML, an advanced AI-powered tool that allows users to generate, edit, and enhance videos using cutting-edge machine learning models. Now, let's take a look at the features. Runway ML offers an easy-to-use interface, making it accessible for both beginners and professionals. It features text-to-video AI, where you can describe a scene and the AI will generate video clips for you. Additionally, it provides AI-powered video editing tools including background removal, motion tracking, and style transfer. Whether you're creating short films, YouTube videos, or marketing content, Runway ML makes high-quality video production effortlessly. Now, let us go to Runway ML. Now, let us click on Text to Video in the AI Tools section. And here, let us enter a prompt. So let's say here's the prompt, a peaceful mountain landscape with flowing rivers at sunrise. Now let us wait it to generate the video. So once it is generated, you can also customize the video by adjusting colors, adding effects, or refining the scene. And with Runway ML, you don't need professional video editing skills to create stunning content. You can just enter a description and let the AI handle the rest. Now that we have explored how AI can generate and edit videos, so now let's move on to our next category, that is music and audio generation, where AI can compose original music, enhance video recordings, and generate realistic sound effects with just a few clicks. So first up, we have Suno AI, an innovative tool that generates original music tracks using AI. It is perfect for artists, content creators, and casual users looking to experiment with AI-generated music. So now, let's take a look at the features. Suno AI offers instant music composition, where users can input a description and the AI will generate a full track including melodies, harmonies, and beats. It provides various music styles and genre, allowing for diverse creativity. Additionally, it includes customization options, enabling users to tweak tempo, instrumentation, and effects. So whether you need background music for videos, podcasts, or personal projects, Suno AI makes music creation effortless. Now let us go to Suno AI. So over here, let us enter a prompt. Now, let us wait it to generate a track and also a different variations. So as you can see, here's the music track. And also you can listen to different variations. And you can also customize the output by adjusting tempo, instruments, or adding effects. So once it is generated, you can download and use the track in your content. And with Suno AI, anyone can create professional quality music in seconds, no musical background required. So next up, we have SoundRaw AI, an advanced AI-driven music generator that empowers artists, content creators, and casual users to create original music effortlessly. So whether you need a soundtrack for your videos, podcast, or personal projects, SoundRaw AI makes music composition quick and seamless. Now, let us have a look at its features. SoundRaw AI provides instant music composition, allowing users to generate full-length tracks with melodies, harmonies, and beats tailored to their needs. It supports a wide range of music styles and genre, ensuring diversity in creative output. Additionally, it includes customization options, enabling users to adjust tempo, structure, and instrumentations to fine-tune their music. And with SoundRaw AI, generating royalty-free music has never been easier. So now, let us go to SoundRaw AI. Let us choose a music genre and select the mode or tone that fits your project. Now, let us wait it to generate a music track instantly with AI. And you can also customize the output by adjusting tempo, structure, and instruments. And you can also preview and refine different variations of the track. So once it is generated, you can download and use your custom generated music in your content. Alright, with SoundRaw AI, anyone can create high quality original music in seconds and no musical experience required. From writing and coding to image creation, video editing, and music production, AI is transforming the way we work, create, and innovate. Whether you're a content creator, developer, or just AI curious, these tools open up endless possibilities. Now, which AI tool are you most excited to try? Let me know in the comments below.
Let us understand what are GANs. So we are going to start with generative models. So generative models are nothing but those models that use an unsupervised learning approach. In a generative model, there are samples in the data, that is input variables X, but it lacks the output variable Y. And we use the only input variables to train the generative model, and it recognizes patterns from the input variables to generate an output that is unknown and based on the training data only. In supervised learning, we are more aligned towards creating predictive models from the input variables. And this type of modeling is also known as discriminative modeling. And in a classification problem, the model has to discriminate as to which class the example belongs to. And on the other hand, unsupervised models are used to create or generate new examples in the input distribution. To define a generative model in layman terms, we can say generative models are able to generate new examples from the sample that are not only similar to the examples but are indistinguishable as well. And the most common example of a generative model is a naive Bayes classifier, which is more often used as a discriminative model. Other examples of generative models include Gaussian mixture model and a rather modern example, that is generative adversarial networks. So let us try to understand what exactly are GANs, or generative adversarial networks. Generative adversarial networks, or GANs, are a deep learning based generative model that is used for unsupervised learning. It is basically a system where two competing neural networks compete with each other to create or generate variations in the data. It was first described in a paper in 2014 by Ian Goodfellow, and a standardized and much stable model theory was proposed by Alec Radford in 2016, which is also known as DGCAN, also known as DCGAN, or we can call it as Deep Convolutional General Adversarial Networks. And most of the GANs today use Deep Convolutional General Adversarial Networks. The GAN's architecture consists of two submodels known as the generator model and the discriminator model. So a generator network takes a sample and generates a sample of data. A discriminator network decides whether the data is generated or taken from the real sample using a binary classification problem with the help of a sigmoid function that gives the output in the form or the range 0 and 1. So let us go ahead and take a look at how GANs actually work. To understand how GANs work, let's break it down. So generative means that the model follows the unsupervised learning approach and is a generative model. When we talk about adversarial, the model is trained in an adversarial setting. And network simply means for the training of the model, we use the neural networks as artificial intelligence algorithms. In GANs, there is a generator network that takes a sample and generates a sample of data. And after this, the discriminator network decides whether the data is generated or taken from the real sample using a binary classification problem with the help of a sigmoid function that gives the output in the range 0 to 1. The generative model analyzes the distribution of the data in such a way that after the training phase, the probability of the discriminator making a mistake maximizes. And the discriminator, on the other hand, is based on a model that will estimate the probability that the sample is coming from the real data or not the generator. The whole process can be formalized in a mathematical formula. So G over here is generator, D is equal to discriminator, P data X is the distribution of real data, P data Z is the distributor of generator, X is the sample from the real data, and Z is the sample from generator, where dx is the discriminator network and gz is a generator network. So let's take a look at the flowchart once again, guys. So we have the training data, which is going to give the real sample, and the generator network is going to generate the sample from the random noise or the examples. And then it will go to the discriminator network, where it's going to check if the sample that is coming is real or fake. So that is how a GAN actually works. Now let's take a look at the training phase, like how a generative adversarial network is actually trained. So it happens in two phases, guys. So the first phase is where we train the discriminator and we actually freeze the generator, which means that the training set for the generator is turned false and the network will only do the forward pass and there will not be any back propagation. Basically, the discriminator is trained with real data and checks if it can predict them correctly. And the same with the fake data to identify them as fake. After this, there's the second part where we train the generator and freeze the discriminator. So we get the result from the first phase and we use them to make better from the previous state to try and fool the discriminator better. So to understand this in the layman's term, I'm gonna tell you a few steps for training, like how you should start. So the first step is you have to define the problem. You have got to define the problem and collect the data. After this, the second step is you have to choose the architecture of GAN. So in this step, depending on your problem, you have to choose how your GAN should look like. The third step is training the discriminator on real data. So we train the discriminator with real data to predict them as real for n number of times, or we call it epochs as well. And then we generate the fake inputs from the generator. So in this step, we are going to generate the fake samples from the generator. And the next step is we train the discriminator on fake data. So whatever samples are generated from the generator network, you're going to train the discriminator to predict the generated data as fake. So that's how we know that discriminator is actually predicting the values as correctly. And the last step is we train the generated with the output of discriminator. So after getting the discriminator predictions, we train the generator to fool the discriminator. So that's how we train the GAN to actually get our solution from the problem, which is like defining the problem. So you'll understand this when I'm talking about the applications, guys. So no worry. Now let's go ahead and take a look at a few challenges of generative adversarial networks. So the concept of GANs is rather fascinating, but there are a lot of setbacks that can cause a lot of hindrance in its path. Some of the major challenges faced by GANs are, the first one is the stability. So there has to be a stability that is required between discriminator and the generator network. Otherwise, the whole network would just fall. For example, in case, let's say, if the discriminator is too powerful, the generator will fail to train altogether. Won't be able to push fake samples to the discriminator, and it will always identify them as fake. And let's say if the network is too lenient, the discriminator network is too lenient, so any image that would be generated by the generator network would make the network useless. The next challenge that is faced by GANs is GANs fail miserably in determining the positioning of the objects in terms of how many times the object should occur at that location. Suppose we have a image in which we have, let's say, 3 dogs with 2 eyes, and sometimes a GAN will fail to determine the positioning of the objects in terms of it will generate an image with like 1 dog and 6 eyes. So that's kind of a problem that we face while working on GANs. And the next challenge is 3D perspective troubles GANs, as it is not able to understand the perspective also. So it will often give a flat image for a 3D object. So that's one challenge that we face with GANs as well. And GANs have a problem of understanding the global objects, and it cannot differentiate or understand a holistic structure. Like if you're talking about trees or if you're talking about flowers, that's a problem that GANs will follow. And last but not least, newer types of GANs are more advanced that I've talked about, that is deep convolutional generative adversarial networks, and are expected to overcome these shortcomings altogether. So we don't have to worry about these. These are the shortcomings that we face with normal GANs, the initial generative adversarial networks. Now that they have become more advanced, they actually overcome these shortcomings, so you don't have to worry, guys. So last but not the least, I want to talk about a few applications of generative adversarial networks. So the first one is prediction of next frame in a video. So let's say the prediction of future events in a video frame is made possible with the help of GANs, and DVD GAN, or we can call it as dual video discriminator GAN, can generate a 256 by 256 videos of notable fidelity up to 48 frames in length. And this can be used for various purposes, including surveillance, in which we can determine the activities in a frame that gets distorted due to other factors like rain, dust, smoke, etc. So the possibilities are immense with this. If you are able to predict the next frame in a video, that actually helps in a lot of things like surveillance, security, and we can predict outcomes based on these frames that we generate from a video. After this comes the text to image generation. So basically, object-driven attentive GAN, which is also known as object GAN, performs the text-to-image synthesis in 2 steps. So the first step is generating the semantic layout, and then generating the image by synthesizing the image by using a deconvolutional image generator is the final step. So this could be used intensively to generate images by understanding the captions, the layouts, and refine details by synthesizing the words. And there is another study about the story GANs that can synthesize the whole storyboards from mere paragraphs. So that's actually a very good idea if you're talking about GANs. So you can just give a few layouts and captions. Based on that, it will generate an image for us. Talking about the next application, we have image to image translation. So Pix2Pix is a model which is designed for general purpose image to image translation. So let's say we have 3 images. We have a real image, then we'll be having a generated image, which is basically a fake, and then it will be reconstructed to the previous image, which was real. So this is how image to image translation work, guys. And after this, we have enhancing the resolution of an image. So super resolution generative adversarial network, or also known as SR-GAN, is a GAN which can generate the super resolution images from low resolution images with finer details and better quality. So this is actually a very good application of GANs, guys. The applications can be immense. So you imagine a higher quality image with finer details generated from a low resolution image. The amount of help it would produce to identify details in low resolution images can be used for wider purposes, including surveillance. We can use it for documentation, security. We can use it for detecting patterns, etc. And last but not least, we have interactive image generation. So GANs can be used to generate interactive images as well. And computer science and artificial intelligence library, also known as CSAIL, has developed a GAN that can generate 3D models with realistic lighting and reflections enabled by the shape and texture editing. And more recently, researchers have come up with a model that can synthesize a reenacted face animated by a person's movement while preserving the appearance of the face at the same time. There are a lot more applications we can work on.
So over here, what we're going to do is we are going to download the MNIST dataset from keras.datasets, and we'll just take the X dataset. That is the features that are present only in the X train part. And what we're going to do is we are going to create a generator and a discriminator model, and then we are finally going to combine them in order that they can work together. And as GANs are being a pretty intense topic, I would really recommend you people to check out or have a good understanding of the real basics of what deep learning is and how machine learning works. Although you won't be using any concepts from the machine learning. So if you want the playlist for our deep learning or the full course link, the description for that will also be provided in the description box below. So talking about the problem statement, as I mentioned earlier, first off, we are going to load our dataset, and the source that I'm going to use over here will be keras.dataset. Apart from that, we are supposed to create two types of model here. One would be the generator model. Another one is going to be the discriminator model. Generator model, it is there for performing sampling, and the discriminator model is basically there for downsampling, and then we are going to combine this up. It's very important for you to know how GANs work, and the reason for this is because we have to write our own loss function over here. So moving ahead, let me quickly just show you what are the different tools and frameworks that we are going to use. As GANs are really intense when it comes to training them, we're going to need a good performing GPUs. So what I'm going to do is, we all know Google Colab gives me a good performing GPU for free. So let me quickly use that up, and we're going to use Google Colab. Apart from that, talking about the different frameworks and libraries that we're going to have, the generic ones would remain the same. We are going to use NumPy, Matplotlib, and Pandas. Apart from that, a deep learning framework that is TensorFlow and Keras, that's a framework that we are going to use here to train a model and also to develop our model. Alright guys, so now that we know brief of what we are going to do now, let me quickly jump to my code editor, that is Google Colab, and show you how we can get started with this project. So this is the interface of a Google Colab. First thing that I'm going to do over here is come down to the runtime and change the runtime type to GPU. Because training GANs requires a huge amount of compute power. So once we're done with that, let's connect this to the server. So it will take some time. So once this is connected, let me zoom in for you guys. First off, what we'll do is we'll load our libraries. So load libraries. So let's do one thing. Let's import from keras.datasets, import MNIST, and let me execute this. It's okay, we are getting this error. Let me quickly, I think I might have done some typo here. So first off, keras.datasets, import MNIST. So this is where I'll be having my datasets. Then we also need some layers. So it will be keras.layers, import. We know we have different types of layers. So for our simplicity's sake, I'll import all our layers over here. And then we have from keras.layers.activation or advanced activation. We'll import this later. So let me just have something like models, import sequential model, and then also import functional API, that is model. Now we also need some optimizers, that is from keras.optimizer, import Adam. And as you can see, I've done a small typo here. Let me fix this as well. And let's also add this advanced model again from keras.layers.advanced model. It's going to be advanced activation, import leaky ReLU. Usually the activation function that we would use in normal CNN is going to be like ReLU or TANH, but here we're going to use leaky ReLU. ReLU is just that, in the lower level. So let me show you what this means. So if I take this thing, ReLU goes something like this. Oh yeah. So this goes here and it ends at 0, and then there's exponential growth. So either it is at this point or at this point. But when it comes to leaky ReLU, the graph over here is going to be same over here, but on this coordinate, it will be a small dip. So we have a small space here. So this is called as leaky ReLU. And apart from this, let's also get some generic ones. So import NumPy as NP and also import Matplotlib as PLT. So let's execute this. That's great. What we'll do is, sometimes we do get the warnings. So let me ignore the warnings. So import warnings. So now warnings, let me execute this. Then we have warnings dot filter warning and just pass here ignore. This looks great. So now we are supposed to get our data set. So for getting a data set, I just have mnist, which we have loaded, and then we just have to do load data. We all know that this gives us tuple, two values. So that's xtrain, ytrain, and again xtest, ytest. So what we're going to do is we're going to have something in this format, and now we'll just have xtrain here. So now let me quickly execute this up. And now if I show you xtrain dot shape, it's going to be 60,000, and 28,28 is the picture size. And now what I'm going to do here, in order to normalize my image, what we'll do is xtrain is equal to xtrain minus 127.5. Divide this by the same 127.5. So print, we want the maximum value and the minimum value, that is xtrain dot minimum, and similarly print xtrain dot max. And now you can see it would be ranging from -1 to 1. If I divide this by like 255, then everything over here would be from 0 to 1. So this is what we have done. And now we're supposed to create the batches. What we are going to do here, we're just going to use the train images or the images present in this train to learn, and then we are going to generate our own very own MNIST data. So it will be total epochs. Let's keep it as 50. Then we have the batch size. Batch size basically means in one go how many images can be there. So it will be 256. Then we have half batch. That's going to be half of this. That's 128. And then number of batches. This would be in xtrain.shape, which is present in index 0. Divide this by batch size. And then let's also add some noise here. So noise dimension. So it's going to be 100. And finally, for our optimizer, what we're going to do here is Adam. We just change the learning rate here. So LR, this would be equal to -4, and then beta 1 would be 0.5. So this basically means 0.0002. And now let's execute this. We are done. So what we're going to do now, we are going to create a generator model. So generator model. And here we are basically trying to do upsampling. So first off, as this is the model, right? So we'll give the name here as generator. We'll keep this as a lowercase generator. And this is going to be the sequential model. This is pretty similar to what we are going to have. So we'll have now let me just execute this. And now we'll have generator dot add. Now we'll add dense layer here. And now we'll call units. Number of units that I need over here, it'll be 7 times 7 times 128. And then we have input shape. And this would be noise dimension, comma. So basically this thing, noise dimension is 100, right? So this is going to give me the batch size, and then comma is basically telling me the values. And then again we have generator dot add. Now we'll do the reshape here. So it'll be 7, 7, 128. Then again generator dot add. We're going to add a leaky ReLU, and the value that I'm going to give here is going to be 0.3. That's the alpha value, or 0.2. It's totally up to you. And then we'll do some batch normalization just to prevent overfitting. So this would give me like the size over here is going to be 7 cross 7 cross 128. Now we'll try to decrease this and increase these values. So let me write that down. 7, 7, 128. We will try to do 14, 14, 64. So this is going to be generator.add. So we'll have convolution 2D transpose. Number of layers that we're going to add is going to be 64. Then we have kernel size, that will be 3 cross 3. Stride will take 2. And even after that, padding would remain the same. So now we'll do generator.add leaky ReLU, and we'll give the beta value here would be 0.2. And again, we'll try to add batch normalization. Now again, we'll try to do the upsampling. What we'll do is we'll change this. We'll change this to 28, 28, 1. This is the actual image that we need. So this is the size of the image that we have over here. So for this, we'll do generator.add. It's going to be the same thing that's over here. It's just that we'll change the dimensions. So instead of 64, it's going to be 1. And rest everything remains the same. And just a small change that I'm going to do here, add an activation function, tanh. This looks great. And finally, we are going to compile a model. So generator.compile. So we'll have loss. This will be Keras. So what we'll do here, we'll also import Keras. So import just Keras. So now we'll come here, Keras dot losses dot binary cross entropy. And then we have optimizer. We'll use our custom optimizer, that is Adam. We have used this Adam over here, somewhere in the top. And finally, we'll try to do general.summary. That's our model.summary. And let's execute this now. So as you can see here, first off, we have the batch size. We have 7 cross 7. And finally, we'll do the upsampling and we get this image 28, 28, 1. Now we're going to do discriminator model, or you can say downsampling. The input size over here is going to be 28, 28, 1. If you're unable to understand what's happening here, I would highly recommend you to check out any of the Edureka's GAN tutorial projects. The reason for this is because GANs are pretty high level models that requires you to have some fundamental knowledge over here. So finally, what we're going to do, now we are going to do downsampling. So the input shape here is going to be 28. Let me just copy this from here. And we are going to downsample this to 14, 14, 64. So this basically we are trying to do the reverse of this model, generator model. So here we'll have discriminator, and this would also be a sequential model. And let me execute this so that I start getting the recommendations here. So now that we have done with this, so we'll have discriminator dot add, let's say conv2d, and now the number of layers I need here is going to be 64. Then I have kernel size 3, 3. Then I have strides. This will also remain the same 2, 2. We have padding. We want the padding to be same. And as this is the first layer, we are going to add our input shape as well. And this is going to be 28, 28, 1. So now that you're done with this, let's also try to add some other layers. So we have discriminator is equal to dot add. And now we are just going to add leaky ReLU and give an alpha value here to be 0.2. Try this with a different alpha values like 0.3 and whichever suits you. And now what we'll do, we will again do the downsampling. So we give this as a comment. And we're going to downsample this thing to 128. And this should be 7, 7. We're going to perform the same step. I'll just copy this for now. And as we all know, there's slight changes that we need to do. First off, instead of 54, this is going to be 64, right? Not 54. And instead of here of 54, we are going to have 128. And we don't have to provide the input shape over here as well. The rest everything remains the same. And finally, we will downsample this again from this vector to a scalar value. That is, scalar here is going to be 6272. And now we'll do discriminator dot add. So this is going to be flatten here. We'll do some discriminator dot add dense, and we'll pass here 100. And we'll also give some leaky ReLU here. Let me just copy this. And finally, we'll do discriminator dot add dense layer. And we just want the output for this to be 1. And the activation, as this is just 1, it's going to be sigmoid. So this is it about the model. And now we are going to compile this. So it's going to be discriminator.compile. So the loss function that I'm going to use here is binary cross entropy again. So it's going to be keras.losses.binary cross entropy. Optimizer that I'm going to use will be Adam, the one which you have defined, Adam. And finally, let's compile this. This is not going to be compiled. This is going to be summary. And let's execute this now. So as you can see here, we are doing the reverse process of what we did in our generator. It's usually 28, 28. And then every time I pass this through a convolution layer, obviously there's a change in size. And as I move down, the size decreases and we are presented with 1. So this is about like building our generator model and even our discriminator model. So fine, in the next stage or the final stage of model creation, we are going to combine it. Combined model. So over here we have describer.trainable. We'll give this as false. Then we have GAN input. So this is the name of a model. That's a GAN input. And I have input. And this will be shape. And this is going to be noise dimension. And then finally we have generated image. This will be generator of GAN input. And finally we have GAN output. This would again be discriminator. And we're going to pass here generated input or image. And now we'll use a functional API. We are using this to create a final model. So it'll be model. This will be model. We are supposed to pass the inputs, right? So it'll be GAN input. and the output will be GAN output. And finally, just like others, we have supposed to compile a model. That will be model.compile. So here loss we are going to use is binary cross entropy. So keras.losses, not binary cross entropy. And optimizer will be Adam. Looks great. Let me execute this. The reason why we're getting this error is because of this, and let's try to execute this. And now as you can see, we don't have any errors. Let's quickly see how this model will look like. So model.summary, and let's run this. So as you can see, we have input shape, and this is the output, and then finally this is the input over here. So now we are going to come back to our data set, that's train. We'll reshape this, so it will be train.reshape. We're going to have -1, then 28. That is on the x-axis, 28 on the y-axis, and 1 is a channel. And if I run this and add here xtrain.shape, you will see it looks like 60,000, 28, 28, and 1. This is the batch size, and then we have 28, 28 is the size of the image, and 1 is the number of channels. So this is all there is about building a model. Now finally, we are supposed to create a training loop. Let me give a comment again, training loop. So we'll have discriminator loss. At the same time, we'll also have generator loss. We'll have a for loop here for epoch in range, total epochs. Here we'll have one value, that is epoch discriminator losses. There will be 0.0. Similarly, epoch generative loss, and even this will be 0.0. So now we're going to have mini batch gradient descent for step in range, number of batch. Let me give some comments over here just so that it's easier for you guys to understand. So in the step 1, we're going to train discriminator. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to have discriminator.trainable will be equal to true. That is, how do I do this is by this part. Okay, discriminator. So first off, we need to get the real data. So this will be index, this will be equal to np.random.randint. So we'll have 0, 60,000, half batch. And then we'll have real images. This will be xtrain present in that index, idx. And now get the fake image, or you can say data. So we'll have noise. This will be equal to np.random.normal. So we'll have 0, 1, noise should range. Size, this will be half batch, noise dimension. So now it will be fake image. This will be generator.predict noise. And now we'll do labels. So now we need the label. So it will be real y is equal to np.ones. So this would be half batch, 1 times 0.9. So times 0.9, and then fake y. This would be np.zeros. Then we have half batch, 1. So now it's time to train d underscore loss underscore real. This would be equal to discriminator.train on batch. So here we are going to pass real image and then real y. And then for the fake, d underscore loss underscore fake. This would also be the same. It's just that instead of real, it's going to be a y. So let me do this. Fake images, and then this is going to be fake y. And finally, d loss. This would be 0.5 times d loss underscore real plus 0.5 times d loss underscore fake. And then finally, we have to do epochs d loss, that is epochs per loss, plus equal to d loss. So this is the stage 1. In the stage 1, we are gonna just train this part over here. And now coming down to the stage 2, that is, let me give a comment here, train generator. And when I'm training generator, obviously my discriminator has to be false or disabled. So here we have noise. So there will be np.random.normal. So here we are going to pass 0, 1, size. This would be batch size, noise dimension. And now we have ground truth. So this will be np.ones. And let's provide a batch size, the size for this, 1. And then we have epochs g loss plus equal to g loss. So finally, we have to print this out. So what we're going to do, we're going to write a function to display the images that we have created. But before that, let me quickly write here print. So it will be epoch, and we'll pass this data here. Then we have disk loss, that is discriminator loss. We'll provide this over here, and generator loss. We'll provide this over here. So here we'll have epoch plus 1, and then over here we are going to have epochs underscore d underscore loss, divided this by number of batches. And finally, for our loss over here, that is generator loss, I'm going to add something similar. Let me give this on the next line just so that it's easier to read. So here it's going to be the similar thing, but instead of d, it's going to be g. So let me copy this and paste this over here. And finally, we'll have d underscore losses dot append. We're going to append the same value. So we are going to append this for the discriminator loss. We copy and paste here. And then this would be d underscore losses dot append. It's going to be g, not d. And we're going to add this value here. And finally, if generator, it's going to be like this. If the number of epochs plus 1 percentage 10 is equal to 0, then save it. Give a extension as generator.h5. And now we also want to display the images. So what we'll do, display image, we'll write a function display image, and we'll just have to display this image here. So what's going to happen is for every 10 images, so for every 10 image, it will display the epochs, losses, and then the images. For us to display the image, we have to write another function here. We'll do that as well. This will have a small function def display image images, and we'll give samples is equal to 25. Now we have noise. This would be np.random.normal. Here we'll have 0, 1, size. The size would be number of samples. That's 25, noise dimension. So generator image, this would be equal to generator.predict noise. And finally, we'll just plot the figure here. So plt.figure, we'll give you a figure size. Let's say 10, 10. And I want the images to be plotted next to each other. So for I in range samples, as it's 25, no, it's going to be 5 in row and 5 in columns. So plt.subplot 5, 5, that's 5 rows, 5 columns, and then we just have to provide the index, that's I plus 1. Then we have plt.imshow generated image, which is present in index I dot reshape 28, 28, and I want the C map to be gray. You can either keep it gray or binary, totally up to you. I'll give it as binary. Then plt.axis, we'll keep this as off. And plt.show, and yeah, this is it. So let me quickly give you a walkthrough of what we are doing here. Let me zoom out. First off, we try to get our data. First off, we are trying to ignore the warnings. Then we import the libraries. Then we get our data, try to reshape it. Over here, I want my data to range from -1 to 1. I hope now you understand why you're using leaky ReLU. And now we are trying to create the batch size, noise dimension, and customize our function. Over here, there are two models that are involved. The generator model, where we are basically trying to do the upsampling. And then we have also done downsampling using discriminator model. Both of these models are combined over here. As you can see, we are combining them to create a GAN model. That's our final model. And the way we train our model is quite different. Like usually we use fit and provide all the values, but here we are trying to write a customized training loop. For every 10 epochs, this function would be called, and this would actually generate the images. So let me do one thing. Let me quickly run this up now. Before you start, make sure you remove this comment from here. And first off, we are going to train our discriminator, as I mentioned earlier, and then we are going to give this a false, right? Discriminator.trainable would be false. And let me quickly run this and see what happens here. This would take quite some time, as training generators, adversarial neural networks are pretty intense. This would take quite some time over here. And let's see what happens. Alright guys, so as you can see here, we have successfully created our images. And now if I tell you this, right, this is not the image which is present in our data set here. This is the beautiful concept of GANs, where this image over here, we have generated this by ourselves. And this is what GANs does. So let's wait for another batch over here. Let's wait for another 10 batches and let's see what happens and how that thing would look like. Alright guys, so as you can see here now, this is the second batch of the image that we have received. Let me zoom out a bit. Let me zoom out over here. So as you can see, the images over here are better. So we can see this 5, 6, 3, 6, 7, and all of these are the images that was generated by our model. And as you can see, all this is pretty simple and short, but there's a huge amount of complications that go in for developing this particular model. So if you have this kind of project in your arsenal, you can crack out any interview or question that is being posed to you.
So what is a transformer? Transformers operate on a concept called sequence-to-sequence learning. Essentially, they take a sequence of tokens as an input and predict the next token in the output. A great example of this is language translation. Imagine inputting "good morning" in English, and the transformer processes this and outputs the translation in languages like Japanese, Korean, or German. The key is how it efficiently processes the relationship between words. Since we know what a transformer is, let's dig a bit deep about them. A transformer has two primary components, encoder and decoder. Encoder identifies relationship between parts of the input sequence, whereas the decoder uses these relationships to generate the output sequence. This division is what allows transformers to handle tasks like text translation or summarizations with remarkable accuracy. Now that we have the idea of transformers, let's discuss how they evolved. Before transformers, there were other neural networks like RNN, recurrent neural networks, invented by David Rumelhart in 1986. However, RNNs faced significant challenges. They would forget early parts of the sequence as they processed longer ones and couldn't handle dependencies efficiently. Additionally, RNN relied on recurrence, which made them inefficient and incapable of parallelization. Then came long short-term memory, introduced by Howather and Schmidhuber in 1997. Long short-term memory improved by remembering sequences for a longer duration and addressing some of the memory issues in RNNs. However, they were slow to train and difficult to manage at scale. Finally, transformers transformed neural networks. First introduced in the landmark paper, "Attention is All You Need." Transformers addressed all the problems faced by RNNs and LSTMs. They used a completely attention-based mechanism, eliminating reliance on recurrence. This made transformers capable of remembering context efficiently, training faster, and being parallelized, enabling multitasking and significantly speeding up processes. Now let's discuss on the attention mechanism. Think about this sentence: "This cat wants to jump on the box." The attention mechanism identifies the most relevant parts of this sentence, like cat, jump, and box, and focuses on these elements while processing the data. Now that we know how transformers have evolved, now let's discuss their architecture. A transformer consists of two main components, an encoder and a decoder, each typically consisting 6 layers. Inside the encoder, there is one attention layer and one feed-forward layer, while the decoder contains 2 attention layers and 1 feed-forward layer. The magic of parallelism comes from how data is fed into the network. In the attention layer, all the words are processed simultaneously, with each word forming combinations with other in the sentence. This allows the model to capture relationships and context efficiently. After processing in the attention layer, the data is sent to the feed-forward layer, where it is learned layer by layer. The input to the encoder and decoder are the raw input embeddings, which are numerical representation of words. On top of these embeddings, positional encodings are added to help the model understand the position and the order of each word in the sequence. If we simplify embeddings, there are essentially vector representation of words in an n-dimensional space. At the top of the architecture, there are 2 layers of the output probabilities, converting the final output into the form of human can understand. These inputs are represented as vectors with their length corresponding to the size of vocabulary. Now, what truly makes transformer unique is the inclusion of normalization layers, which normalize the output from sublayers. Additionally, skip connections, the dark arrows in the architecture, forward critical information that bypasses self-attention or fed-forward layers directly to the normalization layers. This ensures the model does not forget important details and effectively passes vital information further into the network. Now, moving forward, let's discuss why transformers are important. Transformers are vital because they utilize semi-supervised learning. They are trained on massive unlabeled datasets enabling them to generalize across a wide range of tasks. Unlike older models, transformers don't need to process data sequentially. Their attention mechanism allows them to focus on the most relevant context, which significantly speeds up training. Transformers revolutionize data processing by eliminating the need to handle data sequentially, allowing for parallel processing and significantly enhancing efficiency. The attention mechanism lies at the core of transformers, enabling the model to focus on the most relevant parts of the input sequence and improving accuracy and understanding of context. Furthermore, transformers excel at providing context, ensuring that the meaning of each word or token is accurately interpreted within its surroundings. Lastly, these models dramatically speeds up the training process, making them faster and more efficient compared to traditional neural networks, thus redefining AI's capabilities across diverse applications. Now that we know why transformers are important, let's discuss some applications. We have OpenAI's GPT, a groundbreaking model that leverages the power of transformers for natural language processing tasks. Additionally, Google has developed several transformer-based models including Vision Transformer for image recognition, BERT, bidirectional encoder representations from transformers for understanding the context of words in a sentence, and T5, which stands for Text-to-Text Transfer Transformer, for a wide range of text generation tasks. Microsoft has also contributed with dBERT, decoding enhanced BERT with disentangled attention, a model designed to improve contextually understanding and enhance NLP applications. These models demonstrate the versatility and impact of transformer architecture across various domains. Now that we know the application of transformers, how about checking their real-time products? Transformers have become an integral part of many real-world products that we use daily. Examples include Grammarly, which leverages transformers for advanced grammar and writing assistance, Google Search and its translation tools powered by models like BERT and T5, and ChatGPT, OpenAI's conversational AI that relies on the generative pre-trained transformer architecture. Additionally, Meta's deepfake detector uses transformer-based models for facial recognition tasks. These applications highlight how transformers have revolutionized technology, seamlessly integrating it into tools that enhance our everyday lives. In conclusion, transformers are changing the tech world by enabling smarter, faster, and more efficient AI systems. Whether it's generating text, translating languages, or enhancing search engines, these models are the cornerstone of modern AI. Generative AI is transforming multiple creative fields. Image generation tools power visual design, music compositions algorithm create original scores, and AI assists video editors in automatic tasks. LLMs help generate and translate text, while code generation tools like GitHub Copilot boost developer efficiency. AI-generated voices are even being used in audiobooks and voice assistants. So now, let's take some of these tools and check. So this time, we will use Pictory AI and Flicky AI. First, let's explore Pictory AI. So for that, let's go to its site and check its functions. So we are at the Pictory AI site. And on the left side, we have the home, project and brand kits. And on the main screen, we have different features Pictory AI provides. So let's choose text to video. Here, let's write some names and description and press generate. Pictory AI is a tool designed for video creators that helps transform long-form content, such as articles or blog posts, into short, engaging videos. It uses AI to automatically extract key highlights and create professional-looking videos with minimal efforts. Due to its simplicity and time-saving capabilities, Pictory AI is popular for social media content creation and marketing. Now, let's see our next tool, which is Flicky AI. So now, we are at the Flicky.ai site. Here, we have different features like videos, where you can create videos from all of these blogs, prompts, etc. You can also create audios from these features, and then we also have a design feature. And on the left-hand side, you can see options like files, templates, brand kits, voice clones, etc. So now, let's take an idea and convert it into a video. Now, let's write our topic and generate.
Flicky AI is a content creation tool that turns text into videos using AI-generated voices and visuals. It helps users create professional videos quickly by pairing written content with stock images, animations, and voiceovers. Flicky is ideal for marketers, content creators, and educators looking to create engaging video content efficiently. Now that we have seen the applications, so let's step back and look at the journey that brought us here. So basically, our journey starts in 1947 with Alan Turing's concept of intelligent machines. By 1961, Joseph Weissenbaum introduced ELIZA, the first chatbot. The 1980s saw the birth of recurrent neural networks, while 1997 brought long short-term memory networks to tackle sequential data. And then GANs emerged in 2014, transforming creative tasks. Fast forward to 2017 when transformers like GPT entered the scene. By 2023, GPT 3.5 and Google's Palm marked significant milestones. And by 2025, we are on the brink of AI breakthroughs in chemistry and genome editing. So, what exactly are these LLMs and why are they so powerful? An LLM or large language models analyzes and understands natural language using machine learning. Examples include OpenAI's GPT, Google's Palm, and Meta's Llama. These models drive applications such as chatbots, language translation, and more by learning from extensive data to predict and generate text sequences. But before this, there was a very famous term called language model. A language model is a machine learning model that uses probability statistics and mathematics to predict the next sequence of words. Suppose you have a sentence like, I have a boy who is my dash. Here, if we ask a language model to predict the next word, it considers the context provided by the words before the blank. Based on common usage patterns from its training data, it may predict words like boyfriend, brother, or friend, which fit naturally. However, it's less likely to predict colleague or sibling, as those words may not commonly follow this type of phrases. So this process shows how language models predict text by calculating probabilities for each possible word based on their likelihood in context. So, when a language model is trained on massive amounts of diverse text, it gains a wider vocabulary and more understanding of language, enabling it to make more accurate predictions. For example, if we give it a phrase like, you are a dash to me, a model trained on extensive data might suggest various fitting words, for example, friend, inspiration, or anything else. So based on this sentiment or context, it has learned from the data. Now here, reinforcement learning is used to improve the model's responses over time. By giving feedbacks, be it positive or negative on the responses, we help the model learn which type of responses are preferred in specific context. For example, if the model frequently misinterprets the tone or intent, the reinforcement learning helps adjust its predictions to be more contextually appropriate and aligned with the intended meaning. But what do these models look like under the hood? Well, LLMs are built on neural networks composed of input, hidden, and output layers. The hidden layer processes information to learn complex patterns, and more layers means the model can capture deeper insights. This structure allows LLMs to perform tasks from generating text to complex code completions. Now, how do these layers interact and function in real time? Now, LLM is based on the transformer, and a transformer uses deep learning to process any information coming to it. Now, let me tell you a story of three friends. Imagine we have three characters. First is our friend, the next character is Minion Bob, and the third character is Gru. So our friend asks Bob, what's the price of the jet? It must be $50,000. Minion Bob isn't sure, so he goes to Gru and asks, is the jet $50,000? Gru replies, no, it's $70,000. In this back and forth, Minion Bob is like the neural network layer trying to make an accurate guess. So each time he goes back to Gru, like receiving more data or feedback, he gets corrected if his guess is wrong, leading him to refine his response. Now, after the first check, Minion Bob returns to our friend saying, I guess it's more than $60,000. Our friend assumes it might be around $65,000 and sends Bob back to Gru to verify. Again, Gru corrects him, no, it's actually $70,000. So this process repeats with Bob adjusting his guess each time. Eventually, he learns that the correct answer is $70,000 and updates his knowledge. So, just like Minnie and Bob, neural networks make initial guesses based on available information. With each feedback loop, like Bob going back to Gru, the model's hidden layers adjust the parameters to refine its guesses, ultimately arriving at the most accurate prediction possible. So, after getting corrected multiple times, Minnie and Bob's guesses improve until he knows the price is $70,000. Similarly, in a neural network, gradually learning the correct answer through training. So, once the network learns, it can give accurate answers in future cases without checking every time. Now, let us move on to understand how LLMs work. LLMs begin the collection of datasets, then tokenize text and break it into manageable pieces. Using a transformer architecture, they process the data sequence all at once, leveraging vast training data. LLMs contain millions of learned parameters that predict the text tokens and generate coherent outputs. Models often undergo pre-training for general knowledge and fine-tuning for specific tasks. So now, let's see some practical uses of LLMs. LLMs power content generation, creating anything from articles to code. They excel in language translation, enhanced search engines, personalized recommendations, code development assistance, and sentiment analysis, which also owe much to LLM's predictive capabilities. So guys, are you ready to use all that knowledge in coding and witness how these LLMs come together to drive innovation, whether through developing applications, analyzing data, or building smart assistants? The gear of technology keep turning to unlock AI's full potential. So now, let us look at our problem statement. So, one of the difficulties in the healthcare industry is effectively evaluating medical pictures such as MRIs, CT scans, and X-rays in order to identify anomalies and illnesses. This procedure takes a lot of time and calls for specialized understanding. Automated methods must be developed to help medical personnel recognize possible health problems in medical imaging. In order to provide better patient care, a system that integrates cutting-edge machine learning models with image analysis can greatly help in the early detection of diseases, including cancer, infections, and other illnesses. So the method uses generative AI to evaluate medical photos and generate a thorough diagnosis report based on the findings. This technology allows users to upload medical images, which the AI model then processes. Now, let us build our project on a medical image analysis application using Streamlit, Python, and an LLM of Google Gemini AI. So this app helps healthcare professionals analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans to detect anomalies and diseases. First, let's import the necessary libraries. So first, import Streamlit as ST. So if this is not working or showing an error, then open the terminal and write pip install Streamlit. And from pathlib, import path. Next, import google.generative AI as Gen AI. So, we are importing Streamlit for the app interface and path from pathlib for handling file paths and Google Generative AI, which allows us to interact with the Gemini AI model. Next, we will configure Google's Gemini API by setting up our API key. So this will allow us to connect to the AI model and generate insights from medical images. So before proceeding, let's get our API key and we will go to the Google to generate an API key. So on your left, there is an API key option and after clicking, you will get the Create API option. So just select your model and create your API key. So as you can see the screen, just copy this API key and go back to terminal. So now let's configure our model. So just type genai.configure and inside the bracket, give API underscore key equal to and over here paste the key. Now we set up the system prompt which defines the role of the AI model. So the prompt specifies that our AI is a medical image analysis system capable of detecting diseases like cancer, cardiovascular issues, neurological conditions, and more. So guys, I have already researched the prompts and written here. So basically, the system prompt should be inside the triple quotes. So this prompt guides the model to analyze medical images for conditions such as cancer, fractures, infections, and more, making it a valuable tool for healthcare professionals. Now, let's configure the model settings for generating responses. We define parameters like temperature and top K to control the creativity of the model's output. So first type generation_config equal to, and inside the double quote we will give temperature, which is 1, then top_P, which is 0.95, next top_K, 40, then max_output_tokens, which is 8192. Next, response_mine_type, which is of text or plain. So over here, the temperature 1 that controls randomness, a value of 1 given balanced output diversity. Next, top P 0.95 uses nucleus sampling, selecting tokens from the top 25% cumulative probability distribution for diverse responses. Next, the top K 40, which limits token selection to the top 40 tokens based on the probability, narrowing possible outputs to high probability tokens. Next, max output token. This setting allows for longer responses by limiting the maximum length of the generated text to 8192 tokens. And then we have response mine type, which specifies the format of the output as plain text. So for more information, read the Google Gemini documentation. Next, we will also configure safety settings to ensure that the model doesn't generate harmful content. So for example, we block categories like harassment, hate speech, and sexual explicit content. Here, we are using two things. First, categories, and then the threshold. Then, copy this 4 times like harassment, hate speech, and sexual explicit content. Now, let's set up the layout for our Streamlit application. So for that, we will configure the title and the layout of the page and even add a logo to make the interface more user-friendly. So first, type st.set_page_config, and inside the bracket let's give page_title equal to, and inside the double quotes we will give diagnostic analytics, comma, page_icon equal to robot. Now let us type column 1, comma, column 2, comma, column 3 is equal to st.columns, and inside the bracket give 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Next, with column 2, so I'll be using Edureka and medical images. So this will show you how to set up images using Streamlit. Now type st.image and give a bracket, and inside the double quotes let's type edureka.png and give a comma and give width is equal to 200. Now let us copy and paste it for medical. So let's type medical.png. Here we are using Streamlit's column to center the logo and title, and this makes the app look professional and visually appealing. Next, let's allow the user to upload medical images for analysis. So we use Streamlit's file uploader widget to accept image file in PNG, JPG or JPEG formats. So for that, let's type upload_file equal to st.file_uploader, and inside the bracket, inside the double quotes, let's type please upload the medical images for analysis, comma, type is equal to, so basically the image type is equal to, and inside the bracket, inside the double quotes, let's give PNG, comma, JPG, and JPEG. Next, let us type submit_button equal to st.button, and inside the bracket let's give generate image analysis. So here, when the user uploads a file and click the generate image analysis button, the model processes the image and prepare it for analysis. So once the user submits the image, we send it to the AI model for analysis, and then the model generates a response which we then display in the app. So here, as you can see the screen, we have another function. So the if submit button, which runs the code when the submit button is pressed. Next, the image_data is equal to upload file.getValue. This actually gets the raw image data from the uploaded file. And next we have the image parts, where it creates a list with the image data in a structured format. Then we have the prompt parts. So this combines the image data and a text prompt for the model. So this part of the code actually sends the image and text prompt to the model to generate a response. And then we have the st.write, which displays the model's responses in the app. So here we use the image data and system prompts to generate content with the Gemini AI model. The result is displayed as a detailed report with insights about the medical image. Now it's time to test the code. So open the terminal and type streamlit run main.py. So once you enter, it will redirect you to our model interface. And there you go. So the model is ready. So here's a live demo of the app. We will upload a sample image and the app will analyze it and provide a detailed diagnosis based on the AI model's insight. So this is how we use Streamlit and Google's Gemini AI model to create a medical image analysis app. So this app can help medical practitioners by offering precise and thorough analysis of medical photos. Now it is the time for testing. So let's take one image of any disease and test it. So upload the image from your computer. Then we will select an image and press the generate button. So as you can see, it's running. So it generates fabulous response and can help doctors in assisting their patients, saving time and money. So this is how we built a real-time medical diagnostic helper using Streamlit, Python and Google Gemini AI. Now, let us understand what LangChain is and why it is a valuable tool for building AI applications. You must be aware of popular applications such as GPT and Gemini. These applications utilize APIs, and GPT uses OpenAI's API while Gemini operates through the Gemini API. To process prompts, they leverage models like GPT 3.5, GPT 4, Palm and Gemini 1. Additionally, these are other advanced models such as Llama, Gemini, Cohere, Claude version 1, Falcon, Palm, GPT-4 and GPT 3.5. LangChain is a framework designed to help developers build flexible and powerful AI-driven applications by integrating and utilizing these diverse models effectively. But why exactly do we need LangChain? You must be thinking, if LangChain is this important, then why do we need LangChain? So let's break down this question using some real-world examples. So imagine simply asking an LLM a prompt and getting an answer. That's easy. But what happens when the complexity increases? For example, let's say you're working with data from SQL databases, CSV files, PDFs, or Google Analytics, and you need the model to write code, perform searches, or send emails. Handling such intricate workflows manually can get overwhelming. This is where LangChain steps in. It simplifies the process by offering components like document loaders, text splitters, vector databases, prompt templates, and tools. So these helps you assemble tasks such as document summarization, question and answer systems, or even advanced workflows like Google searches or customer support automation. Let's visualize this process with a diagram. Here's how it works. So first, you load a document like a CSV file using a document loader. Then, use a text splitter to divide it into smaller chunks and then store those chunks into a vector database and add a prompt template to guide the model. And finally, use a LLM like a GPT-4 or Llama to perform tasks like searching the web or automating workflows. And LangChain also offers chains that will help you assemble components to achieve single tasks such as summarization and an agenda to figure out what each component must do, like password, customer services, etc. Now that we understand LangChain's core components, now let's explore how it streamlines the LLM application lifecycle. So it typically involves three key stages. First is the development, where you build and test your application. Then productionization, where the system is fine-tuned for a real-world use. And finally, deployment, where the final product is launched for users. So LangChain simplifies this lifecycle, allowing you to focus on building without worrying about the underlying complexity. Now let's take a step back and understand the role of APIs in powering these LLM applications and how LangChain effectively integrates them. In all these applications and models, one thing is common, that is, they use API. So now let's discuss APIs. APIs act as an intermediaries that enable different systems to communicate with each other. For example, they allow apps like Swiggy or Blinkit to display your delivery driver's location in real time. So now let's look at the steps to explain APIs and API keys. So apps like Zipto, Swiggy and Blinkit use APIs to show the location of your delivery driver. So these apps don't communicate directly with Google Maps but follow a layered process involving servers and security mechanism. First, the app sends a request to Google Maps API. Then the API forwards the request to Google servers. Then the servers validate the request with the system. So once approved, the response follows back through the servers, APIs and finally to the app. So previously, apps like Swiggy allowed login using phone numbers. Now they use API for login via platforms like Google or Facebook. So this demonstrates the versatility of APIs in enabling seamless user interactions. To prevent misuse, APIs require API keys, which are unique identifiers for secure access. So these keys authenticate requests and ensure that only authorized users can interact with the APIs. Next, security systems closely monitor API usage to detect and prevent misuse. This ensures that APIs remain safe and functional for their intended purpose. And these steps simplify the explanation of how APIs and API keys work in real-world applications. So this is how LangChain leverages APIs to connect your LLM applications with external tools, making them versatile and secure. Now that we understand the role of APIs, so let's explore some real-world applications of LangChain. So what can you build with LangChain? Here are a few applications. First application we have is customer support. So customer support for your shopping websites to interact with customers. Next, conversational chatbots for helping you study. Content generation tools for blogs or social media. We also have question answering systems for knowledge bases and then document summarizers for legal or academic content. LangChain simplifies AI development by integrating LLMs with various data sources and tools. Its applications are vast, from chatbots to document summarization. So let's examine a practical example to see LangChain in action. Alright. In today's data-driven world, understanding and effectively using SQL queries is crucial for managing and analyzing large datasets. However, beginners and even experienced users often need help with complex SQL queries, their syntax and how they work. This creates a barrier to efficiently interacting with databases and limits their potential to solve real-world problems. To address this challenge, we propose a SQL query fetcher application that leverages the Gemini AI, Python and Streamlit to simplify SQL learning and usage. The application allows users to input or select a query, generates the SQL syntax and provides a detailed explanation of its components and functionality. This tool bridges the gap between technical understanding and real-world database operations, empowering users with an initiative and interactive SQL learning experience. Let's jump right into the code. So the first step is setting up your dependencies. Here, we import Streamlit for the user interface and then Google Generative AI for using Gemini. So first, import Streamlit as ST and next import Google.Generative AI as GenAI. So to get this API, you have to go to the Google Gemini API key
and here click on Get a Gemini API key in Google AI Studio, and then once you scroll, there is a button on the left called Create API. Now click on it and select your model here, and let's copy it. And now let's go back to our VS Code editor and paste it here. So to paste, let's type Google_API_key, and inside the double quote, let's paste it. And now let's type genai.configure, and inside the bracket, let's keep it as API_key equal to, and give it as Google_API_key. Now let's type model equal to genai.generative model, and inside the bracket, let's keep it as Gemini Pro. So we use the Google Gemini API to generate SQL queries dynamically. So make sure to configure your API keys securely. Now let's display the Streamlit layout code. Now let's set up the app's user interface. So we use Streamlit to create an interactive page where users can input plain English queries and get SQL code in return. So we write st.set_page_config, and inside the bracket, let's give it as page_title, and inside the double quotes, let's give a title as Edureka SQL Query Generator, and give a comma, and let's type it as page_icon equal to, and inside the double quote, let's keep it as robot. Now let's put some images. So I'm using Edureka image and SQL logo, and also to make them center, we will type it as column 1, column 2, column 3 equal to st.columns, and inside the bracket, let's keep it as 1, 2, 1. Next, let us type with column 2, colon, and let's type it as st.image, and inside the bracket, let's give the image address, and then width is equal to 200. Now let us add another image, so let's copy the same and give the other image address. Our layout includes a title, logo and text input box to keep the interface simple and intuitive. So here's where the magic happens. So when a user clicks the Generate SQL Query button, we format their input into a prompt for the Gemini model to generate SQL code. So let's create template by writing template equal to, and inside the triple quotes, let's type it as create a SQL query snippet using the below text. Next, let us also give text input, and we'll also type I just want a SQL query. Now let's type the response. So type response equal to model.generate, generate_content, and let's keep it as template.format, and inside the bracket, let's give text_input equal to text_input, and next let's type the SQL query. So give SQL_query equal to response.text dot, so let's give the strip function dot lstrip function dot rstrip function. So the AI generates the SQL query and we clean up the output for display. So once the SQL query is ready, we take it a step further by generating a sample expected output and a clear explanation of the query. Now let's type the logic for showing explanation and output. So let's type st.markdown, and inside the bracket, we will give HTML tags. So first, div style is equal to, we will align the text in center. So text align center. And next, let's give h1 tag, and inside h1 tag, we will write SQL query generator, and let's close the h1 tag. Next, Let's open H3 tag and write, I can generate SQL queries for you. And let's close the H3 tag. And inside the H4 tag, let's type it as with explanation as well. Now close the H4 tag and let's open the paragraph tag, which is the P tag. And inside the P tag, let's type it as, this tool allows you to generate SQL queries based on your data. Now let us close the P tag. Also close the div tag. Now to make the markdown visible, let us type unsafe underscore allow underscore HTML equal to true. Now let's write text input equal to st.text underscore area, and inside the bracket let's give it as enter your query here in plain English. Now let us give a submit button. So for that, let us type submit underscore button equal to st.button, and inside the bracket let us give generate SQL query. Now if submit button colon, write it with st.spinner, and inside the bracket let's give generating SQL query, and then let's create a template, and inside the triple quotes let's type it as create a SQL query snippet using the below text. Now using the above template, we will write 3 more templates for SQL query, which are text input and then SQL query, which will include expected output and also explanation output. Now to merge all the templates together, we will make a container. So we will write with st.container. So it's a function, and let us also write it as st.success, and inside the bracket let us give it as SQL query generated successfully. Also we will give here is your query below. Next st.code, and inside the bracket let us give SQL underscore query and comma language equal to SQL. Now let us give once again st.success, and inside this let us keep it as expected output of this query will be, and now let us keep it as st.markdown, and inside the bracket e output. Once again st.success, and inside this let us keep it as explanation of this SQL query. Next let us give st.markdown, and inside this function let us keep it as explanation. So over here this shows a green success message indicating the SQL query was generated successfully. And next the show SQL query, this displays the SQL query as a formatted code block highlighting it as a SQL. Next is the display expected output. So this provides a success message for the query's expected output, followed by st markdown e output, which displays the expected output in markdown format, and followed by st.markdown e output, which displays the expected output in the markdown format. So now this line of code introduces an explanation, and st.markdown explanation displays that it is in markdown format for clarity. So this makes the tool valuable for both learning and debugging SQL. So now let's see it in action. So open the terminal and let us type streamlit run and give your file name. Now as you can see the screen, your SQL query generator is ready to go. Now let's test it. So for that, here I will input a prompt asking for a query, which is give me the query for create table. Now let's click on generate SQL query, and as you can see it's running. So let's wait for it to generate. So as you can see on the screen, the app generates a SQL query, expected output, and even a plain English explanation in seconds. So how cool is that, right? And that's it. Our SQL query generator powered by LangChain, Gemini API and Streamlit is complete. So this project is perfect for simplifying SQL learning and enhancing productivity. Now, let's begin by understanding what RAG is and how it works. RAG is a hybrid approach in artificial intelligence that combines retrieval systems with generative models to produce highly accurate, contextually relevant responses. It brings the gap between factual accuracy and natural language generation. Now let's understand it with the help of diagram. So, it's a hybrid approach involving artificial intelligence that combines a retrieval system with a generative system to produce highly accurate responses. Now that we know what RAG is, so let's explore why it is crucial for large language models and see a real-world example. So, RAG addresses several limitations of traditional LLMs. It mitigates illusions by grounding responses in factual, retrieved data. By dynamically accessing up-to-date information, RAG stays relevant in rapidly challenging domains. It improves accuracy and relevance by fetching specific, relevant documents during inference. By outsourcing factual knowledge retrieval, RAG enables smaller, more efficient models, and it can adapt to domain-specific knowledge bases for specialized applications. Additionally, RAG provides explainability by showing the retrieved documents or data sources, increasing trust and transparency. Now let us see some of the use cases. So without RAG, the sentence would be, when was the last Mars rover launched? So this is just the incorrect response. So with RAG, the sentence would be dynamically retrieved from NASA's database. And it would be, the Perseverance rover was launched on July 30, 2020. Now that we have seen why RAG is important, so let's dive into how it works. Well, RAG operates in three-step process. A user submits a query, which triggers the retrieval stage. Here, a retriever searches a database or knowledge base using tools like BM25 to fetch the most relevant information. The retrieved data is then fed into a generative model like GPT or T5, which processes it and generates a coherent, contextually grounded natural language response. Now, let's take an example. Here, the query is, who wrote 1984? Retrieve would be fetching a document containing George Orwell wrote 1984. Now, generative response would be, the author of 1984 is George Orwell. This hybrid approach makes RAG ideal for real-world applications like chatbots and knowledge systems. Now that we understand how RAG works, let's explore some of its real-world applications. RAG's versatile applications span various domains. In knowledge management, it can summarize large databases or documentation, aiding corporate teams. Legal and compliance tasks benefits from RAG's ability to answer queries based on case law and regulations, while in healthcare, it can support medical professionals by summarizing research papers and guidelines. Education and e-learning can leverage RAG for virtual tutoring, providing detailed explanations based on the textbooks and research papers. Interactive virtual assistants like Alexa and Siri can utilize RAG to generate accurate and informative responses to user queries such as news headlines or product recommendations. RAG's unique ability to combine retrieval and generation makes it essential for tasks demanding both factual accuracy and fluent natural language responses. Now, let's compare retrieval augmented generation with traditional AI model across three features. First, we have factual accuracy. RAG provides highly accurate responses by using real-time data, whereas traditional models may give less accurate answers and may give errors. Next is the context adaptability. So here, RAG adapts quickly to new queries using live data, whereas traditional models offer fixed answers based only on pre-trained knowledge. Next, we have knowledge updates. RAG is easy to update, just change its data source, whereas traditional models need retraining, which takes time. Then we have scalability, whereas traditional models are limited by their size and training data. And then we have use cases. RAG is great for tasks like legal advice or customer support, whereas traditional models work well for creative writing or casual queries. So here I want to conclude that RAG is ideal for knowledge-based tasks needing accuracy and flexibility, while traditional models are better for creative users. While RAG offers significant advantages, it's essential to acknowledge its limitations. So let's discuss the challenges and future of RAG. So the first challenge is the latency.
RAG systems can suffer from latency issues, especially when dealing with large datasets or complex queries. Next is the data quality dependency. The quality of the generated responses heavily depends on the quality of the underlying data. The next challenge is complex integration. Integrating RAG systems with existing applications and infrastructure can be challenging due to the need for data synchronization, query optimization, and model management. And finally, scalability issues. As RAG systems become more complex and are deployed at scale, they can face scalability issues. This includes handling increased query loads, maintaining data freshness, and ensuring model performance. Now, while RAG faces limitations, its potential is undeniable. So now let's discuss RAG's future. The future of RAG holds immense potential. It will power dynamic, real-time applications like news summarization, financial analytics, and live sports commentary. RAG will be customized for specific domains like healthcare, law, and science through integrations with specialized knowledge bases. Advances in retrieval models and compression techniques will reduce latency to enhance efficiency. RAG will expand to handle multi-model data, enabling use cases like multimedia question answering. Additionally, RAG will facilitate personalized AI assistance and improve transparency and explainability by attributing sources and providing clear explanations. Now, let us move on to generative AI project using RAG. So imagine you're working with a massive library of documents. You need a way to quickly search and answer questions based on the content. So manually, flipping through pages takes time and effort. Wouldn't it be great to have a system that retrieves relevant information and answers your questions directly within those documents? So that's where our Streamlit app comes in. This app utilizes the power of natural language processing and advanced retrieval techniques to turn your complex document collections into a powerful question and answer system. So let's take a look at the code behind this app. This app will allow users to ask questions about a collection of PDFs and get answers directly from the documents using the power of natural language processing. Now, first, let's create a virtual environment. Now, in the terminal, let's type the command for setting up the Conda environment in your editor. For that, let's type Conda create -p. Let's type venv Python and its version give equal to 3.10 -y. Okay, let's enter. In this command, the -p venv specifies the path and the environment name, while -y skips the prompts for a smoother install. Now, while that's setting up, let's create a few essential files. So, let's activate your new environment with the command conda activate venv and /. So, as you can see, our environment is ready. Now, let's import libraries. So let's start by importing the libraries we will need. In the first line, we will import Streamlit as st. This gives us access to all the functionalities of the Streamlit for building our web app interface. So next, we will import OS for various operating systems functionalities. After that, now we will import libraries from LangChain, which is a framework for building NLP pipelines. So we will use these for tasks like text splitting, for document chain creation, prompting, retrieval, and more. So we will explain each library in detail as we use them. So let's type from langchain_group import chat group, that is GROQ. And next we will type from langchain.textSplitter import recursive character text splitter. So let's type recursive character text splitter. Again, let us type from langchain.chains.combine documents import create staff documents chain. Again, from langchain core.prompts, let's import create_retrieval chain. Next, import FAIS, import FAISS from langchain community.vector stores. So this will help us to create a vector index for efficient document retrieval. So let us type from langchain_community.vector stores import FAISS. Similar imports will follow for other functionalities like document loading and generating embedding, but we will introduce them as they appear in the code. But before this, go to the Group Cloud website, and on your left you have API key option. So select and create your API key and copy this, and if you want to check your model, then go to the playground and at the top right corner click on the Llama model and check. There are so many of them, latest also. So choose your model and generate your free API. Now go to the terminal and paste it in .env file using variable group API key. Now again go to the Gemini AI Studio. On your right you have the create API option. So select your model and create your API key now. Now copy the key and paste it into your environment variable, that is the .env file, using a variable Google _ API key and paste it here. Now we will load environment variables from a .env file that will securely store our API keys. So for that, use .env to achieve this. Let's type from .env import load _.env. Also, let's type load _.env function. Next, we use OS to retrieve the Grok API key and Google API key from the environment variables.getEnv. So let us type Grok API _ key equal to os.getEnv, and inside the function let's type it as grok _API key, and inside the single quote let us type grok API key, and in the next line let us type os.environ, and inside the bracket under double quotes let us type Google _API _ key and equal to os.getEnv, and inside the function under the double quotes let us type Google _API _ key. So here these keys are the required to use specific NLP services. Now let us write code for displaying app title and images. So for that, load your image. Since I am using Edureka image name edureka.png along with the app title Edureka document question and answer, we will use st.image and st.title for this purpose. So for that, let us type st.image. So inside the double quotes, let us keep the image name and comma width is equal to 200. And let us also keep the title. So for that, st.title, and let us type Edureka document question and answers. Now the next step is to initialize chat group and prompt template. Now it's time to interact with the LangChain group API. So initialize the chat group object using group API key and specify the Llama 3 8B8192, which is the language model we will be using for our NLP task. So for that, let us type LLM equal to chat group, and inside the bracket give the group _API _ key equal to group _API _ key, comma, we will give the model name as well. So for that, type model name equal to, and inside the double quotes give the model name. So here we are using Llama 3 8B-8192. Alright. Now let us define a prompt template using chat prompt template. So this template ensures that AI responses are based on the context provided and user questions, so keeping answers accurate and concise. So for that, we will type prompt equal to chat prompt template dot from template, and inside the bracket let us paste the prompt. So here we have the prompt which says please answer the question strictly based on the provided context. Also ensure the response is accurate, concise and directly addresses the question. Now let's create function for embedding vectors. For that, let's define vector embedding function. So type def vector _ embedding function and give colon. Next, in the next line give if, and under the double quotes give vectors not in st.session state colon, then type st.session underscore state dot embeddings equal to Google Generative AI embeddings. Give equal to Google Generative AI embeddings, AI caps. And inside the bracket, give the model equal to, and inside the double quotes, let us type models / embedding -001. Now, make a folder where you will load your PDF. So, I am creating ed_PDF and paste your PDF here. Now, set the sessions. So, that is, let us type st.session underscore state.loader equal to py_pdf directory loader. Here, inside the double quotes, let us paste the path of the PDF. Next is the data ingestion. For that, let us type st.session underscore state.docs equal to st.session underscore state dot loader dot load function. So, this particular line of code is for data ingestion, and here this particular line is for document loading. Next, let us type st.session underscore state dot text splitter and give equal to recursive character text splitter. And inside the bracket, let us give chunk underscore size and mention the size here. I'll give equal to 1000 and comma chunk underscore overlap is equal to 200. Now here, these are for the chunk creation. Now let us type st.session underscore state dot final underscore documents equal to st.session underscore state dot text splitter dot split underscore documents. Now inside the bracket, let us give st.session underscore state dot docs. Let us give bracket :20. So this line of code is for splitting. Now let us type st.session underscore state dot vectors equal to FAISS dot from documents. And inside the bracket, let us again type st.session underscore state dot final documents, comma, type st.session underscore state dot embeddings. Okay, so this line of code is for vector OpenAI embeddings. Now to input field for question, let us type prompt1. So give prompt1 equal to st.text underscore input, and let us type here, enter your questions from any document. Now to create a button to load embeddings, let us type if st.button, and inside the function let us give under the double quotes load Edureka db, give colon, and in the next line let us type vector underscore embedding function. Next, type st.success, and the message would be Edureka db is ready for queries. If the question is asked, then if prompt 1 is true, then type document underscore chain equal to create underscore staff underscore document chain, and inside the bracket let us give LLM comma prompt. And in the next line to retrieve, let us type a retriever equal to st.session underscore state dot vectors dot as underscore retriever function. And in the next line, let us type retrieval underscore chain equal to create underscore retrieval underscore chain, and inside the bracket, let us give retriever comma document chain. Now to measure response time, let us type start equal to time dot process underscore time function. So for response, type response equal to retrieval underscore chain dot invoke, and inside the bracket give input prompt 1. And in the next line, let us type response underscore time equal to time dot process underscore time function hyphen start. Next,
Let us write code to display the response. So for that, let us type st.markdown and inside the bracket, let us keep it as AI response. Now, in the next line, let us type st.success and inside the bracket, give response and give answer inside the single quotes. And in the next line, write st.write. Let us type f inside the bracket and inside the flower bracket, let us type as response underscore time colon 2f and seconds. Now moving on, let us write the code to display similar documents in an expander. So for that, let us type with st.expander. Inside the bracket under double quotes, type document similarity search results and give colon. And in the next line, let us type st.markdown and inside the bracket, let us type it as below are the most relevant document chunks. So type below are the most relevant document chunks. Give colon inside the bracket, close the double quotes and come to next line. Here let us type for I, comma, doc in enumerate and inside the function give response.get context. Now in the next line let us type st.markdown and inside the bracket give f and let us give the HTML tag which is div class is equal to card and open the p tag and inside the p tag let us give doc.page underscore content and now close the p tag. Now let us close the div tag as well. Now let us come outside the triple quote and give comma and type unsafe underscore allow underscore HTML equal to true. So you can also add inline styles and HTML tags and also icons and emojis to make your application fabulous for the user. Now it's time for testing. For that, open your terminal and write streamlit run and give your file name. So once you enter, and there we go. Here's our document question and answer loader. Now select the question from the PDF you have loaded in the file and ask your loader. So as you can see, this is my PDF. So I'm going to copy some question from here. So let me just copy this. Okay, once copied, so I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to click on the load Edureka DB. So guys, as you can see, it provides an answer in context given in the PDF. So this is our answer that it has generated. So that's all. We have used simple Python code and LangChain techniques of RAG and some inline HTML and styles.
Imagine you're developing a virtual assistant application using a large language model such as GPT-3. The goal is to provide users with an engaging and helpful experience by designing effective prompts that generate informative and relevant responses from the model. So let's consider a scenario in which the virtual assistant assists users with the travel planning. So here's how prompt engineering plays a major part. So the scenario is you're planning a trip to Paris and want the virtual assistant to provide recommendations for activities, restaurants and landmarks to visit during your stay. So let's say you're looking for a help with a traditional prompt and you ask for what should I do in Paris? And the virtual assistant will assist you here like here are some recommendations for activities in Paris. And here's how the enhanced prompt through prompt engineering respond to your queries. So if you input a query that goes like, hey there, I'm super excited about my upcoming trip to Paris. So could you please recommend some must-visit places and activities for me? Then the virtual assistant will generate the response as something like this. So of course, Paris is an amazing city with so much to offer. So here are some must-visit places and activities, and it continues with the explanation about each place. I hope you got the idea of how enhanced prompt provides users with an engaging and helpful experience by designing effective prompts that generate informative and relevant responses from the model. So now let us understand what exactly is prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is a method used in natural language processing, that is NLP, and machine learning.
It's all about crafting clear and precise instruction to interact with large language model like GPT-3 or BART. So these models can generate human-like responses based on the prompts they receive. Think of prompt engineering as giving direction to these models. By crafting specific and concise prompts, we guide them to produce the response we want. So to do this effectively, we need to understand the capabilities of the model and the problem we are trying to solve. Fine-tuning prompts allows researchers and developers to improve the performance and usability of LLMs for a variety of applications, including text generation, question answering, language translations, and others. Effective prompts engineering necessitates a thorough understanding of the underlying model's capabilities as well as the problem domain and desired result. Now, let's find out why prompt engineering matters for AI. So, prompt engineering is important in AI because it improves model performance, customization, and reliability. By creating clear and tailored prompts, developers can help AI models produce more accurate and relevant results, reduce biases, improve user experience, and address ethical concerns. In simple terms, prompt engineering ensures that AI systems produce useful and reliable results that meets the needs of users while adhering to ethical principles. So now let's consider an example in the context of text generation for generating product description. Assume you're using an AI model to create product description for an online store. So without prompt engineering, you may issue a generic prompt such as generate a product description for a smartphone. So without prompt engineering, you would get something like this. This smartphone has a high-resolution display, powerful processor, and a long-lasting battery life. The given prompt is less effective because it lacks specificity. So it simply says generate a product description for a smartphone. So this may make it difficult to come up with an idea and write something engaging and informative. So having a good prompt can make a significant difference in your writing. They give you a clear idea of what you need to write about and keep you focused and organized, making it easier to generate ideas and express yourself. On the other hand, by using prompt engineering techniques, you can provide more specific instructions or constraints that will tailor the generated descriptions to the target audience or brand style. So with prompt engineering, if you input a query such as create a product descriptions for a budget-friendly smartphone perfect for the young professionals, highlights its affordable, sleek, and packed with the top-notch camera features, and the generated response would be something like this. Introducing our sleek and affordable smartphone designed for young professionals with its stylish design and advanced camera features, capturing life's moments and have never been easier, and it goes on giving its key features along with it. So through this example, we understood that prompt engineering enables the creation of a product description that is useful to the target audience and highlights specific features based on the instructions provided. So this shows how prompt engineering can improve the importance and effectiveness of AI-generated content for specific applications. To help AI models give accurate answers, it's important to create clear prompts. So here are some simple rules for generating effective prompts. First, make it clear. So clearly explain what you want the AI to do. Unclear prompts might confuse the AI and lead to wrong answers, so make sure that the prompt is clear. For example, the unclear prompts is something like write about cars. So where we have not mentioned which type of car or anything much in details. Whereas the clear prompt is write a description of a red convertible sports car. Next, give context. So provide enough information so that AI understands the task. So this helps it give accurate response that makes sense in the given situation. So for example, prompt without context is write a story. Prompt with context is write a story about a girl who discovers a magic book in her attic. Next, show examples. Use examples to show the AI what you are looking for. So this helps it understand the type of response you want. So for example, the prompt without example is describe a beach scene. So prompts with examples is describe a beach scene with the palm trees, crashing waves, and the people playing volleyball. Next is keep it short. So don't overload the AI with too much information. Short prompts help the AI focus and give quicker, more accurate responses. For example, long prompts are like this. Write a detailed essay discussing the impact of climate change on biodiversity and ecosystems in tropical rainforest. And short prompts look something like this. Write about climate change effects on rainforest. Next, avoid biases. So make sure your prompts are fair and don't include any unfair assumptions. So biased prompts can lead to biased answers, which isn't helpful. So for example, write about a woman who struggles with her weight. So unbiased prompts are write about a person overcoming challenges. Next, set limits. So tell the AI any rules or restrictions it needs to follow. This helps guide its response and ensures they meet your specific needs. For example, prompt without limits are write a story, and prompt with limits are write a story set in a haunted house with a maximum word count of 500 words. And I hope it's very clear. Next, moving on to some example of prompts for generating text using ChatGPT. For text generation tasks, prompts usually consist of a textual instructions or starting point that directs the model to produce coherent and relevant text. Prompts can be story prompts, questions, or incomplete sentences. Text generation prompts provide context and directions to the model, allowing it to generate human-like text responses. They influence the generated text tone, style, and context. So let's say the prompt is, write a short story about a character who discovers a hidden treasure. So by providing a specific storyline and theme in the prompt, the model is guided to generate a coherent and engaging narrative centered around the discovery of a hidden treasure. So the picture illustrates how ChatGPT crafts stories with an engaging touch, making them more captivating and interesting for readers. Next, question answering. So prompt is, can you describe the common signs and symptoms of COVID-19 along with any precautions that can be taken to stay safe? And just like that, it can generate answers to all your questions in mere seconds. So by framing the prompt as a question, the model is directed to provide a concise answer regarding the symptoms of COVID-19, ensuring relevant and informative responses. Next, language translation. Translate the given English sentence, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, into Spanish while maintaining its original meaning. So by specifying the source and target language in the prompt, along with the input sentence, the model is instructed to perform a precise translation task, ensuring accurate language conversion. Next, code auto-completion. Using OpenAI Codex or ChatGPT, you can perform code auto-completion task. So here we go with ChatGPT. Code generation prompts are usually partial code snippets or descriptions of programming tasks. They specify the desired functionality or behavior that the model should show. Code generation prompts allow the model to generate code that satisfies specific programming requirements, such as implementing algorithms, defining functions, or solving coding problems. So the prompt is, complete the following Python function to calculate the factorial of a number. And here you have also added the function. So, by presenting an incomplete code snippet along with clear instructions, the model is directed to suggest appropriate code completion, helping developers write code more efficiently. Now moving on to the text to image generation. Image generation prompts specify the visual sense, objects, or concept that the model should generate. They may include textual descriptions, keywords, or images. So image generation prompts allow the model on what visual content to generate. They influence the generated image's composition, style, and detail. For example, the prompt is, imagine a tree where the branches are made of stacks of books. So can you paint me a picture of that? And for the given prompt, we got the image generated as something like this. An imaginative portrayal of a tree with branches composed of stacked books, each book representing a leaf and covers visible. And the next prompt is, picture a cloud in the sky that looks like a huge heart. Can you draw that for me? And here we go. These AI tools leverage prompt engineering techniques to generate text, perform language translation, code auto-completion, and text-to-image generation, demonstrating the versatility and power of prompt based on interactions with AI models. Next, why is machine learning useful in prompt engineering? Machine learning is very helpful in prompt engineering, especially in linguistic and language models, because it helps create better prompts and interactions by analyzing lots of data and finding patterns. So first, understanding language patterns. Machine learning algorithms can analyze large amounts of text to understand linguistic patterns like grammar, syntax, semantics, and context. So this understanding is critical for developing effective prompts that generate desired responses from language models. Next, generating relevant prompts. Machine learning models can suggest or generate prompts based on input data and user preferences. These prompts can be tailored to specific tasks, domains, or user requirements, making them more useful and efficient for guiding language models. Next, optimizing prompts design. Machine learning techniques can be used to optimize prompt design by comparing the performance of various prompts and selecting the one that produces the best result. This iterative process improves prompt engineering practices and the overall performance of language models. And the next is personalizing interactions. Machine learning enables personalized interaction by creating prompts to individuals' users' preferences, history, and context. This personalization increases user engagement and satisfaction with the language model interaction. Next, improving model performance. Machine learning algorithms can be used to fine-tune language models based on prompt response pairs, increasing their performance and accuracy over time. Language model can be trained on a variety of datasets and prompts to produce more relevant and contextually appropriate responses. And next, mitigating bias and misinformation. Machine learning techniques can help identify and mitigate preferences in prompt engineering by examining prompt responses pairs for potential biases or inaccuracies. Language models can produce more fair, inclusive, and reliable results by detecting and correcting for preferences. And I hope it is clear why machine learning is useful in prompt engineering.
What is prompt engineering for code generation? Prompt engineering is a process that creates a specific prompts or instructions for AI language models to generate a code snippets or scripts. It involves defining objects, using relevant keywords, providing examples, and being specific and concise. This process enhances the accuracy, efficiency, and relevance of code generation tasks performed by AI models. Understanding how prompts LLMs can lead to more powerful and efficient applications. Now, let's understand the principles of prompt engineering. These principles provide a basic guidelines that can create a consistently used to increase prompt engineering effectiveness when it comes to code generation tasks. First one is clarify objective and understand task or goal. And second one is utilize keywords and specificity. And the third one is provide examples for context. Next one is conciseness and relevance. And the last one is encourage creativity and adaptability. Let's understand them in brief. First one is clarify objective and understand task or goal. Here, understanding what you want from code output, including inputs, outputs, evaluation criteria, and any constraints or difficulties is essential before creating a prompt. It is easier to develop prompts that accurately guide the model towards a desired outcome where there is a clarity. And the second one is utilize keywords and specificity. Including an appropriate keyword in a prompt helps to communicate the specifics of the task to the model. By avoiding inconsistency and using a clear language and instructions, you can make sure that the model produces a precise and focused code. Rather than requesting a function to process data, for example, be explicit about the kind of data and expected actions. And the next one is provide examples for the context. The model can better understand the expected output format and functionality by referring to the examples. Prompts are made more understandable by providing a specific examples of the desired code, which helps the models to understand the task. This will increase the probability of producing a code that is in line with the expectation. And next one is conciseness and relevance. The prompts needs to be brief, concentrating on relevant information that is crucial to the assignment and excluding unnecessary informations. Code generation is made more efficient by the model's simplified decision-making process, and clear and concise prompts reduces the confusion. Removing irrelevant information lowers noise and improves the timely efficiency.
And the last one is encourage creativity and adaptability. Flexible prompt formulation allows for experimentation with the various strategies such as linguistic structures, constraints, or templates. Continuous improvements in prompt by tracking a model outputs and iteratively improving prompts. This design creativity maximizes the code generation results by adapting to a various scenarios. Now, how prompt engineering is employed in various tools for code generations. First one is GitHub Copilot. Based on given prompts, GitHub Copilot suggests completions, creates documentations, and suggests new features to help developers write code. And second one is Google AI Code DaVinci. This helps developers to write code in a variety of programming languages by using prompt engineering, producing code snippets in line with the predefined prompts, facilitating a variety of tasks from web development to a natural language processing and machine learning. And the third one is OpenAI Codex. Codex assists developers with the coding task in a variety of domains, such as data science, web development, and game development by utilizing prompts engineering. It creates a code in a number of programming languages based on the precise instructions that users provide. Now, prompt engineering is crucial for guiding AI models in generating code accurately. Let's explore practical examples across different complexity levels. First, we will try for universal starter code, that is hello world program in Java. So for that, we have to give a prompt like generate a hello world program in Java. Hit the enter button, you will get a code of hello world program in Java. Next, we will look into the basics one, that is sum of two numbers. For this, we have to give a prompt like generate a function in Python that takes two numbers as input and returns their sum. So now you can see here the Python code is generated with the function name add numbers. So now we have seen how easy level task works. Let's move on to the medium level examples. We'll try to turn the comments into code. First, we'll create a list of countries and then generate a list of their respective capitals. After that, merge the list to create a dictionary mapping each country to its capital. To get this, we have to give a prompt as generate Python code to create a list of countries and generate their corresponding capitals and combine them into a dictionary mapping countries to capitals. Hit the enter button. Here is the generated Python code for given prompt. Here you can see the country's name and also generated a corresponding capitals. So this function defined generate capital, which gave us dictionary mapping countries to capitals. Next one, complete function or next line. If I want to complete a function to calculate the area of rectangle, then we have to give a prompt as write a Python function named calculate rectangle area that takes a two parameter as length and width and returns the area of rectangle. And to include the comments, we just have to type it as include comments to explain each step of the function. So in this code, you can see the function name which we have given in the prompt, that is calculate rectangle area with the parameters length and width. You can also see the comments here. If you use this code, you can get an area of rectangle value. Next, we will try for MySQL code generation. To get the names of employees, we have to give a prompt like generate a MySQL query to retrieve the names of all employees from the employee table. This also generated a MySQL query with a select statement. You can see here. The last example is about how to get an explanation of generated code. To get the explanation of a code, you have to give a prompt as provide a line-by-line explanation of the Python function named calculate factorial, which takes a parameter n and returns the factorial of n. Here in this code, you can see a function name so-called calculate factorial, which we mentioned in our prompt. After that, you can see a line-by-line explanation of a code. This is how you can get the explanation of a code.
Embarking on the creation of AI persona chatbots opens up a thrilling and financially rewarding chapter in the realm of artificial intelligence chatbots. This innovative venture stands out because it normalizes the field of AI, removing the barrier of technical expertise. In other words, you don't need to be a programmer or have any coding background to dive into this creative process. Platforms like Flowise are at the forefront of this revolution, offering intuitive tools that simplify the creation of these sophisticated chatbots. With such platforms, the process becomes accessible to everyone, empowering users to bring to life digital avatars of well-known personalities, celebrities, or influencers. These virtual entities can serve various roles, acting as personal assistant, ready to manage tasks, or offering guidance and tailored advice to users' needs. Hello everyone, Edureka welcomes you all once again to our YouTube channel, and this time, let's build a chatbot using prompt engineering. In this tutorial, we'll craft an AI persona chatbot inspired by Steve Harvey, offering a tailored advice on life motivation and personal growth. We'll start from the ground up with the Flowise, guiding you through each step to build your own AI persona chatbot. Firstly, we need to equip our systems with some tools, so let's proceed with installing Flowise. Now, in order to install Flowise, we need to visit the Flowise official website. So let's check that out. So I'm going to type Flowise. Okay, so here's the official website of the Flowise. I'm also going to add this link to the description. You guys can also access it from there. Then in this official website, you can see the GitHub link over here. So we'll go on GitHub. Then we'll scroll down. And here we see the quick start option. And this quick start, we have all the steps to start with the Flowise. So firstly, it says to install Node.js. So we'll do that. So over here, based on your system, you can just download the Node.js. So I have already downloaded the Node.js in my system. So I'm not going to repeat the step, but you guys can follow on that. Then again, over here, these are the commands which we have to type on a command prompt. And over here, the first command that you see on your screen is to install the Flowise. Okay, I have already installed Flowise in my system, but you guys have to follow this step if you are new into the Flowise. I have already installed the Flowise in my system, but for the first timers, you have to put this command in your command prompt. So I will go directly with the start Flowise. So this command I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it on my command prompt. You might have to wait for some time. Okay, so over here we can see the Flowise is listening at port 3000 and data source is being initialized. So after getting these two messages, you can directly go to port 3000. So we'll go into that. And here is the Flowise user interface in front of us. Okay, so very firstly, we have to start gathering the data to feed into our chatbot. Okay, so you can choose any of the mediums. You can refer any blogs, any of the YouTube videos or anything. For us, we are going to take some Steve Harvey motivational videos. So we'll go to YouTube. And over here, I'm going to type as Steve Harvey motivation. So we'll try to look for longer videos because the larger the transcript is, the more accurate your data is going to be. So this is pretty long. So in order to download the transcripts, what you have to do is just copy the link of this video. Copy. I'm going to mute it. Not this one. And then we need to go to the site YouTube transcripts. Then over here, we need to paste a URL. Go. And over here, you have the access to the complete transcript. So what we're going to do is just copy the transcript from here. And then we need to save it to our system. So I've already prepared a folder called transcripts. And you can see 2 transcripts I have already written. So you can seek the transcripts in any of the documents. I have put it in text documents. You can even prefer as PDFs or docs or anything. Now, this was for the previous chatbots that I have prepared. So let's delete those because I don't need them. And we'll prepare a new one. So new text document I need. And let's save it as Steve Harvey part 1. Yes. So over here, I'm going to paste the entire transcript. Control S, it got saved. Yeah, and we're ready to go. For this particular video, I'm going to take one more video of Steve Harvey. So let's search one more video. This we already took. Any other? Yeah, this one looks good. Just pause it for now. Copy link. Again to the same site. We're going to paste the URL. Yeah. And we are going to copy the entire transcript. And again, we're going to go to our system. New text file. Let's give it Steve Harvey part 2. Open, Control V, Control S. Yeah, and we are ready to go. So after downloading this transcript, let's go back to our Flowwise. So here we have Flowwise. Then I'm going to click on Add New. And here's the canvas where we are going to make our chatbot. So in order to start that, go to Add Nodes. Go for Chains. And here we have Conversational Retrieval QA chain. Just drag and drop it to the canvas. So this Conversational Retrieval QA chain is a tool that is used in creating chatbots, which helps the chatbot to find and provide answer to the questions in a conversation. You can think of it like a library system inside the chatbot that helps in understanding what you're asking and then search through its knowledge to give you best possible answer. This chain is a sequence of steps that the chatbot follows to make sure it understands the questions correctly and retrieves the right information to help you. And over here in the Conversational Retrieval QA chain, you can see as chat model, vector store retriever and memory as the inputs. And the final output is a Conversational Retrieval QA chain. So let's find the input of these. Okay. So our first input is chat model. So we are now go to Add Nodes and we'll look for chat models over here. And for this chat model, we are going to choose Chat OpenAI. Again, drag and drop. We are going to put it here. Now, you can check out the output as Chat OpenAI. We are going to connect its output to the input of Conversational Retrieval QA chain, especially to the chat model section. Yes. Now, let's check the second input, which is vector store retriever. So we're going to go to plus nodes. Then we're going to look for the vector stores. And where is it? We need in-memory vector store. This one. So drag and drop over here. Now this in-memory vector store is actually a database that our chatbot is going to follow through. In this document section particularly, we are going to put our transcripts. So let's connect its output to the vector store retriever input of conversational retrieval QA chain. So as I already told you, in this document section, we are going to store the transcripts that we have downloaded. So how to do that? Again, add notes, go to document loaders, and then select folder with files. Drag and drop, put it over here, output to the input. Now, in the folder path section, we have to put the path of our transcripts. So over here, Control C, and again to our flow wise, folder path, Control V. Okay. Now, we can also see one input as text splitters. So let's also take care of that. So we go down, here we have text splitters, and we're going to take cursive character text splitter, drag and drop over here. The chunk size is already 1000, which is good enough, and chunk overlap, let's put it to 200. Again, it's output to the text splitter input of folders with files. Yeah. Now we have one more thing called embeddings. So we are also going to add embeddings. So okay, over here we have embeddings, and we have OpenAI embeddings. We're going to put it over here. Yeah. So our chatbot is almost ready. So over here you can see this connect credentials part. So let's also check that. We have to add a credential, and for that we are going to take the API keys of the OpenAI. How to do that? Let's check that out. So we are going to go at OpenAI website. So I'll type just platforms.openai accounts and API key. This one. Now for the API keys, we are going to go to platform.openai. So this particular link, I'm going to paste it to the description. You can get it from there. And here we have the access towards the API keys. So just click on create new secret key. You can type anything like test key or anything like that. Create secret key. And it's going to generate a secret key for you. So I'm just going to copy that. And then I'll come back to the flow wise. Yeah. I'm going to save it. Let's save that as AI Steve Harvey. Save. Okay, our chat flow got saved. Back and go to credentials. Let's save this one. Just go to add credentials. Put here as OpenAI API. No, and here it asks for credential names and OpenAI API key. So just paste your API key and let's put here as OpenAI. Add. Yeah. So here we have our credentials. Now again we are going to go to our chat flow, and over here in the connect credentials part we're going to paste as OpenAI. One in our chat model and another one we have in our embedding section. Again we have OpenAI. So our chat flow is fully ready. So again we are going to save it, and then you can go to the section of chat. So it already shows a message, hi there, how can I help you? Firstly I'm going to say hello. Now it's going to take some time and it's going to show error. Okay, it showed how hello, I can assist you. I'll tell him to introduce yourself. Okay, I'm an AI assistant. I'm here to provide you with information assistant. So our chatbot is kind of working, but we want our chatbot to have a personality of Steve Harvey. How to do that? Let's check that out. Now, in order to give that personality of Steve Harvey, let's go to the additional parameters of the retrieval QA chain. And over here, you have a space. Now, put a prompt similar to like this. So, this is a prompt like you are Steve Harvey, an American television host. All this I've gathered from different sources like Wikipedia or like Steve Harvey personality blogs or anything like that. Then get it from there. So I'm gonna select it all. I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna paste it over here. You can also pause the screen and read the full prompt. But what I want you to read is the last line because it's important. So the last line, it's like, if you have no relevant information within the context, just say, I'm not sure. Or don't try to make up an answer, never break the character. Again, the same thing, answer the user question as your Steve Harvey and only answer questions found in the context. If you don't have any answer, just respond with something like, I have no idea. Or could you please rephrase that? Or, I'm not sure. So, yeah. So, this prompt will help a model to stick to the relevant information and answer it as Steve Harvey. So again, we are put, okay, so firstly we need to save it. Yeah, we saved it. Chat. Again, we're going to put something like, hello. Okay, hi there. And again, I will say, introduce yourself. Okay, so here you can see now, I'm Steve Harvey and television host, producer, actor, comedian. I'm known for my hosting shows like Family Feud and all, like whatever we have given in the prompt. So now I'll tell him to, just tell me a joke. Okay, sure thing. Here's a joke for you. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in this field. Okay, let's tell him I need a motivation. What does I need? A motivation. I need some motivation, I'll tell. As I am feeling lazy. So here we have our answer. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Remember, success requires a tremendous work ethic and faith. Imagination is the key to achieve your dreams. So dream big, believe in yourself, and take action to make those dreams a reality. You have the potential within you to achieve great things. Keep pushing forward. Okay, so it is working properly. So our chatbot actually got a personality of Steve Harvey.
Imagine how it would be for you if you got a virtual side pair alongside you while you're coding. The side pair is helping you to automatically generate code and improve your code by making it faster and more efficient. You can chat with him, you can ask questions, ask suggestions, and much more. Sounds good, right? Well, GitHub Copilot is that AI side pair of yours that makes it all possible. It is an AI coding assistant that helps you to write code faster and with less efforts, allowing you to focus more energy on problem solving and collaboration. GitHub Copilot is proven to provide 55% faster coding and also proven to increase developers' productivity and accelerate the pace of software development. If we take a look at the industry standards, then we can see that around 50,000 plus businesses have adopted GitHub Copilot. 1 in 3 Fortune 500 companies use GitHub Copilot, and 55% of developers preference GitHub Copilot. Now, if you want to learn more about this and you want to know how to use this amazing AI tool, then you just clicked on the right video. In this GitHub Copilot tutorial, you will learn how to use GitHub Copilot and how it can be your trusty navigator guiding you on your flight path to a coding career that really takes off and goes up high. So now, let's open up our code editors and get started with the GitHub Copilot. Now, very firstly, let's check how you can install the GitHub Copilot into your system. So very firstly, we have opened our Visual Studio Code, and in order to install the GitHub Copilot, go to the extensions, and as an extension, type GitHub Copilot. You can see over here. Now, I have already installed GitHub Copilot in my system, but over here, you can just click on the install button and it will start installing in your system. After that, once you have installed GitHub Copilot, you have to create an account in the GitHub. So over here, you can see the GitHub link. Click on that and it will redirect it to a page of GitHub. Now, I've already installed GitHub. Now, one more thing comes is that this GitHub Copilot needs a paid subscription. So if you want to check the paid subscription for the GitHub Copilot, we can visit this particular website. I'll be putting the website in the description. You can check it out from there. Now, once you come to this website, which is the GitHub Copilot official website, you can scroll down and over here, you can check the subscription plan for GitHub Copilot. For the $10, you can start a free trial over here. Then according to your usage, you can check whichever plan you want. So once we have installed GitHub Copilot and we have subscribed to the GitHub Copilot, it's time for us to use the GitHub Copilot for our coding. So once we are done with the installation part of GitHub Copilot, you can check this icon over here of GitHub Copilot. This icon basically portrays that your GitHub Copilot is active and it's ready to run. And in case if you don't see this icon, just restart your Visual Studio Code, and once you restart, you're gonna see this icon over here. Now I have already created a folder of GitHub Copilot in which we are gonna store our files, in which we are gonna check the capabilities of GitHub Copilot. So before we jump into the coding part, let me show you something interesting. So for example, let me create a Python file. So I'll put edureka.python. Now if I put a comment over here, comment, and if I put a question like what is inheritance in Python. So as you can see that it is already predicting my question. I'll put enter and it's gonna generate an answer for me. You can see the answer over here. If I want to accept that answer, I have to just click on tab button, and for the convenience I'll put Alt plus Z, and over here you can check the answer for this particular question. Inheritance is a mechanism in which one class acquires a property of another class, and has also given us an example. Now if I check another question, so see over here it's also predicting my next question. It's already asking an example of inheritance in Python. So if I accept that, I put enter, and it gave me the example of inheritance. It also gave me a piece of code. So for now I won't get into the coding part. So this is how you can check that GitHub Copilot is also good in predicting our next questions and predicting our next moves. So this is how you can also put a Q&A with GitHub Copilot. So now let's move to the coding part. Let me make a index.html file. I'm gonna put the tags over here. Then I'm gonna put the title as, let's say, Edureka. And in the body, let's say if I make a container. Now over here you can also see the h1 and para that GitHub Copilot is suggesting us for the title Edureka. So the text which is appearing over here is called as a ghost text. Now if I want to accept this ghost text, I have to click on the tab, and if you just want to reject, just click on escape button. So for this it has already given an h1 and a para for this. I'm going to put Alt plus Z to put it in a better format. Now let's add a style sheet into that. So if I put style.css, and in style.css I want h1 tag as, let's say, blue in color. Now I have to link the style sheet into a HTML file. So for that it's already giving a code for us. So if I click on tab button, it's gonna link the style sheet, and then if we run this whole file, you can see it has applied the style sheet. It has given the heading in blue color, welcome to Edureka, and also given us the text. So here you can see how GitHub Copilot is helping us with HTML and CSS. Now let's check some other capabilities and features of GitHub Copilot. So after playing with the HTML and CSS using GitHub Copilot, let's check some more interesting features in GitHub Copilot. So again we'll go to the .py file which we created in the initial stages of our tutorial, and you can see this option of Ctrl plus I. Now if you press Ctrl plus I, it's gonna open an option of inline chat feature in GitHub Copilot. So let's say we give it a prompt of generate a code for calculating the number of days between two dates. Let's keep it simple. Once you press enter, it will start generating the code snippet for you. Now, if you are satisfied with the code snippet, just click on accept, and you can see the code snippet is appearing in your code editor. Now, let's say there is some error in this particular code. So let's say if I remove this end date from here, and I don't know what is the error in this particular piece of code, how to find it. Now, in order to find this, GitHub Copilot helps you with this particular feature of fix this. Now, if I select the whole code, right click, I'll go to Copilot, and if I click on the fix this option, it's gonna fix the whole code by giving you the suggestion and giving you the solution for this particular problem that you are facing. So it already says that your problem is with the function is expecting one argument, but two are provided. So if I accept this, you can see again it put it the last argument over here, which is of int8. Now, GitHub Copilot sometimes gives the accurate code snippet which you want, and sometimes it might differ from what you actually want. Now, in order to do that, just select the whole code and put Ctrl plus Enter. Now, once you press Ctrl plus Enter, you can see GitHub Copilot coming up with a lot of suggestions for this particular piece of code. Now, if you are satisfied with any of the suggestion, you can just accept the suggestions and it's gonna implement the particular suggestion for your code. Now, let's check one more feature. Now, you can even ask GitHub Copilot to explain the whole code snippet. Now, in order to do that, again go to the Copilot and go to this option of explain this. Now, once you click on the explain this option, now you can see in the chat box, it comes up with the whole explanation of this particular code. Now, this chat box is very much similar to the other AI chatbots that you use like ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Google Bot. Now, you can even ask for more questions to this chat box. So, let's say if I ask him, write a code for bubble sort algorithm, let's see. So, here you can see that is coming up with a code snippet of bubble sort algorithm. Now, this is very much similar to what we do in ChatGPT or other AI bots like Google Gemini and all. But the main feature is that this chatbot is appearing in your code editor and you can just directly copy paste this particular piece of code. You don't need to go to the separate browser, then you have to copy paste the whole code from there. So in short, it makes your job more easy. Now, to make it visually more appealing, you can even drag this chat box anywhere in the code editor. For example, if I put it over here, you can see the chat box appearing over here, or you can make it appear anywhere in the code editor according to your convenience. Now, after checking these basic features, let's check how these features of GitHub Copilot actually help us while you build something. So for now, let's try to make a simple chatbot using Python with OpenAI API, and let's see how quickly we can complete building this chatbot. So very firstly, we're gonna start by importing OpenAI library. Now, to install this OpenAI, you have to go to your terminal and type pip install OpenAI. So, after that, let's put our API key. And now you can see that GitHub Copilot is already ready with its suggestions in the form of a ghost text. So, we're going to type tab and let me change my API key. Now, in case if you don't know how to generate the OpenAI keys, then you can just simply visit the OpenAI website and over here, in the platforms, you can generate your API key. I'll be putting this link in the description. You can go to this website and make your API keys. So I'm going to copy my API key and then I'm going to paste it over here. Then let's make a function of def chat with GPT. And you can see once we write the function, it's already ready with the code. And in this case, we exactly want the same code. Response equal to OpenAI completion, create, engine is GPT 3.5 instruct, exactly, prompt is from, max tokens is 150. Decent enough. Now, what is this code about? What is this function about? Let's understand. Now, this function will generate text based on the input prompt using OpenAI's language model. The parameters for the completion model include the engine, prompt, and the max token. This engine basically specifies which version of the language model to use. In this case, it's using the GPT 3.5 Turbo Instruct engine, and then it comes to the prompt. Now, this prompt is a text provided to the model to generate a response. It's what the user wants to chat about or to get information on. Then we have the max token. Now, this parameter limits the number of tokens in the generated response. Here it is set to 150. It means that response won't be too long. Now, once the response is received from the OpenAI API, the function returns the generated text. The .choice.textstrip part extracts the generated text from the response object and removes any extra white spaces from beginning and the end. Now, let's move forward and create the main function. So, we are going to put if name.main. And you can see again it came with the host text, which is exactly I want. Now, what is this main function? Let me explain you. Now, over here, the code first checks if it's being run directly. Then it enters a loop where it continuously prompts the user for input. If the user inputs an exit command, the loop breaks. Otherwise, it prints the user input and the bot responses. So now let's go and run our chatbot. We're going to run it in the terminal. So over here, I'm going to ask, who are you? So over here, you can see the generated response. It's like I'm opening a GPT-3 language model programmed to assist you with a variety of this. Okay, great. So you can see that our chatbot is working. Let's say one more question of like, what is the difference between a class and an object? Let's say. Again, it came with an answer. A class is a template or blueprint that defines the characteristics and behaviors of a type object, while an object is an instance of class. So it typically answers the question which you want. Now, you already witnessed that how easily we built this chatbot with just a few clicks by accepting the recommendations from the GitHub Copilot. Now, after the chatbot, let's also try to make a linear regression model for us. So we'll start off by importing required libraries. So firstly, I'm going to start by import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. Then I'm going to import NumPy. It is already showing me over here. I'm going to click on tab. Then I don't need torch, but from scikit-learn, I need to import the data sets and the linear model. And then from scikit-learn, I need mean squared error. Yes, I do need mean squared error, so I'm going to accept that. And then I will start by loading the diabetes datasets, which is already showing me over here. So I'm going to tab, and then it's going to give me a code. So again, I'm going to click on tab. So again, I'm going to click on tab. Now, what I want is, this is exactly what I want. I just wanted to use only one feature of it. So again, I'm going to click on tab, enter. It's going to give me a code for that. It's already did it slicing, and then I'm going to print it. So print diabetes X. And let's check the data set. This is the exact data set which we wanted, or this one feature we are taking to train our model. So I'm going to delete that. I'm going to move forward by building our model. So after that, we have to split the data into training and test. It already knows what we are planning to do. But enter. Yes. So over here, it is taking the first 80 elements for the training data set. So I was like, so I'm okay with that. And then for testing, it's taking the last 20. I'm even okay with that. Then for target, I need training and testing. Yes. Again, I'm going to split the target into training and testing. So diabetes by train, diabetes by test, exactly what I want. And then I'm finally going to create the linear regression object or the model. So as you can see, I'm just writing the comments and it is already showing me the code for that. So for this particular model, I don't even have to code a single line, or rarely maybe a line or two I have to code. But everything GitHub Copilot is suggesting me. So I'm going to click on tab. Then I have to train my model, exactly what I wanted to do. Enter. So it's going to fit diabetes X train, diabetes Y train. Enter. And after that, I'm going to make some predictions. Again, exactly. Enter. So diabetes Y predict. Good. I'm going to predict the X testing set. So this is exactly what I want. And then I also want the coefficients. It's giving me the code to print the coefficients. And then again, the mean squared error I want. It's giving the code for mean squared error. Tab, enter, tab, enter. And then I'm going to give the plot outputs. For that, we need the plt.scatter exactly. And then plt.plot for that one straight line. And then I want plot to show plt.show. So a linear regression model is ready, and as you can see how much coding I did it by myself or manually. GitHub Copilot made the job as easy as it can be. So I'm gonna run the Python file in the terminal. So you saw how conveniently and quickly we made these projects using GitHub Copilot. However, these were just the basic projects we built in order to give you an idea about GitHub Copilot.
This is something I was going through recently, and I found it so interesting that I wanted to share it with you. Now, most of y'all must have heard of ChatGPT, the super trending AI text generator that generates responses based on user prompts. This technology was developed by a company called as OpenAI, and along with ChatGPT, they released a few APIs that are super convenient to use in your code. You can find these models if you search for openai.com/API/pricing. Once you're in this page, if you scroll down a bit, you will be able to see a section called as language models. Now this section has a collection of base models that you can directly use in your code. There are currently 4 options available, which is Ada, Babbage, Curie, and DaVinci. Now each of these models has slightly better capabilities than the previous one, and depending on these capabilities, prices can also differ. Now the Ada model, which is the least capable out of these 4, has the fastest response time, and DaVinci is the most capable while being the slowest out of all these options. Now coming to the pricing, you can see that the prices are mentioned per 1000 tokens. So what is tokens? You can think of tokens as words, and like it is mentioned over here, 1000 tokens is approximately 750 words. You will be charged based on how many tokens you use in your program. If you want to look at the differences, then there is a separate page for that too. Over here, you can see the details, capabilities, and restrictions of each of these models. All these models are developed on the GPT-3 models, and the DaVinci model, which is the most capable, has a max request limit of 4000 tokens, and the training data was taken up to June of 2021. The Curie model is slightly less capable than the DaVinci model, but it is faster and costs way less than DaVinci. It has a max limit of 2048 tokens, and you can also see that it was trained only until October of 2019. The Babbage model is another option which is capable of straightforward tasks and is very fast while giving your answers at a fraction of the cost. And the Ada model is super fast while being restricted to very simple tasks. Now, just because the capabilities differ doesn't really mean that the Ada is worse than DaVinci. It all depends on your use case. If your use case is very simple and straightforward, you would be better off using Ada or Babbage. And if you have some complex mathematical tasks, then you can use a text generator like DaVinci. While using these models in code, you will also have to insert some parameters. Based on this parameter, the prices can also heavily differ. To use the OpenAI APIs, you will first need to head over to openai.com. Once you are in here, you will find an option called as API on the top. Click on that and then log into your account. If you don't have an account yet, then I highly recommend that you make one. Now once you log into OpenAI, you will find yourself in a web page similar to this. What you need to do right now is head over to your account and then click on View API Keys. Once you're here, click on this button that says Create New Secret Key. Once this key has been generated, make sure that you copy this key. Let's just name this key as OpenAI.API key. Now before we execute this code, we will need to install a library called as OpenAI. So let's just do that by using the pip command. As you can see, I have already installed OpenAI in my system, but if you haven't already, then this command will install OpenAI library in your system. Once that is done, you can get rid of that cell and import the OpenAI library into your code. Now let's run this. Yes, your key needs to be passed as a string. Now let's run it again, and you can see that it has executed successfully. Now let's define a simple prompt. We'll say variable prompt is equal to, and then a message. Let me just type, "Hi, how are you today?" Now this will be our prompt. Now that we have access to OpenAI and we have defined our prompt, the only thing left is to generate a response. Now to generate the response, let's start by typing variable response equal to OpenAI.completion.create. Now this is the function that you use to generate responses. Inside the create method, we will start defining our parameters. The first parameter that we are going to define is the type of engine that we will use. So you can just type engine equal to, and then you can specify the model that you will use. If you want the details of the models, you will find it over here. These are the models that you can use in your code. Let's first start with the ADA model. The next parameter that you will need to specify is your prompt. This parameter will be passed to your model to generate a response. Since tokens are expensive, it's best practice to set a max limit to your tokens. You can do this by typing the max tokens parameter and setting a value for it. Let me just set it to 50. And one more interesting parameter is the number of responses that you want to generate. So we can set it as n equal to 1. This will tell the model to generate only one response. Another interesting parameter is the temperature parameter. This parameter will tell the model how flexible it can be with the response. This value can be anywhere between 0 and 1. A temperature of 1 will make the generated response quite formal, while a value of 0.1 will keep the response extremely creative. Keep in mind that lesser temperatures can also make your responses factually incorrect. And when I say 1, it will show 1. When I say 0, it will show 0. And then 0.1. For now, let's keep the temperature value at 0.5. With this, we have generated the response. To view this response, you will just need to write one more line of code. This can be done by using the print function and then typing response.choices. Now, choices is a list of generated response. Since we have set n as 1, we'll be getting only one output. So our response's choice index is 0. We also need to see the text format of the response. So we type .text at the end. Once we execute this code, you can see that our model has generated a response. You can also change the model or the number of responses if you don't find the answer satisfactory. And now you can see that our response is more friendly. So guys, this is how you use OpenAI API in Python.
Midjourney is a generative AI tool that turns your text description into stunning images. Now, let's see how IT industry can use Midjourney. Users can generate mockups with simple text prompt and visualize idea before the development. Marketers can create eye-catching visuals for their campaign, test multiple concepts, and quickly personalize content for their targeted audience. Midjourney even help create illustrations, build fictional worlds, visualize data for content creator, and help them go beyond. Midjourney is a game changer, streamlining design, marketing, and content creation within the IT industry. Before we go and explore it, let's see some of its products. A realistic portrait of a woman holding a white cat, an anime-like character with powerful effect, drawing of an ideal scenery, and cinematic view of soldier in middle of war. Let's see why use Midjourney. I would just say 3 points. It's easy to use, boost creativity, explore different style, and find the one you like. So, to get started, let's see how to sign up for Midjourney. Go into your favorite search browser, then go to search bar and type Midjourney. Let's go ahead and click enter. So, we'll see the Midjourney's official website. Go ahead and click on that. There, you'll see a landing page that will look something like this. To join Midjourney, we'll go ahead and click on join the beta. After clicking this will take us to their Discord invite. For this, you have to have one Discord account. Since we have already created one, we'll go ahead and just sign into it. As soon as you join, you will see something like this. Midjourney's icon you will find on the left hand side of your screen that will look something like a sailing boat. Now to go ahead, we'll just scroll down and join any of the newbie channels. There, you can see so many creation of so many people. This is an open channel. Anyone can come and write a prompt. They'll get their image generated right over here. But in this, you will lose your image as soon as you create it because there's so much content over here. So to go ahead and add Midjourney bot to your server or directly message it, we have to go on left hand side and click on symbol that will look something like this. Here you can see Midjourney bot. Right click on it. There you can see the profile. Click on profile. It will open a menu like this. If you click on send message, it will directly take you to the Midjourney bot. There you can message directly and get your results. So let's go ahead and see our information. To do that, we have to type /info, then just hit enter. Here we can see user ID, our subscription, and even the fast time remaining. Here we can see how many images we have created and fast images that has been generated by Midjourney. To go ahead and join Midjourney bot to a personal server, we have to create a server first. Let's go ahead and create a server. On the left hand side of your screen, you can see something like this. Click on it. Then you can select create my own. You can choose for me and my friends and go ahead and name it. For now, we'll name it Edureka server 3. We'll go ahead and create. Here, we have landed on our page. Now, to add bot to a server, we would just go ahead and click over here. We can see Midjourney bot. When you click on it, you can see an option of add app. Click on it and then you can choose a server you want to add it to. We'll go ahead and choose Edureka server 3. Then click continue. After that, you would have to select the permission you want to give Midjourney bot. Then go ahead and authorize it. Here we got success. After adding Midjourney bot to your server, you can see a message like this. Let's go ahead and click on Edureka server 3. So we'll go to Edureka server. We can see the Midjourney bot has landed. Let's go ahead and create a first image. To do that, we would have to type in /imagine. Then hit enter. Here you can see a prompt like option. Now, following prompt, you have to give the description of the image you want. For now, we'll go ahead and type this. A bustling city street in modern era. Let's go and see what does Midjourney generates. So the image has been generated. Let's go ahead and click on it to get a better view. The images will be generated in the grid of 4 in order 1, 2, 3 and 4. Below the generated image, you can see multiple options like this with U and V, where the number would correspond to the image. Here we can see a reroll button that will look something like this. The U stands for upscaling and the V stands for vary. If you like an image, for instance, I like the image 2, we'll go ahead and click U2. As we can see, the image has been generated. This is the exact image that I have selected, the second number. If you like it, you can just go ahead and download it. To do that, click on Open Browser. You can zoom in, zoom out to get a better view and right click on it to save it. We'll go ahead and save it as image. Just click on save and it will be downloaded to your disk. Let's go back to our Discord. Here, below the image, we can see multiple options again. But this time, the options are different. Here we can see upscale subtle and upscale creative. Both are used to upscale the current image, but in a different manner. It will slightly upscale your image, whereas creative will change something in the image. Vary. Vary has multiple options, subtle and strong. Strong will generate a totally different image, but with similar reference. Whereas vary region, if in the image you want to change something, you can select it by the region and then change it. We will dive into that later. So let's go ahead and see zoom out. There's an option of zoom out 2, zoom out 1.5 and custom zoom out. If you want to zoom out, you can click on any of these, and if you want to customize your zoom, you can click on this. We'll dive into that later. Moving ahead, we can see multiple arrows pointing in different directions. What does this mean? Let me tell you. If you click on the arrow, it will pan out the image in the direction which the arrow is pointing. If the arrow is pointing left, the image will pan out on the left side. If the arrow is pointing at right, the image will pan out on the right side. Similarly, on the top and the bottom. Now, let's go ahead and test out our zoom. We'll click on Zoom Out 2.0 and see what it generates. The image has been generated. We'll go ahead and click into it. To get a better view, we'll upscale all of these. This is our original image. Let's go ahead and see our zoomed out images. In our fourth image, these parts have been added, which were originally not here. In a third image, we can see a different scenario over here. There's a zebra crossing, whereas in fourth image, it is not. In every scenario, we can see a different vehicle or a different building. Nothing has changed from the original image, but to zoom out, it had to create new objects that we can see. Now, let's go ahead and see pan out. To go to our original image, we can click on this and it will take us to our original image. Now, let's go ahead and see pan out. Now, I want to see what's up there in that image. To do that, we'd have to click on pan out with top arrow. We'd go ahead and do that. It will give us a prompt window. Now, you can choose what you want. As we are talking about sky, we can have moon or sun over there, or a plane flying. Let's go ahead and do a sun in cloudy weather. And click on submit. As we can see in our newly generated images, there is sun, there are clouds, and even both of them. Now, to create perfect prompt, you need to use proper keywords and even give description as much as you can. For that, we'll go ahead and generate this image in painting format. To do that, we'll type /imagine and then prompt. Our prompt will be same as previous one, and we have just added oil painting. Now let's go ahead and hit enter. Here, the Midjourney has used vibrant color in oil painting. All the images look stunning. Now we'll see some of its advanced feature. One of those was released recently by Midjourney, that was Describe. Describe feature of Midjourney allows you to use an image to get its prompt. You can use the prompt to generate new images similar to that one. For that, we'll go ahead and type /describe. Now there are two options, image and link. You can go ahead and click on image to upload image from your system. If you go ahead and click on link, you can provide link from anywhere that can be used by Midjourney to generate description for that image. For now, we'll go ahead and click on image. You can either drag or drop your picture, or you can go ahead and select it. Now, I have selected the image. Just go ahead and hit enter. As a reply to your image, Midjourney bot will generate several of its prompts that can be used to generate images similar to that one. Scrolling down, you can generate any of the images based on the prompt number given. Or you can imagine them all. Let's go ahead and imagine all. Here we can see all the images generated by all 4 prompts. Those are similar to the one we had given. Now let's go ahead and talk about settings in the Midjourney. To check those, type setting. Here we can select the model that we want for our Midjourney and so many other, like style is. Style is low, medium or high. Controls the amount of Midjourney's creative influence on our pictures. Next is public mode. Public mode allows your picture to be seen in Midjourney's public collection. Then comes the remix mode. Remix mode allows you to give extra prompt during variation in image. If you have turned it off, it won't ask you for prompt again, just vary your current image based on its prompt. Then there is variation mode. When we choose variation, it will go ahead and check our preferences, either it is low or high. Based on that, it will give us a varied image. Then we have different modes: relax mode, fast mode and turbo mode. All these 3 modes define the speed at which Midjourney will generate your images. For relax mode, it will generate very slow. But for fast mode, it will use your fast hours but will generate faster. And for turbo mode, your results would be instant but consume more fast hours. You can click on reset setting and set your setting to default. At last, raw mode. Raw mode access a more literal interpretation of your prompt. Now, let's go ahead and design some logos. I have chosen logo for a bakery. Here, the Midjourney has given us some amazing logos. We can select any one of those and use it our own. Now let's go ahead and explore different parameters that Midjourney allows. For starters, we'd use a new prompt. To add a parameter, we just need to add / followed by the parameter. For the first parameter, we would select aspect ratio. Now, aspect ratio is the ratio between height and width of an image. Let's go ahead and type in 16:9 and hit enter. Now, as we can see, the aspect ratio of the image has changed from the previous ones. Those images were in square and this is a widescreen image. Now, let's go ahead and discuss a different prompt, that is negative prompt. For that, we'll go ahead and type the same prompt. You can add multiple parameters in a single prompt. For negative prompting, you use no and followed by the object you want to remove. We want to remove clouds. We'll type in clouds and hit enter. The clouds have been removed from our original image. Here, cloud, cloud and cloud. Even here. But in our newly generated images, there are no clouds because it has taken a unique approach of making our dolphin underwater. So let's go ahead and check out the parameter that controls imagination of a Midjourney, that is stylus. Now we'll go ahead and type in same prompt. For stylus, the range is from 1 to 1000, and to use stylus, we would type S followed by the value we want to, 0 being the lowest and 1000 being the highest. We would go and type in 1000 and see the result. This is a fine result and it is stunning. I am amazed. Moving to another parameter, chaos. Higher value of this parameter lead to unexpected and unique outcomes. So let's go ahead and try it. With the chaos value 1, we get results something like this. Now let's move to using reference images to create our own images. For that, we need to go ahead and upload one of our photos. So let's go upload a file. I'm going to use this picture. We'll go ahead and open in browser. Copy its link. For our next one, we would go ahead and type imagine. Paste the copied link. Then type the prompt we want to. Near a lake with rocky mountain and cloudy sky. Here are our generated images. Now let's go ahead and see another parameter, image weight. It controls the weight of referenced image on our newly generated image. Values ranging from 0 to 2, 0 being the lowest and 2 being the highest. Image weight parameter is given by IW and value I have given as 0. Let's hit enter. With the image weight being 0, the reference has not been taken into consideration. Now let's try it with value 2. Our reference image is the first priority and the prompt is second. With that, let's see how to create stock images. To create stock images, we need to use words like realistic and describe as much as we can in that image. Photography of adult Caucasian female wearing a white shirt and black tie, smiling cross-handed. Studio shot, cinematic look, clean background and white background. Adding all these, now we'll just hit enter. You can see there are multiple keywords that represent stock image. So here are generated images. Let's go ahead and upscale first one. It's a stock image. It's a real looking. Let's create a second stock image in a group. Photo of a diverse team. Remember the keyword photo. Photo of a diverse team celebrating a successful project in a co-working space. Let's hit enter. we'll go ahead and upscale the fourth image. It's a stock image, definitely one. With that, we'll conclude our video, and now I'll show you in Midjourney how you can use. When you enter Midjourney website, you can see collection of photos like this that has been generated by multiple Midjourney users. So, you can find all your generated images in archive. You can see all of these images right over here. You can join the rooms, those are based on themes, or read the images as you like. Midjourney has recently introduced Midjourney's Web Creation Alpha that allows you to create images on the web. This is currently available only for the users those have created more than 100 images already. You can type your prompt directly here without giving any command like /imagine or anything. Let's just go ahead and type shark in mechanical suit. Now, our image is being generated in Create. We'll go ahead and check it out. These are the images of shark in mechanical suit. You can even vary both of these, subtle or strong, or you can use rerun button to re-roll the images. You can even see the prompt that you have given for previously generated images by you.
What if you could create personalized eye-catching ads in minutes instead of hours? Or generate dynamic content that speaks directly to your audience no matter where they are? Sounds like the future, right? But the future is now. Take Starbucks for instance. They are using generative AI to tailor marketing messages based on customer preferences and behaviors, creating personal and relevant campaigns. Sephora has jumped on board too, with AI-driven product recommendations that engage customers in a way that feels like they are speaking to a personal beauty advisor. In this video, we are diving into how generative AI is not just improving marketing campaigns, it's transforming them, making them smarter, more efficient, and more impactful. From targeted emails to hyper-personalized ads, AI is changing the game. So, want to know how? Stick with us to learn how your brand can ride the AI wave and boost engagement like never before. So, let's get started. Now, without any further delay, let us get started with the generative AI use case. So for this use case, I have used the popular company Amazon, and we will see how Amazon uses generative AI. Amazon started as an online bookstore and has since become a global leader in e-commerce, cloud computing, streaming, and artificial intelligence. The Everything Store is among the big 5 United States tech companies, along with Alphabet, Apple, Meta, and Microsoft. But what if I told you that Amazon has also faced challenges because of its extensive reviews make it difficult for customers to extract insights, restricting decisions and satisfaction? Now, let me tell you in details what challenges they faced. First is in terms of the volume and diversity of reviews. With approximately 1.5 billion reviews and ratings contributed annually, distilling meaningful information from such a large and diverse dataset is complex. Next, due to its identifying common themes. Manually summarizing prevalent sentiments and frequency mentioned product features across numerous reviews is impractical. Next is the maintaining authenticity. Ensuring that summaries accurately reflect genuine customer opinions without introducing bias or misrepresentations is crucial. And to address these challenges, Amazon explored advanced technologies capable of processing and summarizing extensive textual data. Generative AI emerged as a promising solution due to its ability to analyze large datasets and generate coherent summaries. The company sought tools that could efficiently process vast amounts of review data, then identify and extract common themes and sentiments, then generate concise summaries that are both informative and reflective of authentic customer opinions. Now let us see what are the tools implemented. Amazon implemented a generative AI-powered features designed to analyze customer reviews and produce concise summaries. This AI model was trained to evaluate the frequency and context of specific product features mentioned in reviews. Then, assess customer sentiment associated with these features and generate a brief paragraph highlighting key insights, which is displayed directly on the product detail page. And the solution is the AI-generated review highlights provide customers with a concise overview of common themes and sentiments expressed in reviews. For example, a customer interested in a product's ease of use can quickly see if this aspect is frequently praised or criticized. Additionally, Customers can tap on specific product attributes to view all reviews mentioning those features, allowing for a more targeted and efficient review reading experience. And this implementation not only streamlines the decision-making process for shoppers, but also enhances their confidence in purchasing by providing quick access to relevant insights. By leveraging generative AI, Amazon has improved the accessibility and utility of customer reviews, ultimately contributing to a more satisfying shopping experience. But why do we need generative AI to enhance marketing campaigns? Well, generative AI enhances marketing campaigns by improving personalization, automating creative tasks, and optimizing targeting strategies. It saves time, boosts engagement, and ensures higher ROI by creating tailored content, streamlining workflows, and delivering data-driven insights. But what exactly is generative AI? Generative AI is a subset of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new content or idea rather than simply analyzing existing data. Unlike other types of AI that rely on pre-programmed rules or patterns, generative AI uses algorithms to learn from data and generate new outputs. This technology is often used in tasks such as image generation, task generation, and even music composition. But how has AI impacted marketing? AI is transforming the marketing industries partly because of its vast applications. AI tools can automate routine tasks, freeing up valuable time and allowing you to focus your efforts on strategizing. But task automation is just one example of AI use cases in marketing. AI improves you to analyze vast amounts of data, better to understand your target audience, consumer preferences, and behaviors. You can use this data to predict customer behavior, optimize campaigns in real time, and deliver highly personalized content to mold an exceptional customer experience. Beyond analytics and reporting, generative AI tools can support content creation. And this dual impact of enhanced personalization and increased efficiency is transforming business decisions and how brands engage with customers. Now let us see what will happen to marketing in the age of AI. First, let us discuss about the hyper-personalization in marketing. AI helps businesses analyze vast amount of data to understand customer behavior, preferences, and needs. This allows for personalized marketing strategies such as targeted ads, tailored messages based on browsing history, purchase patterns, and demographics. Next is the dynamic content, such as emails, websites, or app interfaces that adapts in real time for each user. Then comes the customer segmentation, identifying specific groups of users for highly relevant marketing efforts. Next is the enhanced efficiency through automation. AI automates repetitive marketing tasks such as ad placements and binding. AI tools optimize budgets by selecting where and when to display ads for maximum ROI. Next is the email campaigns. Tools like MailChimp use AI to determine the best time and content to engage users. Next is the chatbots. AI-powered assistants provide instant, round-the-clock customer support and can upsell or cross-sell products. Next, AI as a creative partner. AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Midjourney assist in creative tasks, writing engaging ad copy or scripts, designing visuals or creating mockups, and producing ideas for campaigns based on data insights. Next, let us talk about the ethical and privacy challenges. AI in marketing comes with a risk and responsibilities, such as data privacy, where companies must handle consumer data ethically, adhering to regulations like GDPR. Next is the bias in AI. AI might perpetuate biases if trained on biased datasets. Next is the transparency. Marketers must ensure AI-driven decisions are clear to consumers. Next, let us see the future implications. First is the emotion AI. Tools that analyze emotions via facial expressions or voice to tailor experiences. Next is the voice search and assistance. AI like Alexa and Google Assistants impact SEO and product discovery. Next is the customer-centric focus. Despite AI, brands must remain authentic and human in their storytelling to build trust. Now, let us see the benefits of generative AI for digital marketing. Well, generative AI offers several benefits for digital marketing. So, let us see what are the benefits. Generative AI is transforming digital marketing by improving efficiency and personalization. It automates tasks like content creation, enabling businesses to produce high-quality content at scale while saving time and resources. By analyzing customer data, AI tailors marketing messages and offers, increasing engagement and conversion rates through personalized interactions. Additionally, generative AI enhances creativity and customer experiences. It helps businesses explore innovative strategies and solutions, such as new marketing approaches or product ideas. AI-powered tools like chatbots also deliver engaging, interactive support, ensuring better customer satisfaction and stronger connections. Now, let us have a look at the impact of generative AI on SEO and search marketing. Generative AI is transforming SEO and search marketing by analyzing SERPs to uncover patterns and optimize website elements like meta tags and content. This enhances search engine ranking, driving more organic traffic. AI also generates high-quality, keyword-rich content based on search data, improving visibility and engagement. In addition, generative AI automates landing page creation for SEM campaigns by analyzing campaigns data and optimizing for conversions. This streamlines marketing efforts, increases efficiency, and ensures businesses attract and retain more visitors effectively. The future of generative AI in digital marketing is promising. So let us see how. Generative AI is shaping the future of digital marketing by enhancing voice assistants and chatbots to make interactions more natural. It also plays a key role in predictive analytics, helping businesses make informed decisions based on the data insights. These advancements can improve customer experience, optimize marketing strategies, and predict market trends. Moreover, generative AI can transform user-generated content by allowing users to create richer, more diverse media such as videos and virtual reality, helping brands build stronger and more engaging communities.
Let's explore the real-life rewards of generative AI. The first one is it automates and innovates the content generation. AI-driven tools create high-quality text, images, and videos, revolutionizing the content creation across the industry. It optimizes the product designs. AI enhances the product development by stimulating the refining designs, reducing cost and time to market. The next one is strengthens the cybersecurity efforts. AI detects and analyzes the threats against the cyber attacks. The next one is advances healthcare research. AI accelerates the drug discovery, medical imaging analysis, and personalized treatment plans, improving the patient's outcome. And the last one is drives digital transformation. AI integrates with businesses' systems to automate the workflows, enhance the decision-making, and optimize the operational efficiency. So now let us look at some real-life examples. Recently, Walmart, in collaboration with Microsoft, announced a major AI-driven initiative. Walmart has partnered with Microsoft to integrate AI-powered solutions into retail operations. This collaboration aims to enhance both customer experience and employee efficiency by leveraging the advanced AI tools. So, what are the main benefits of AI-driven initiative? Here are some key points. The first one is personalized shopping experience. The next one is AI-powered associate support. The next one is content creation automation. Next on we have improved customer service. And last but not the least, operational efficiency. So this partnership showcases how AI is revolutionizing retail, making businesses smarter, faster, and more customer-centric. So now let's look at another exciting real-world application of AI, but this time it is the field of medicine. Scientists at Stanford had developed a tool called Synthemol, which is helping to create new antibiotics to fight drugs. This is a huge breakthrough because antibiotic resistance is a major global health challenge. So what has this AI tool achieved so far? Here are some key points. Scientists use Synthemol to design antibiotics that can fight resistant bacteria. It generated 25,000 possible antibiotics candidates, giving researchers a massive head start. It provided detailed recipes for making these drugs efficiently in the lab. Out of all candidates, scientists identified 6 compounds that actually work against the resistant bacteria. This technology isn't just limited to antibiotics. It's now being used to explore the treatments of heart disease and even fluorescent module design. So this is a game changer in medicine, providing that AI can do much more than just chatbots and automation. It can literally help to save a life. So now we have seen how AI is transforming the industry, but it also comes with an ethical challenges and risk. Let's take a look. One big issue is output quality. AI can produce incorrect or unreliable results, it can also generate made-up facts and hallucinations, creating false information. Another concern is biased output, where AI reflects biasness from its training data. There are also copyright and other legal risks. AI-generated content might violate the intellectual property laws. AI is also vulnerable to abuse, meaning it can be misused for misinformation and harmful purpose. Lastly, the cost of expertise and compute makes AI expensive and less accessible. These challenges highlight the need for responsible AI development. So now that we have seen the ethical challenges of generative AI, let's look at some real-life examples where these risks have had significant impact. Recently, a report highlighted that DeepSeek's AI app is openly sending users' data from US to China. This has raised major concerns, especially in the light of past controversies surrounding the data security and privacy. This incident had drawn attention to ethical and security risks. This situation brings us several key challenges. The first one is data transmission to China. User data being directly sent raises concerns about the privacy and the control. The next one is lack of transparency. Users may not be fully aware of where their data is going and how it is being used. The next one is government scrutiny. Authorities may impose regulations or restrictions due to national security concerns. The next one is global backlash. Countries worldwide might be stricter against AI platforms handling the sensitive data. The next one is potential exploitation of third parties. There is a risk that collected data could be misused or shared with the other entities without consent. So now let's look at another major challenge, data leaks and their consequences. Recently, a report from Business Insider revealed that Amazon warned its employees not to share confidential data with ChatGPT. The concern arose after some AI-generated responses were found to closely match Amazon's internal information, highlighting the risk of sensitive data leaks. Such incidents bring several serious risks, for example, data privacy concern, intellectual property exposure, unintended data retention, regulatory compliance issues, and erosion of customer trust. So this case with Amazon is just one example of why companies must carefully manage the AI interaction to prevent the potential data leaks and security violations. So now let's look at another major risk of generative AI that's making headlines worldwide. That is deepfake. Deepfakes are one of the biggest risks of generative AI. AI-generated fake videos, audios, and images can be misused in dangerous ways. Scammers use them for fraud, identity theft, and misinformation, leading to financial losses and manipulations. Fake videos of public figures spread false narratives, while AI-generated explicit content violates the privacy. As deepfakes become more advanced, they are eroding trust in media and creating serious ethical challenges. While deepfakes highlights the dangers of generative AI, it's very important for us to focus on how we can develop and use AI ethically to minimize these risks. Ethical generative AI ensures that the technology benefits the society while preventing the harm. To achieve this, we must focus on key principles. The first one is transparency and accountability to ensure that the AI systems are open and responsible, bias and fairness to prevent the discrimination, privacy protection to safeguard the user data. Additionally, AI should prioritize avoiding harmful content and give users consent and control over how their data is used. By implementing these principles, we can build a future where generative AI is both powerful and ethical. So now that we have explored the ethical aspect of generative AI, let's look ahead and discuss what the future holds for the technology. The future of generative AI is filled with exciting possibilities. We can expect wider adoption across industries, transforming the field like healthcare, finance, and entertainment. AI will continue to enhance creativity and content generation, making it a valuable tool for artists, writers, and businesses. With the advancement, better customization will allow AI to generate more personalized experience. At the same time, human-AI collaboration will grow, enabling more seamless interaction. A key focus will be on responsible AI development, ensuring stronger ethical frameworks and regulations to create the safer and more trustworthy AI-driven future.
Let's learn what NVIDIA is all about. NVIDIA is a multinational technology company that specializes in graphics processing units and other products for gaming, automotive, data center, and professional visualization markets. NVIDIA's role as a leader in AI and graphics technology features its iconic headquarters, and cutting-edge hardware products like the RTX and series GPUs. NVIDIA's innovations are transforming industries from gaming to AI, making it a key player in the tech advancement. Their commitment to powerful processing and AI solutions is reflected in both their infrastructure and product lineup. Well, Gen Z started their journey with NVIDIA's gaming experience by powering popular titles with advanced graphics and AI technology. As you see, NVIDIA's GPUs are often used to optimize these games, enhancing visual quality and performance, which creates a seamless and stunning visual experience for players. For Gen Z who played games and used PCs containing NVIDIA elements, the company is like a friend to them. So, let's see what the news is all about NVIDIA. NVIDIA recently announced several key advancements, including the launch of its large language model cloud services to accelerate AI applications across industries. The NeMo LLM service empowers developers to customize large models, while the BioNeMo service is specifically designed for biological and genetic predictions. Additionally, a new NeMo framework has been introduced to improve training efficiency for large language models, and the powerful H200 supercomputer is set to enhance LLM training capabilities, further positioning NVIDIA as a leader in AI innovation. These announcements position NVIDIA as a top innovator in AI infrastructure. So now, let's explore one of their global collaborations. 2025 predictions: AI finds a reason to tap industry data lakes. Every industry, every company, every country must produce a new industrial revolution, says NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang at the AI Summit in Japan. Now, let's look at what NVIDIA exactly achieved. NVIDIA's next-generation AI hardware, Hopper and Blackwell, offers unmatched performance, enabling faster training of complex models. Now, let's look closer at what makes Hopper a game-changer in AI processing. The Hopper chip, built with 80 billion transistors and manufactured with the TSMC's 4nm process, delivers unprecedented processing power and high clock speeds. It is specifically designed to accelerate large language models and generative AI. And the Blackwell chip, containing 104 billion transistors and a peak performance of 1.4 exaflops, is equipped with 30 TB of high bandwidth memory, making it ideal for handling large AI workloads. Moving forward, let's discuss NVIDIA's software innovations in large language models. NVIDIA has launched NeMo LLM, a framework that supports diverse NLP tasks, and BioNeMo LLM, which specializes in biological and genetic research. Together, they bring AI's power to life science. Now, let's discuss the first model, that is NeMo LLM. NVIDIA's NeMo LLM, powered by the RT-LLM engine, is a robust 12 billion parameter model with a 128,000 token context window, enabling optimized performance for diverse NLP tasks. Transitioning to life science, BioNeMo is transforming the field with its unique capabilities. NVIDIA offers a diverse range of AI models on its website, likely under nvidia.build. You can explore these models and their capabilities. Now, let's take NeMo AI demo as an example. On the NeMo AI website, you will find information about how to interact with the model through APIs, potentially using OpenAI standards, and a temperature setting to control its creativity. You can even input code like cout, hello world in Python, and the model will translate it into different programming languages, showcasing its capabilities. The second model is BioNeMo LLM for biological research. It is trained on molecular, protein, and DNA data. BioNeMo LLM accelerates drug discovery and advances genetic research, driving breakthroughs in biology. Now, let's see the BioNeMo impact on science. BioNeMo is a breakthrough tool tailored for biological data, revealing hidden patterns that could revolutionize drug discovery. Now, let's move on to the BioNeMo's research applications. BioNeMo identifies complex biological relationships, transforming genetics research and advancing research through collaborative human-AI insights. BioNeMo analyzes protein and DNA sequences to fuel new scientific insights, enabling researchers to uncover critical discoveries faster. So, following the above news, let's see what happened in AI Summit in India. At the NVIDIA's AI Summit India, CEO Jensen Huang shared his vision for AI's potential in India. He highlighted the country's promising future in AI innovation supported by NVIDIA's technology. He stated the world's digital future will be written in AI and India has a lead role. Jensen Huang and Mukesh Ambani discussed India's potential as a global AI hub. Huang envisions AI-enabled super employees driving future advancements. He stated AI will amplify human capabilities and create super employees of the future. NVIDIA's global reach connects innovators and leaders worldwide. With 306.995 trillion metrics of computational power, NVIDIA leads the AI revolution. NVIDIA's ongoing innovations in AI hardware and software are reshaping industries and pushing the limits of what's possible. And with this, we have come to the end of this video on NVIDIA's breakthrough in AI chips. I hope you enjoyed about NVIDIA and its new advancements through this video. Did a Chinese AI model just shake up the entire US market? Let me tell you what happened. On January 27, 2025, the stock market took a serious hit. Tech stocks dropped hard, and the biggest shock was that the NVIDIA, a prominent player in the AI hardware sector, saw its stock crash by 17%. And that's a $590 billion loss in a market value. And it was because of an AI model called DeepSeek R1. Yes, you heard that right. A Chinese AI model just sent shockwaves through the industry, raising big concerns about China's growing AI dominance and what it means for companies like OpenAI, Google, and even NVIDIA. So why is DeepSeek R1 such a big deal? Well, it's not just another AI model. It's a game changer. And with models like DeepSeek R1, DeepSeek V2, and DeepSeek Coder, and it's going head-to-head with the top players like OpenAI and Google, offering powerful AI at the fraction of the cost. Here, I have added a screenshot for your reference, and this table compares the large language models based on their accuracy and calibration error. And among the models mentioned, DeepSeek R1 has the highest accuracy with 9.4%, outperforming O1 with 9.1%, Gemini Thinking with 6.2%, and other models such as GPT-4o with 3.3% and Group 2 with 3.8%. Furthermore, DeepSeek R1 has the lowest calibration error with 81.8%, indicating improved confidence calibration over other models with errors greater than 88%. This demonstrates that DeepSeek R1 not only produces the most accurate results but also has a higher forecast reliability. And this benchmark graph will show the DeepSeek R1's expectational performance across a variety of evaluation tasks, solidifying its position as a top-tier LLM. Notably, DeepSeek R1 achieves the highest scores in AI ME 2024 with 79.8%, Codeforces with 96.3%, Math 500 with 97.3%, and MMLU with 90.8%. indicating superior reasoning, problem solving, and coding skills. When compared to OpenAI's O1 models and DeepSeek V3, DeepSeek R1 consistently outperforms or equals top models, particularly in domains requiring precise logical reasoning and mathematical skills. Furthermore, its high Swevens verified score is 49.2%, demonstrates its suitability for software engineering applications. And this finding supports DeepSeek R1's advancements in AI research, establishing it as a formidable competitor in the LLM space. First, let's talk about DeepSeek R1.0 and its successor DeepSeek R1. So let's break it down. In reinforcement learning, there are two main components, the agent and the environment. The agent interacts with the environment, and based on its actions, it receives rewards or penalties. The goal of the agent is to maximize these rewards by learning from its mistakes and improving over time. Now, let's talk about the DeepSeek R1.0. This model was a pioneering attempt to use reinforcement learning without supervised fine-tuning. And the idea was to let the model learn entirely through interaction with its environment without any pre-labeled data. However, this approach had some challenges. DeepSeek R1.0 faced two major issues. First is the poor readability. The model's outputs were often hard to understand. And next, the language mixing with Chinese. The model sometimes mixed languages, especially Chinese, which affected its performance in English tasks. And to address these issues, the team introduced DeepSeek R1. This new model not only solved the problems of readability and language mixing, but also achieved remarkable performance. In fact, DeepSeek R1 matched the accuracy of OpenAI's GPT-o1 model, especially the OpenAI 01217 model on reasoning tasks. That's a huge milestone. But that's not all. DeepSeek R1 is also 24 to 28 times cheaper to train compared to other state-of-the-art models. And this makes it not only highly effective but also cost-efficient, opening up new possibilities for research and applications. So, to recap, here we have. The DeepSeek R10 was an ambitious attempt to reinforcement learning without supervised fine-tuning, but it faced challenges with readability and language mixing. DeepSeek R1 addressed these issues, achieving top-tier accuracy and being significantly most cost-effective. Now, as far as GPT is concerned, ChatGPT combines unsupervised learning, supervised fine-tuning, and RLHF, making it more aligned for text-based reasoning and safe AI interactions. Now, we will look at the model comparison. DeepSeek and GPT are both pushing the boundaries of what AI can do, but they take a very different approaches. So let's break it down. We asked the GPT-o1 model and DeepSeek R1 model to generate a Python code where a ball bounces inside a rotating triangle. Sounds cool, right? Well, let's check out the result. First up, here's what GPT-o1 came up with. It works, but the physics seems a bit off, and the movement isn't as smooth as you would expect. Not bad, but it's not quite there yet. Now, let's look at what DeepSeek R1 generated. Wow, this one looks way better, right? The ball's movement feels more natural and the rotation of the triangle is much smoother. The overall gameplay experience is just more polished. So, if we compare the two, DeepSeek R1 definitely outperformed GPT-o1 in this challenge. Of course, both models are impressive in their own ways, but when it comes to designing this specific game, DeepSeek R1 takes the win. Now, we will distinguish the differences in detail. So first, let's talk about the architecture. DeepSeek uses a mixture of experts design. Think of it like a team of specialists. Only the relevant experts are activated for each task. So for example, DeepSeek V3 has 671 billion parameters, but only 37 billion are activated per token, making it super efficient. And on the other hand, GPT model uses a dense transformer architecture where all the parameters are active at once. GPT-4, for instance, has 175 billion parameters all working simultaneously. And this makes GPT powerful but also computationally expensive. Now, let's talk about cost and efficiency. DeepSeek is a game changer here. It was developed on the budget of just $5.5 million due to its efficient MOE design. And that's a fraction of what other models cost. GPT models like GPT-4 requires massive computational resources. Training GPT-4 cost over $100 billion, making it a heavyweight in terms of both performance and expense. And when it comes to performance, both models shine in different areas. DeepSeek is a powerhouse in tasks like coding, translation, and solving complex math problems. And in fact, DeepSeek R1 has been shown to match the performance of advanced systems from OpenAI and Google despite its smaller budget. GPT models like GPT-4 are known for their natural language understanding, creative writing, and complex reasoning. And they are incredibly versatile and can handle a wide range of tasks with ease. Next, accessibility is another key difference. DeepSeek is an open source, meaning its code is available to the public. And this promotes transparency, collaboration, and innovation within the AI community. GPT models, on the other hand, are primarily proprietary. While OpenAI has released some tools and models, many advanced versions are restricted and accessed through APIs. Finally, let's talk about the ethics and censorship. DeepSeek implements strict content moderation, especially for politically sensitive topics. This ensures compliance with regulatory standards but can sometimes limit its responses. GPT models also have moderation mechanisms to prevent harmful outputs, but they strive to balance open access to information with ethical guidelines. Now, we will install the DeepSeek R1 and run a short demo on it. So let's see how the DeepSeek R1 model can be installed. First, let's open up our browser and head over to the ollama.com, and once you're there, you will see a download button, so go ahead and click on that. Now select download for Windows to start the download, and keep in mind it's a pretty big file, so it might take a minute to download. So let's give it some time. Once the download finishes, go to the download folder and find the installation file. Now here, double click on the file to open the installation window, and you will see an install button. So simply click on that and Ollama will start installing on your system. So once Ollama is installed, let's head back to the Ollama website. Now click on the models tab at the top of the page, and here you will see a list of available models. And for this video, we are going to use the DeepSeek R1 model. So we will select the 1.5B model, but if you want, you can also choose the latest 7B model too. Now, once you have selected the model, you will find the installation command here. So go ahead and copy that command. Now, open your terminal on your Windows system and paste the command we copied earlier. So this is the command, and this command will start pulling the model. So depending on your internet speed, this might take a little time, so be patient. And that's it. Once the process is done, your DeepSeek R1 model will be all set up and ready to use on your system. Alright, now let's try out some commands here. So let's say hello. Okay, we got some response here. Now let's ask it to tell something about himself. Alright, so it responded saying that I am DeepSeek R1 and AI assistant. Next, let's ask it to design a Python code to list all the files in a directory. So as you can see, it has provided up the code we asked for. Great, right? So what does all of this means for the future of AI? Well, AI is becoming more accessible. Like, for years, AI development was mostly controlled by big companies with massive budgets. But now, with open source models like DeepSeek R1, anyone, whether you have a small startup or you are an independent developer or a student, you can build AI solutions without paying huge API fees. This means faster adoption and innovation worldwide. Next, the global AI race is heating up. The AI race between the United States and China is getting even more competitive. While the United States tries to limit AI chip exports, China is finding ways to keep up. No matter which side you support, one thing is clear. AI is evolving rapidly and staying informed is more important than ever. Next, AI is becoming more sustainable. Training AI models consume massive amounts of energy. But with advancements in optimization, we are seeing a shift towards more efficient and eco-friendly AI. This means lower CO2 emissions and a reduced environmental impact, something that was once a major concern in AI development. Next, career opportunities are growing. And if you're a developer, AI engineer, or a data scientist, this is your moment. Companies will need skilled professionals to build and deploy AI solutions at a faster pace than ever. So if you have been thinking about getting into AI, now is the time to start. Well, DeepSeek is making big moves, but can it really compete with OpenAI in long run? Which one do you think will dominate the future of AI? So let me know your thoughts in the comments below. What skills do you need to succeed in generative AI? Here's a breakdown of the key technical skills that are essential. First, we have programming skills. Mastery of programming languages like Python is a must. Python is particularly popular in AI due to its versatile and the availability of libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch. Next, machine learning expertise. You should have a strong understanding of machine learning concepts and algorithms. Familiarity with different machine learning frameworks is also beneficial. Next, data handling skills. Comfort in working with large datasets is crucial. This includes data cleaning, pre-processing, and visualization. Next, deep learning knowledge. Understanding neural networks, convolutional networks, and recurrent networks is vital, as generative AI heavily relies on these concepts. Next, mathematics and statistics. A solid foundation in linear algebra, calculus,
And statistics will help you understand how algorithms work and optimize them effectively. Finally, creativity and critical thinking. Don't forget the importance of creativity. Being able to think outside the box will enable you to come up with innovative solutions in generative AI. By building these skills, you will not only prepare for technical challenges but also become a valuable asset in the job market. Now, if you are eager to jump into generative AI, here's a roadmap based on what I have learned along the way. First, start with the basics. Let's kick things off by building a strong foundation in AI. I recommend Edureka's AI certification course as a great starting point. In this course, you will get hands-on with core tools like Python and data handling, plus set up basic AI tools like the OS module and NLTK for natural language processing. These essentials gives you a solid base for a more advanced AI skills. Next, get certified. Certifications really help you stand out and make sure you are covering industry-relevant topics. A few key ones to consider are the Responsible AI certification, where you will dive into the ethical AI and tools for fairness like IBM's AI Fairness 360. Next, the Prompt Engineering course. If you're interested in making AI chats more intuitive with optimized prompts using OpenAI's APIs. These certifications build your skills while highlighting your knowledge to potential employers. Next, gain hands-on experience. Next up is a real-world practice, which is a must. Edureka's Mastering Generative AI Tools course is a great option here. You will learn popular tools like TensorFlow and PyTorch and work on projects like image synthesis and text generation. This gives you the confidence to apply AI in real-world scenarios. Networking is super valuable in AI. It opens doors and keeps you updated. Through Edureka's ChatGPT training course, you get more than just skills. You connect with other AI learners and share insights. Plus, you will work with tools like OpenAI API and learn to build customer support bots, which is a great asset. Next, specialize yourself. To stand out, consider specializing in a specific area. Here are some courses to consider. First, AI for software developers, which is focused on using GitHub Copilot and deploying models with AWS. Next, AI in retail. This one covers personalized recommendations and other retail-focused AI solutions using TensorFlow recommenders and Google's Vertex AI. Next, GitHub Copilot training. Learn how to use this AI-powered coding assistant for enhanced productivity. Now, let us move on to the job opportunities in generative AI. As you prepare, consider these various roles you can pursue in generative AI. First, we have AI research scientist. Specializes in advancing AI technology by developing new methodologies and exploring cutting-edge innovations. Next, AI product manager. Manages the development of AI-driven products, ensuring they meet user needs and align with business objectives. Next, NLP engineer. Focuses on natural language processing, enhancing human-computer interaction through language-based technologies. Next, AI solutions architect. Designs AI-based solutions tailored to address specific organizational goals and challenges. Next, AI ethics researcher. Investigates the ethical implications of AI technologies, ensuring responsible and fair AI development. Next, AI consultant. Provides expert guidance to businesses on effectively implementing and utilizing AI strategies for growth. Now, let's talk about a question that's on many people's minds. Is generative AI taking over jobs, or is it just reshaping them? The answer to the question is no, it's not eating our jobs. Instead, generative AI is reshaping jobs by automating repetitive tasks in areas like customer service, design, and content creation. While it handles routine work, jobs that require creativity, emotional intelligence, and complex decision-making remain secure as AI struggles with all these complex tasks. Generative AI boosts productivity as a partner, helping us focus on strategy and creativity. Generative AI is reshaping industries and economics at this staggering pace. Reports by Goldman Sachs and PwC Global highlights that AI has the potential to significantly boost global GDP and labor productivity while driving economic gains of up to 45% by 2030. So, let's dive into how you can prepare for a lucrative generative AI career. So, to get started with Gen AI, start with the natural language processing. Natural language processing is the branch of AI that focuses on the interaction between computers and human language. So here's what you need to learn. First, start with the basics of NLP. Learn how machines understand and process language. Next, parts of speech tagging, where you need to understand how to label words with grammatical tags. Next, text processing. Here, learn techniques for cleaning and preparing text data for models. Next, named entity recognition, where you need to learn to build models that identify entities like names and dates. Next, text vectorization. Study methods to convert text into numerical data using techniques like bag of words and embeddings. Next, learn about large language models. Well, large language models are powerful AI systems trained on massive datasets to understand and generate human-like text. Here, dive into different types of LLMs like Llama, Falcon, and Gemini. Next, transformers, where you need to learn about their architecture, including the encoder, decoder, and attention mechanism. Next, read the seminal paper, Attention is All You Need for the In-Depth Understanding. In this paper, you can read about the transformers in depth. Next, working with APIs. APIs, that stands for Application Programming Interfaces, allow you to integrate and extend functionality in your projects, and they can be paid or unpaid. So in this video, we will mostly tell you about free API sources. Use free API platforms like Glitch, Postman, Moki, Heroku, Rapid API, and Firebase Functions. Also build APIs with platforms like Group to create generative AI integrations, and you can also use Hugging Face for free resources. Now, as you can see here, we are at the Group platform, and on the top we have this developer option, and once you hover on it, you can see options like free API creation, and once you click on it, it will redirect you to this, where on your left you can see different options. Now, if you want to check about the model, then click on the playground. Then on your right, you have the Llama model. So if you click on that, you can see different model Group website provides, and these are all for free. Next, click on Create API Key, and here give any name to your API key, and that's it. You have your own API key now. So from here, you can copy it and use it. Also, you can create as many API keys as you want. You can explore Hugging Face for pre-trained models and datasets. So now, we are at the site of Hugging Face. You can see options like models, datasets, space, post, docs, etc. Now, suppose you want to code for your model, then click on model, and it will redirect you here, where you can see options like libraries, datasets, language, or licensed models, etc. Now, select the model according to your project. As you can see, we have different options here, so select your model and use this website as much as you want. Next, start building mini projects for practice. So here, start applying your knowledge with hands-on projects such as named entity recognition models, next, translators and summarizer, sentiment analysis systems, also the text-to-speech or speech-to-text applications. After building mini projects, you can move on to advanced topics. So to enhance your skills in AI, focus on techniques like quantization to optimize models for faster and more efficient deployments, particularly in resource-constrained environments. Then, dive into fine-tuning large language models to customize pre-trained models for specific tasks, unlocking their full potential for tailored applications. Additionally, explore the LangChain framework, a powerful Python library for building generative AI pipelines. Practice using its comprehensive documentations and tutorial videos to deepen your understandings. So if you haven't already watched our video featuring to LangChain project, it provides valuable insights and practical examples to get you started with this versatile tool. And this, Edureka's Generative AI certification and training will teach you Python programming, data science, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, and many other updated technologies that a beginner or advanced learner is seeking. Now, after much practice, you must know how to develop a backend and a frontend. So, start with a backend, because when you start with the backend, you will deal with real-life problems and have a thorough knowledge of your coding language too.
So, for backend development, you can leverage frameworks like Fast API, Django, and Flask to create robust and efficient server-side applications. These frameworks are well suited for handling API creation, request routing, and server-side logic, making them essential for modern web development. To manage and store data effectively, consider using databases such as MySQL or MongoDB, which offer reliable and scalable solutions for structured and unstructured data respectively. Combining these tools allows you to build powerful data-driven applications with ease and efficiency. Edureka's Python Developer Masters program, crafted by an industry expert, will give you extensive knowledge about Python and its libraries. Also, with a hands-on project, you will gain proficiency in data science, machine learning, deep learning, and natural language processing. So if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification. You can also consider a Django certification training course where you will be guided by industry experts and gain insights into Django REST framework, Django models, Django Ajax, Django Query, and many other top technologies. Also, if you are looking for particular database certification courses, you can check out the MongoDB certification training course, which will give you deep insights into backend database technologies. When you are thorough with the backend, next, moving on to frontend. For front-end development, focus on creating user-friendly interfaces to complete your projects effectively. Start with basic web development by mastering foundational technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build responsive and visually appealing designs. As you progress, explore advanced JavaScript frameworks such as React.js, Vue.js, or Angular, which provide powerful tools for building dynamic, interactive, and scalable web applications. These frameworks streamline the development process and enhance the user experience, making them essential for modern front-end development. Edureka's Web Developer Master Program will give you insights into HTML, CSS, and other web development tools. So if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification course. Also, you can check out the Full Stack Web Development Program, which will teach you front-end and back-end development with the core technologies you need as a beginner. Now, having both front-end and back-end complete, you need one more thing for your journey, that is version control with Git and GitHub. Version control is essential for tracking changes in your projects and collaborating efficiently with others. And by learning to use Git commands, you can manage versioning, maintain a history of your work, and seamlessly revert to previous states if needed. Additionally, leveraging platforms like GitHub enables you to deploy and manage projects, collaborate with team members, and showcase your work to a broader audience, making it an indispensable skill for developers. Edureka's Git certification training will give you insights into version control, from scripting to Git workflow, everything you need to know about version control. So, if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification training course. And by following this roadmap and practicing consistently, you will develop a strong foundation and advanced skills to excel in a high-paying career in generative AI. So start today, and remember, hands-on project and continuous learning are the key to success. So let's get started with our first question, that is, how traditional AI different from generative AI? Now, let's take a look at the differences between traditional AI and generative AI. Traditional AI relies on predefined algorithms and primarily works with labeled, supervised data to solve specific problems, whereas generative AI uses advanced learning techniques to understand data structures, train on datasets, reason, and create new and innovative solutions. This ability to generate fresh output sets generative AI apart from traditional methods. Let's compare traditional AI and generative AI based on their functioning. So in traditional AI, the process typically involves data collection, model selection, training the model, evaluation, feedback, and finally deployment. And on the other hand, generative AI starts with data preprocessing, followed by AI model training, data generation, identifying patterns, and iterative training that incorporates feedback and acknowledgement. Once defined, the model is then deployed. And this iterative and creative approach makes generative AI more dynamic in its application. Well, the key differences is that traditional AI works on predefined rules while generative AI does not. So here are some examples to differentiate traditional AI and generative AI. Traditional AI is used in applications like image detection, stock market prediction, fraud detection, and voice recognition. Whereas generative AI is utilized for tasks such as content creation, predictive fashion trends, code generation, and advancements in healthcare industries. Moving on to next question. How does generative AI help in scaling businesses? Well, generative AI helps businesses scale by automating and optimizing process, creating personalized customer experience, and generating data-driven insights. Here's a breakdown of how it contributes. First, efficiency and automation. Generative AI automates repetitive tasks such as content creation, customer service via chatbots, and report generation, freeing up human resources for strategic activities. Next, pattern recognition. By analyzing vast data sets, generative AI identifies trends and patterns, enabling businesses to make proactive decisions, optimize operations, and predict market shifts. Next comes the content creation. It generates high-quality marketing materials, product descriptions, and creative assets at scale, which reduces the cost and production time. Next, personalized experience. AI customizes interactions and recommendations for customers, improving satisfaction and loyalty, which are critical for scaling. Next is the rapid prototyping and deployment. Generative models create simulations, prototypes, and even entire product designs, accelerating product development cycles and reducing time to market. And finally, enhanced decision making. AI-powered tools provide actionable insights and forecasts, guiding businesses in resource allocation, market strategy, and scaling efforts. Well, generative AI acts as a catalyst for growth by delivering scalable, innovative solutions that adapt to the dynamic demands of modern business environments. Moving on to our next question. What are some common applications of generative AI in real world? Generative AI has the wide range of application in real world like gaming. In the gaming industry, renowned companies like Nvidia and Ubisoft are utilizing generative AI to enhance various aspects of game development and player experience. Generative AI is being used to boost creativity, improve screen time dynamics, refine shadow techniques, and elevate the overall player experience, making games more impressive and engaging. Next, in content creation. So in the field of content creation, companies like Microsoft Azure and OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, are developing advanced algorithms to generate unique and innovative content. This content not only captivates audience but is also highly appreciated by critics, showcasing the transformative potentials of generative AI in creative industries. Next, in fashion and design. In the fashion and design industry, companies like H&M Group and Nike are leveraging generative AI to offer personalized clothing, shoes, and accessories online. This innovative use of AI has brought significant advancements, enabling these brands to enhance customer experience and set new standards in personalized fashion. Next, in healthcare industries. Well, in the healthcare industries, companies like Atomwise and In Silico Medicine are utilizing generative AI to enhance efficiency and accuracy in medical care. Given the critical importance of precision when it comes to saving lives, generative AI plays a pivotal role in advancing medical research, diagnostics, and treatment solutions. Next, in chatbots and virtual assistants. So to enhance user experience, major companies like Google, Microsoft, and IBM are developing advanced chatbots and virtual assistants. These AI-driven tools aims to provide personalized support, improve efficiency, and streamline communication, making interactions more initiative and engaging. So, our next question is, what are some popular generative AI models you know? So, first one we have is GPT. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Series, a series of language models designed to generate human-like text based on pre-trained data, enabling tasks like text generation, translation, and even summarization. Next, we have BERT, Bidirectional Encoder Representations from Transformers, a language model that understands context in both directions like left to right and right to left to improve tasks like question answering and language understanding. The next generative AI model is DAL-E and DAL-E 2, AI models capable of generating images from textual descriptions. with DALL-E 2 offering enhanced image quality and more accurate interpretations of complex prompts. Now, moving on to our next question, what are some challenges associated with generative AI? Some key challenges associated with generative AI include data privacy and security. Large dataset used for training may compromise user privacy or include sensitive information, leading to regulatory and ethical concerns. Next, bias and fairness. Generative AI can amplify biases present in the training data, resulting in outputs that are unfair or discriminatory. Next is the quality and accuracy. Ensuring the quality and factual accuracy of AI-generated content is difficult, especially with diverse and large datasets. And the next challenge is interpretability and transparency. Generated content can lack traceability, making it hard to explain or justify outputs. Potential for content to closely resemble on copyrighted material. And the next challenge is ethical concerns. Misuse of generative AI for malicious purpose, such as creating deepfakes, spreading misinformation, or automating spam. Next, resource intensity. Training generative models requires significant computational resources, leading to high cost and environmental concerns. And finally, deployment challenges. So, ensuring robust, scalable, and safe deployment of generative AI models in real-world application is complex. And addressing these challenges requires a combination of technical solutions, ethical guidelines, and legal frameworks. Moving on to next question, what is the large language model and how is it used in generative AI? Well, a large language model is a type of artificial intelligence model that has been trained on vast amounts of text data to understand and generate human-like language. And these models are typically built using deep learning architectures such as transformer-based models like GPT, BERT, and T5, and contains billions to trillions of parameters that help them capture the details of natural language. And some of the key features of LLMs include the massive scale. LLMs are trained on extensive datasets that includes a variety of domains such as books, articles, websites, and more. The next feature is contextual understanding. LLMs can understand the context of words, phrases, and sentences by processing long-range dependencies, making them capable of generating coherent and contextually relevant text. Next, transfer learning. Pre-trained LLMs can be fine-tuned on specific tasks or datasets, allowing them to perform a wide range of language-related tasks with minimal task-specific data. But how LLMs are used in generative AI? Well, it is used in text generation. LLMs can generate coherent and human-like text based on the prompt. Like for example, GPT-3 can write articles, create dialogues, generate poetry, or even code. Example, given a prompt like write a story about a dragon and a wizard, the model generates a creative and coherent story. Next, it is used in text completion. LLMs can predict and complete sentences or paragraphs based on the initial input, making them useful in applications like auto-completion, chatbots, and writing assistants. Next, LLMs are used in translation and summarization. LLMs can translate text from one language to another or summarize long documents into concise summaries, making them valuable for tasks requiring cross-lingual understanding or information distillation. Next, in conversational agents. LLMs power conversational AI systems such as chatbots, virtual assistants, that can understand and respond to user queries in natural language, offering more dynamic and human-like interactions. It is also used in creative content creation. LLMs are used to generate creative content such as articles, marketing copy, and even scripts for videos or films. Next, in sentiment analysis and classification. LLMs can be used to fine-tune to classify text, like example sentiment analysis, spam detection, by predicting labels based on context and training data. Next, what are some common applications of large language models? So some of the common applications of large language models include chatbots and conversational AI, powering virtual assistants and customer support bots to engage in natural language conversations. Next, language translation, translating text from one language to another while preserving meaning and context. Also, in summarization, automatically compressing large documents or articles into concise summaries. And you can also give examples of sentiment analysis, which determines the sentiment or emotional tone of text for applications in social media monitoring, customer feedback analysis, and more. Also in code generation, where it is assisting in programming by generating code snippets based on natural language descriptions. And the next question is, what is prompt engineering and why is it important in generative AI? Well, prompt engineering is the process of designing and refining prompts to effectively guide the output of a generative AI models, particularly language models like GPT. In the context of generative AI, a prompt is an input or instruction provided to the model which it uses to generate a response or output. The quality, clarity, and structure of the prompt can significantly influence the model's output, making prompt engineering a critical skill in maximizing the performance and usefulness of these models. The image shows the concept of prompt engineering, emphasizing its role in optimizing interaction with AI systems. It highlights three key objectives: improving accuracy, which ensures precise responses, enhancing relevance, which tailors outputs to user needs, and increasing efficiency, which streamlines process for better performance. And together, these elements demonstrate how effective prompts design can significantly improve the overall functionality and outcomes of AI models. Next, how does generative AI handle the creation of text-based content? So, the generative AI generates text-based content through a process that involves several key steps. Here's a simplified explanation. First, training on large data sets. Pre-trained on large data sets, AI models like GPT are trained on vast amounts of text data from diverse sources such as books, articles, and websites. This extensive training helps the model to learn language patterns, context, and general knowledge, forming the foundation for its ability to perform various language tasks effectively. Next, the architecture of the model. Generative AI models are built on the transformer architecture, a highly effective framework for processing sequential data. It leverages mechanisms like self-attentions to understand context and relationships within text, enabling tasks such as language generation and comprehension. Next, generating responses. The generation process involves multiple stages, including structuring ideas, connecting relevant information, analyzing data, writing coherent content, and finally deploying or delivering the output in a meaningful and usable form. Next, iterative process. In simple terms, it means improving the model by training it, receiving feedback, and making adjustments based on that feedback to enhance its performance. So in summary, generative AI models like GPT generate text by predicting word sequence based on learned patterns from extensive training data, while understanding and maintaining context throughout the generation process. Examples of generative models include GPT-4, BERT, Transformers, and T5, which stands for Text-to-Text Transfer Transformer. Moving on to the next question, can you explain how generative AI is used in chatbots or language translation? Generative AI enables chatbots to produce contextually relevant, coherent, and human-like responses, improving the user experience. Key areas where generative AI contributes include generating responses. By leveraging large language models, generative AI can produce more natural and engaging responses, making chatbot interactions feel more human-like. Next, creativity. Generative AI can be used to generate creative content such as poems, stories, or scripts, which can be incorporated into chatbot conversations to make them more entertaining and engaging. Next, personalization. Generative AI can analyze user data to personalize chatbot responses, making the interaction feel more tailored to the individual user. And then we have context management. Generative AI can maintain context throughout a conversation, allowing chatbots to understand and respond appropriately to the user's evolving needs and preferences. These capabilities of generative AI are transforming how chatbots and language translation tools are used, making them more effective and user-friendly. Now, moving on to the advanced level questions in generative AI. And the question is, what is the role of the data in training generative AI models? Data plays a crucial role in training generative AI models as the quality, quantity, and diversity of the data significantly impact the model's performance and output. Here are some of the examples of data usage in generative AI models. First, in image generation. For models like GANs, large datasets of images are used to teach the models how to generate realistic images. Next, text generation. For models like GPT-4, vast text from various sources like books, articles, websites are used to train the model to understand and generate human-like text. And next, in music generation. Models trained on large collections of musical compositions learn patterns in melody, harmony, and rhythm to generate new music. Now moving on to next question. How do attention mechanisms enhance the performance of generative AI models? Well, attention mechanisms significantly enhance the performance of generative AI models by allowing them to focus on relevant parts of the input data when generating each part of the output. So here's how they work and contribute to improved performance. The text at the top states that the attention mechanism is a critical innovation that enhances the performance of generative AI models. The diagram shows how multiple attention heads process information in parallel. Each attention head focuses on different aspects of the input sequence, allowing the model to capture complex relationships and dependencies between different parts of the data. The outputs of these attention heads are then concentrated and processed further to generate the final output. This multi-headed attention mechanism enables the model to learn more detailed representations of the input, leading to improved performance in tasks such as language translation, text summarization, and image generation. And the next question is, what is GANs, which stands for Generative Adversary Networks, and how do they function? GANs are the type of generative models that are particularly powerful for generating realistic data such as images, text, or audio. The diagram provides a clear visual representations of a GAN's architecture and its functioning. Well, GAN, which stands for Generative Adversarial Network, this is a central component. It highlights that a GAN is a system consisting of two main subnetworks. Next, generator. Generator is responsible for creating new data samples. Well, it takes input and attempts to generate realistic data points, example, images, text, that mimics the training data. Next is the discriminator. The discriminator acts as an evaluator. It takes an input both real data samples from the training set and the generated samples from the generator. Its task is to differentiate between the real and fake data, assigning a probability of being real to each sample. Now, let us see the functioning of GANs. GANs comprise two key components, a generator and a discriminator. The generator aims to create new data instances that closely resembles the training data, whereas the discriminator acts as a binary classifier tasked with differentiating between real data samples from the training set and synthetic data generated by the generator. The adversarial relationship between the generator and the discriminator drives the GANs to produce increasingly realistic synthetic data. So as you can see the screen, this image shows the functioning of a generative adversary network. It starts with random noise as input, which is fed into the generator network. This network attempts to generate a fake sample that resembles real data. The generated sample is then presented to the discriminator network alongside actual real samples from the training dataset. The discriminator's task is to classify each sample as either real or fake. So both the generator and discriminator networks learn and improve through this adversarial process, with the generator aiming to produce increasingly realistic samples that can fool the discriminator, while the discriminator strives to accurately distinguish between the real and fake data. Next, how do generative models like GANs help in image generation? Generative models like generative adversarial networks are powerful tools for image generation. GANs consist of two neural networks, the generator and the discriminator, which work together in a competitive process to create highly realistic images from random noises. Here's how GANs help in image generation. Generative models like GANs are powerful tools for creating realistic images. GANs use a dual network approach to achieve this. The generator network creates new images. The discriminator network evaluates these images, trying to distinguish between the real and generated images. This adversarial process forces the generator to create increasingly realistic images. Now, let's see the training process of GANs. In this process, the generator network strives to improve its ability to create realistic images that can deceive the discriminator. Conversely, the discriminator network focuses on enhancing its ability to detect fake images, leading to an ongoing improvement cycle for both networks. Through the continuous adversarial learning between the generator and discriminator, The generator eventually produces high-quality images that are so realistic that they can successfully deceive the discriminator. Moving on to next question, what are variational autoencoders and how do they differ from GANs? Well, variational autoencoders are a type of generative model that is built on the principles of autoencoders, a neural network architecture commonly used for unsupervised learning tasks like dimensionality reduction and feature learning. Key components are encoder. The encoder maps input data, for example an image, to a latent space, representing it as a distribution over latent variables. Next, the output. Instead of mapping to a single point in latent space, the encoder outputs the mean and variance of a Gaussian distribution. This distribution captures the uncertainty in the encoding process. Next, we have decoder. The purpose is the decoder takes the sample latent variables and maps it back to the data space, reconstructing the original input data or generating new data. Output. The decoder produces a reconstructions of an original input or a new data point that lies within the learned distribution. Next, what role can generative AI play in education, especially in creating customized learning materials for students? Generative AI can play a transformative role in education by creating customized learning materials that cater to individual student needs. Here's how it can be utilized effectively. First, in personalized learning paths. Customized content. AI generates tailored content based on a student's learning pace, interest, and proficiency levels. For example, if a student struggles with a particular math concept, the AI can create additional exercise or explanations focused on that topic. Next, adaptive assessments. AI can design assessments that adapt in real time to a student's performance, offering more challenging problems as the student progresses or providing more foundational questions if they encounter difficulties. Next, interactive learning materials. It provides dynamic textbooks. AI can create interactive textbooks that update based on the latest research and educational trends. These materials could include simulations, quizzes, and other interactive elements that respond on how a student interacts with the content. Next, simulations and virtual labs. AI can generate virtual experiments and simulations, allowing students to explore complex scientific concepts in a safe, controlled environment. Next, language and writing support. In grammar and style suggestions, AI can assist students in improving their writing by providing real-time feedback on grammar, style, and clarity. It can also suggest alternative phrases or vocabulary based on the student's level. Next, essay generation assistance. For younger students or those learning new languages, AI can help generate essay outlines or suggest content structure, helping them organize their thoughts more effectively. Next, automated content creation. Lesson plans. AI assists teachers by generating lesson plans that align with curriculum standards, saving time and allowing teachers to focus more on student interaction. Next, practice problems and quizzes. AI can create endless variations of practice problems and quizzes, ensuring that students get the repetitions they need without encountering the same problem twice. Next, support for diverse learning styles. In visual and audio content, AI can generate visual aids like charts, graphs, and diagrams to produce audio explanations for students. Next, AI can also create educational games that are tailored to the curriculums, making learning more engaging and fun for students with the preferences for interactive learning. Well, generative AI in education has the potential to create more personalized, engaging, and effective learning experience for students while also supporting teachers with the tools they need to enhance their teaching. Next, what is the Gaussian mixture model and how is it used in generative AI? A Gaussian mixture model is a probabilistic model used in generative AI. It assumes that data points arises from a combination of multiple Gaussian distribution. The image visualizes the concept, and the first shows a single Gaussian distribution, the second shows a mixture of two Gaussian distributions, and the third row shows data points generated from various Gaussian mixture model configuration. Well, it is valuable in generative AI for tasks like clustering, density estimation, and generating synthetic data. The graph demonstrates data generation using a Gaussian mixture model. After training on a dataset, It can create a new data points by sampling from a learned Gaussian distribution. The graph compares a theoretical normal distribution to data points generated through Monte Carlo sampling from this distribution, showcasing the accuracy of the generated data in capturing the underlying distribution. This technique is crucial in generative AI for tasks like creating synthetic data that resembles real-world data. Next question is, can you describe the concept of a transformer model? The transformer model is a type of deep learning architecture that has transformed the field of natural language processing and more recently has been adapted to other domains like computer vision, introduced in the paper Attention is All You Need in 2017. The transformer model moved away from traditional recurrent neural networks and convolutional neural networks by relying entirely on a mechanism called self-attention. And this graph shows the increasing number of the model parameters in generative AI models over time. As the number of parameters grows, these models gain the capacity to process and learn from more complex data, leading to enhanced performance in tasks like text generation and image synthesis. However, this increase in parameters also comes with challenges such as increased computational cost and the risk of overfiltering, where the model performs well on training data but poorly on new unseen data. The next question is, what are model parameters and how do they affect the performance of generative AI models? Model parameters are crucial components of generative AI models that significantly influence their performance and output quality. These parameters are the internal settings that a model learns from the training data and uses to make predictions, generate content, or perform specific tasks. The process of optimizing model parameters in generative AI starts with inputting training data and initializing the model's parameters. An optimization mechanism is then applied to the train and update the model's parameters iteratively. This process continues until the defined closing conditions are met. Finally, the optimized parameters are obtained, which are crucial for the model's performance in generating realistic outputs. Model parameters influence the content generation process, impacting the output quality. These parameters are crucial for feature learning, enabling the model to identify and utilize patterns in the data to generate realistic and meaningful outputs. And the next question is, how can generative AI be leveraged to create personalized experience for users in e-commerce? Generative AI can significantly enhance personalized experience in e-commerce by tailoring content, recommendations, and interactions to individual users. Here's how it can be leveraged. First, in personalized product recommendation. AI-powered recommendations personalize product suggestions by analyzing individual user data. By understanding browsing history, purchase patterns, and preferences, AI algorithms recommend products aligned with user interests, enhancing the shopping experience and driving sales. Next, customized marketing campaigns. AI enables personalized email marketing by analyzing user data to generate targeted content. By delivering messages with relevant products and promotions tailored to individual interest, AI enhances campaigns' effectiveness, increasing engagement and driving conversions. Next, tailored product descriptions and reviews. AI personalizes product descriptions by analyzing user data to highlight features most relevant to them. This enhances the shopping experience and increases purchase likelihood by providing targeted information. Next, virtual assistants and chatbots. AI-powered chatbots function as virtual shopping assistants. They provide personalized product recommendations, answer user queries, and guide them through their shopping journey based on individual preferences. Next, visual search and augmented reality. AI-driven visual search allows users to upload images of derived products. The AI then generates suggestions for similar items available in the e-commerce store, offering a highly personalized search experience. And by leveraging generative AI, e-commerce platforms can create a deeply personalized shopping experience that not only enhances customer satisfaction but also increases engagement, loyalty, and conversion rates. And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on generative AI and machine learning. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look out for more videos and playlists and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.